for Poker Night in America.
I know you love those.
Thank you for joining me today, Olivier. Coming back here to Philadelphia for the stream today.
I'm excited.
How you doing?
Looks like we got a game.
We definitely have a game because I see both chips and cards.
All right, let's figure out who these people are.
There'll be a big pot going down, and you might not be.
We know Jeremy.
We definitely know Jeremy. I feel like I know a lot about Jeremy now. I like how they put the Kappa sign in if they don't have a picture. They just drop the quick Kappa in. Good stuff. By the way, let's get a few shouts going in the chat here. I want to thank you guys for stopping by. London Knows, Outstanding Poker, Word 0318. I saw Cincinnati in here, my boy from my stream. What's up, man? If you guys want to shout out, let us know. Let's do this. We are underway.
We got some very different stacks going here.
We do, but we had a little bit of that going yesterday.
Yeah, we did have the same thing yesterday.
I think so. I'm surprised. It seems like the stakes. It seems like things are bumped down a little bit today. It seemed like they're bumped down. Shout out to Grateful Mouse, Agnew 12. What's up, man? Got some friendly faces here in the chat. We are not running on delay. We are watching this with you guys to up the interaction. Limitless, Doug, did you ever flip with Jeremy yesterday? I did not. I gave him the option. He did not. And I mean, you know, that's fair too. Just wanted to give him a shot. Joe Flat 007, what's up? Welcome to the stream, man.
So if I don't call you,
I know some of these peeps. They've been on my stream.
I can tell.
The master of the introductions, though, is Joey. He has like the strongest introduction game I've ever seen of any person. He's like, "Hey, Poppy, welcome to the stream here today. Oh, we got Monsees, of course, the boy from New Jersey or whatever, wherever he's from." And he just does that for like 5 minutes, and I just sit there and I'm like, "Oh, this is kind of awkward." Too good. Too good. Okay, so
I had ace king of diamonds.
we have an
That's a really
ace king tabled.
The worst ace wins the hand. There you go.
I was going
Didn't Tally flop the nuts, and I think he led, and no one had anything.
Ah, I see.
Good start though for Mike.
Good start. Do we know what people are in for, or do we just have their current stacks?
Better than losing 800. Well, we have pretty much the same settlements all day yesterday. Fifth drink.
I guess we just have their stacks.
Yeah, I think we just have stacks.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it was
Sky93, big inspiration, Doug. Keep it up, man. Thanks, dude. Definitely appreciate that. Action Ashley 13 says, Doug Polk, who do you think will win between Dentally and Kate Hall? I think that Kate Hall is a slight favorite, but and this is something that I was talking about earlier. The betting markets when this opened were just way too Kate Hall heavy. No, 1.35.
I didn't see what they were.
It was 1.35 to 1.
Wow.
Yeah, which, you know, considering they're going to play for like
It's pretty strong.
400 hands of live poker, that's a pretty strong line. So I think Kay has an advantage. She's been doing some studying at Upswing, so, you know, I know it's good stuff because I made it, so hopefully that'll help her out. But, you know, it's going to be a pretty fair fight, I think. I'm also not sure how much heads-up experience either one of them have. You know, everyone can't play heads-up like us, you know. We have all these people that haven't played heads-up. And that makes it a little bit more of a wild card. All right, so we have a flop here.
I think this is a limp pot.
Standard.
If when Phil enters,
we got some pretty shitty hands kind of across the board. Deeb bets out with middle pair into 3 people, and he has to take this down, right? Like
I think Helmuth raised or Helmuth bet.
Oh shit, Helmuth raised.
Yeah, and I think Helmuth made it 300 and won.
Wow, I actually like that play.
Yeah.
Little backdoor draw action. This is nice.
I think Helmuth limped. Is that what happened? He limped under the gun and then he raised that lead. Maybe
moves. He's got moves. You got to have a few moves, guys. But the kinds of hands you want to raise with, you know, 10-8 of hearts, reasonable candidate. You know, you can turn straight draws, you can turn flush draws. You don't block any of the kinds of bluffs maybe your opponent might want to take a stab at the flop with. Is a 4-way flop, though, so you want to be a little bit more careful, obviously.
I feel like Phil plays tries to be more exploitative than anyone else. You know, his ranges and spots will be completely dependent on his perception of his opponent, and not at all on some fundamental idea.
I think I think he has an interesting approach to the game, but you know, there's several people here that I would say play that brand of poker. You know, I'm sure Mike also falls into that category. Deeb kind of a little bit mix of both. We know Jeremy likes to play his own style of poker too.
Yeah, Jeremy's coming up with his own style.
He puts people in spots though. You got to give him some credit for that. Jim Muppet says, Doug, dude, you got to give me more than that to work on. I'm here. Oh, man, we got some shit talk going here in the chat. Olivier would crush Polk heads up, man.
Yeah, I'm going to go with probably not.
Crushed. Oh, you've definitely beat me in our heads up sit and go history.
And everybody knows that is clearly. How many games have we played? 20?
Oh, it's not many. 20-ish. Something in that vicinity.
I've actually run pretty well in my heads-up single career against the category of players that I consider like better than me. It's like a pretty nice. It's been a pretty nice like small sample to just like beat Ike into like
Yeah.
He's in your head.
That's good. We have a question here from JBK Hands. Olivier Bousquet, do you still do MMA training, man? You want to talk about that?
I do a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna do any more fights, but I still train just because it's fun and I really make good relationships with the people I train with, so I still go to that same gym.
The game kept going after we left.
But I think my fighting career is probably over, unless some poker player wants to put up some money.
A long and illustrious career, and I can only imagine people are lining up after the difficulty that you had in the last one. You know, I think people saw that and they're like, he's weak. This guy barely trained. He doesn't even look like he trained. I have to say, from an observer standpoint, that was a lot of fun to watch.
Thanks, man.
Also, like,
9 people looking at the
you know, I guess I don't really know enough about MMA to say for sure, but it at least seemed like the weight issue. Actually, let's talk about this hand.
Yeah, let's talk
real
about this
quick.
hand. I was just looking at this.
Okay, so we got.
I think Mike opened and Jeremy defended the big.
Well, they were bad.
We got bet call. You know, I would like to see, ooh, action turn. I would have liked to see Kaufman consider a raise on the flop. You know, open ender, no showdown value, pretty good hand that you could mix into the strategy.
Wow, and Mike just checks the 5 and this. Wow.
I mean, I think it's actually okay to put a few flush draws into bet check. I don't really prefer to use a hand like King Jack. I kind of prefer to fire turn if you are going to bet the flop.
Does it matter what the turn card is? I mean, obviously some turn cards, but like the 5, like if my guess is that Mike thinks that 5 is just like one of the cards that helps Jeremy a lot, makes some straights or pairs or some 2-pair hands. So is that a card that you're going to be less willing to fire on?
You know, that's a good point. I think that because he was button, it's less important. Like if it's mid position versus big blind, it's a very favorable card for the big blind
because the middle position is just much less likely to have hands that it helps.
Yeah, like the straights, you know, or any of the 2 pairs. So,
yeah, I'm done.
I think in a button big blind scenario, particularly with like, I think generally speaking, larger raises in live poker, the range is actually a little bit more neutral.
Okay.
But yeah, the point remains that the big blind certainly does make a lot of strong hands there, as we saw he had the nuts. So, good turn check all in all. Totally not results oriented.
I don't like your chances of ever doing that.
Jeremy's a pretty nice guy.
Anyway, going back to that flop spot though, like I think with 9-7,
if you were to just like quickly break down your check raising range, are you including 9-7 that particular 9-7 because it doesn't have a heart in it, or is it better to have a heart when you're picking your 9-7 combos?
I thought about this a lot. I think that generally speaking, you kind of want to mix. Like on the boards with all the straight draws, you kind of want to have all of those straight draws in your check raise range so that on all the turns you can have very strong hands, right? Because they play well across turns and rivers. But the thing is, you can't do too much because if you start taking every hand, you're just going to check raise a ton of bluffs and not have value.
And you're skewing your check call range too, right?
Exactly. So I think in general the way you play all your straight draws in that flop is your open enders or your straight draw plus flush draw hands. You lean a lot more towards raising. You know, you may raise half the time or a little more than half the time. And then your gutters, you know, maybe the weak ones you just fold, or when you have a heart you raise, or, you know, you work in some of those.
But in general, is it better to have a heart in my hand when I'm check raising?
Yeah, I don't know. there's two ways you could look at it, right? You could look at it like, if I check call, there's more turns I can continue.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it like, if I check raise, there's
More per turn. Well,
yeah. So I guess to answer your question specifically, I don't think that there's too big of a difference.
Okay.
Maybe slightly more likely to check raise, but at the end of the day, the real reason that you're check raising is to balance out that strategy.
625.
All right. Who else we got in the chat here? Ariel Ben David. What's up, man? CR Martin 11, regular in the streets, of course. A lot of new names here. CSD UK 111 Jonathan.
Can I offer you something?
By the way,
No,
I want to give a quick shout out to my mom, who said that she was going to be tuning in today.
hey, Miss Polk.
She's in the mix today. Shout out to my mom, who probably does not have chat.
You have to like create an account. To chat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
She should make the account Doug Polk's mom. Although someone's going to beat her to the punch now, and there's going to be someone like,
Now someone's
hey,
gonna be
Doug!
making really inappropriate comments as Doug Polk's
Oh
mom.
yeah, that is happening.
One time I pulled queens.
That
So look at
is-
this 3-bet from Kaufman. I'm sure this is a hand you're gonna like.
I like this. Yeah, this looks really good. And Deeb's about to get wrecked for his terrible open.
I try to pay 300 extra
The thing is, like, I've seen this a bunch from Deeb.
You were so right. That hand.
I get that live poker is pretty soft. I get that. I mean, I don't know why you laugh. That's clearly what.
Well, because I know that you're about to be very critical, but you're starting it off with like some sort of sympathetic claim.
I mean, come on, man. Like,
8-6 off.
even in a soft game, do you really have to open 8-6 off? Like if he had 10-9 off or something,
Yeah, you'd be cool
I'd
with
be
it.
like, all right.
Oh, speaking of 10-9 off, I was interested in your 4-bet yesterday against Tom.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I was interested in that hand selection. Can you talk a little bit about why 10-9 off is a good hand to 4-bet?
Yeah. So the way that I 4-bet in that spot, button versus big blind. Generally speaking, you're going to be flatting much wider in that spot specifically than in a lot of spots, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have your widest in any ring situation. You're going to have your widest flat range
Of the
And
button versus the small blind.
of button versus the big blind. Who's big blind, right?
Okay, but a wider flatting range than button versus small blind?
Seems like you slept the
You're
whole
going
day
to
and
have
enough energy.
a roughly equal range, I think, across both.
Okay.
I'd have to think about things. But anyway, so that's the first consideration. Second consideration, small size 3-bet.
Yeah.
I open a 6, he makes it 1.8.
Yep.
So 10-9, probably a hand I would traditionally fold. But given the fact that it was a small sized 3-bet, we're going to shift our 4-bet bluffs downwards towards hands that I would normally fold, but now because it's a small size and it's a situation with very wide ranges, becomes a bluff. Because I think with Jack 10 versus that size, I'm going to be able to profitably flat.
When you say shift your 4 bets down, what do you mean by that?
My bluff range. So like I'm always going to have like roughly the same value range, but I want to make sure to call as many hands as I can profitably call.
So in other words, because his size is smaller, you can now play more hands.
You should,
So
yeah.
you're calling now with some hands that you would otherwise be 4-betting, and now you're 4-betting with hands that you would otherwise be folding.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I basically randomize around suits for frequency stuff. I change it periodically so that it's not consistent. But
So what does that mean? That means that you're taking your top card, and if it's a spade or a
Yeah.
club, you're playing it aggressively. If it's
Right.
a heart or a diamond, you're playing it passively. Or something
exactly,
like that. Okay.
exactly. And 10-9, I decided to go for about a fourth of my combos. It was that hand. And like with the offsuit combos, you do have to be careful because if you start to get carried away, then it gets kind of ridiculous.
And that's why randomizing can be helpful because it doesn't
Yeah.
let you get carried away. It kind
Exactly.
of forces a discipline on you.
Exactly. As long as you're switching the suits up pretty frequently, like every hand I kind of rank them in my mind the way I'm going to play pre-flop based around what's
Each hand.
Yeah, each hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Or I'll go to like a spree of something and then I'll change or whatever. I mean, the point is, as long as you're doing it in a way.
Thugger Banks on point.
Biscuit just trying to use this to learn for the next couple hours.
I'm getting a free tutorial right
Shout
now.
out to Thugger Banks, by the way. I've seen you in the streets, man. Oh, man.
All right, let's look at this hand for a second.
Yeah, let's do it. So we got Ace King, we got 9s. Ooh, I mean,
Okay, well, this flop might not make it that
this
interesting.
is gonna go bet fold. Andy Mitchellmore, Dan, are you feeling better for the gym challenge so far? Hashtag the grind. Yeah, man, I'm feeling way better. I've been like working out every day for the last couple weeks. Actually, even before I started doing the challenge, I'm getting away at WSOP seat if I don't work out. So
Wait, what is your challenge?
basically, in the next 100 days, I got to hit the gym 95.
95 of the 100.
95 of the 100.
Whoa.
But I'm working in cardio days for like recovery, you know.
Still. Wow.
And
That's a lot.
today was day 14, and I'm 14 for 14. And I've been updating it all on Snapchat with like what the workouts were and like at the gym and stuff.
So what happens if you don't do it?
If I don't make it, I'm just gonna give away main event seat to someone on Snapchat.
And if you do it,
It's just I
you
feel-
don't give that to
I
away.
don't give away. Yeah.
I got it.
So
okay.
everyone's like, "You suck, dog."
Yeah, so everyone's just rooting against you, pretty much. Okay, cool.
Basically, yes. But you know what? I like that accountability though. Like I like I know that when I take a snap, and if I don't do it, there's gonna be a bunch of people that are gonna be like, "What's up, dog? Why didn't you go to the gym yesterday?" And I'm like, "All right." And also I like committing myself to stuff. To answer the question, I was actually working out pretty frequently right before.
We'll get to that.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that for sure. But I was working out a lot before, and I was like, why not just give myself some extra incentive and like just see what happens. Overall, I've been feeling better. Like when you work out every day, you wake up, you like work out. You don't need as much sleep. I find that like you feel better day to day.
And it probably is, like, at least for me, I know it helps motivate to do other things that are health related, whether it's be like disciplined about your sleep, eat correctly, like all the things kind of come together.
For sure.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say about eating is I've noticed in the 2 weeks so far, I've had a serious increase in my hunger.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get hungry.
I'm just like, my God, hungry all the time.
Yeah.
And then,
For sure.
so my diet's been generally good. I've had a few nights where I just kind of went to town because I was just like, I'm
And it's
so
hard when you're
hungry.
hungry to be disciplined because you're just like, it's hard, because you want to eat so much.
To have hunger. All right, so
It's hard to have hunger.
Kaufman just got Dentalia off of something here, but Helmy is going to take a flop with the Queen Jack. You got to respect the hijack open with 7-2 suited. My boy Jeremy about to lay down the law, and I would actually like to see Jeremy check this back on the flop. This hand is a weak pair. If you get much action, like if Helmy does make a move here, he could make life very difficult for Kaufman.
But I mean, when you're looking at the sevens that you're checking back, I'm assuming you're not checking them all back, right? Is it better to have like the bad kickers like this? I mean, are you checking back A7 and King 7?
So, in this spot specifically, hijack versus big blind, basically big blind because it's straddle.
No bluff. I had the best hand.
He did have the best hand.
He's just trying to advertise his.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
wide is it?
it's a good advertisement though.
Not that this guy really needs to advertise me. I think his.
He doesn't.
Yeah, the gig is up with him.
But anyway, the jig.
Yeah, that one too.
The jig is up. Yeah. I actually won a prop bet against Thomas Canuli.
Okay.
Where
Yesterday?
No, it was about a year ago.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll pay.
It was actually a really funny story. I was at like my buddy's bachelor party. We were up all night drinking. I go downstairs. I'm like pretty wasted, and I run to Canuli, and we're just like chatting in the Aria poker room. And he's like, "Oh, well, the gig is up." I was like, "Oh, you mean jig?" He's like, "No, I mean gig." And I was like, "Dude, it's jig." He's like, "No, it's gig." And I was like, "All right, I'll bet you $100 right now that it's jig." We didn't go huge, obviously. And then like turned out the jig was up. So Doug Polk's mommy. There we go. Yeah, I don't think my mom would use the word killing Helmuth. Anyway, so here we got
A classic same hand versus same hand scenario.
These are always great, honestly. Whoa,
What just happened?
he 3-bet.
Oh, was it a 3-bet?
Six.
He let
Or is there a
sixes go.
straddle? I don't know.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I think we're actually just a little confused with what's going on.
Sixes? What's your 3-bet fold then?
Mike asks, how much did Doug end up last night? 73,000. I lied and said 80 yesterday. I want to set the record straight. That was a lie. That was a bold-faced lie. And I'm going to hold myself accountable for my actions.
Wow, that's brave of you.
I forgot I added 5K on, and then I calculated wrong. So I apologize, guys. Please find a way to forgive me. All right, so we did some intros. Let's try and be a little more focused on the action, but I do want to talk about Doug, why are you analyzing with players that are recreational? Why are you analyzing what they do? And I'm just like not a fundamental believer in just do stuff cause like amateurs. I just don't believe in that. Like I believe in trying to play a good strategy and then making some small adjustments based around what people are doing. But you know, when you get carried away, it turns into one of those things where you can always just be like, you can always just say like, oh, I did it cause, you know, exploitation, and then it's like hard to even have a conversation. And I prefer to kind of ground it in reason and then make some small adjustments based on what my opponents are doing.
All right, so talk a little bit about how you think about ace-10 in a spot like this.
I almost folded the sand.
So I think that, you know, ace-10, the small blind,
Definitely going to play
it is a min raise, right? Straddled to 100.
No, I think he made it 200 at
You won't have
25.50.
to read
Oh, he did?
anything
Yeah.
into that.
Okay, so like this call preflop just, I mean, it just
It's
can't.
just bad?
It just can't win money. I mean, like
I see a lot of people, especially tournament players, using this hand as a 3-bet.
you should. Yeah, I mean, well, let me rephrase that. You should some of the time.
Yeah.
If you always used it, then you would just have way too many bluffs.
Yeah.
But it's a nice hand to bluff with because if you get 4-bet, you know that you can just let it go. You know, no harm, no foul. And you block some of the strong hands your opponent can have, you know, particularly by having the ace. Helmuth now looking very unhappy the river is an ace.
This strikes me as a pretty loose defend to a 4x from the big blind.
I'm wondering if this was straddled, man.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, if it wasn't straddled, then Jack 8 is close, man. I don't mind either way. I think that's fine. I think that both are fine.
Maybe the commentators or spectators will just bet.
AJ Lev says, Doug, is Helmuth actually any good at cash? Or is he just a tournament player?
Yeah, I'm sure,
Well,
I'm sure just to the winner give like a
you know, this is something that I have seen. It seems like his results in cash, at least on the TV shows, have been rather poor. But, you know, his
But
tournament...
not that you're someone to judge based on results.
Right, no, not me. But his tournament results are outstanding. You know, like, I'll be the first to say that. In fact, like, Ups and Kogan did an article on Phil Hellmuth because we wanted to be like, all right, how good is Phil Hellmuth actually? And we were like getting ready to be like, turns out it wasn't that good. And then we ran the numbers and like, holy shit, he's actually like amazing in tournaments.
Oh,
Like-
yeah.
like
He doesn't play that many tournaments
hi-
at all.
His ROI is disgusting. Disgusting. What? Oh, on Twitter? Well, I mean, it is what it is.
You didn't get the tour.
I mean, I didn't think. We'll talk
Wait,
about
what?
that. We'll talk about that later.
You go front.
We'll talk about it later. I didn't expect it to blow up on Twitter, but you know what? What are we gonna do?
What did you say?
Let's
talk about it later?
Let's talk about it later.
I'm actually very interested in this, like what happens when a board goes check, 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 and an ace comes. Because I see so many players out of position, just assuming that ace is very helpful for the preflop raiser.
It is,
And
yeah.
then just checking their entire range. Is that how you play your hands here?
So there's
Phil got his favorite dessert set.
so the game theoretical approach would probably have a small bet range. In fact, I'm gonna just say that it would have a small bet range.
And that range is going to be polarized, or?
Yeah, it has to be polarized on a river bet range, basically. So,
But I mean, so in other words, what I mean is like,
Play some blackjack.
are you when the value hands that you're choosing, are they nutted hands or?
I imagine there would be a small size used with a small amount of your aces, and a larger size used with your stronger hands, and then like kind of the strategies blended together. I imagine that was what it would look like. But I also think that it would primarily be a checking situation. So I don't think you sacrifice much by not having a bet range, and basically, I think simplify. You know what? This is actually just a good point to make. In general, in poker, I've always been a big advocate of doing a simpler strategy really well, rather than trying to do complex strategies kind of shitty on all fronts.
And that's just because having a complex, like a good complex strategy, is so difficult.
It is. It really is. When you're doing different sizes and stuff, you have to consider what that means to your other hands too, all that kind of stuff. So Jeremy got in here with the jack tray. The jack tray. That is pretty powerful. Helmuth checks the flop. I like this check, actually. And now we have a situation developing where if Deeb wants to win this pot, he can. And King 10 is a pretty solid hand to choose to go for the bluff with.
Even with no club.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too likely anyone has a flush given the flop action and given the turn action to him. And it's going to be hard in the spot that Deeb is in for him to be able to have too many hands that have a club in them, to where if he only bluffs with hands with a club, he's probably going to end up not bluffing a high enough frequency. So I don't mind taking a couple hands like King 10. I mean, it's also reasonable to check. I'm not saying that, you know, he it's close. Like I think that checking is okay too, but definitely favorable action to begin with. So we don't know what Richardson has here, but we have a half pot bet, and Helmuth now has the most clear call, I guess I would say. Right? I mean, did turn?
I think Richardson bet the.
Oh man, Helmuth should not have bet the turn. That was really ambitious. Betting the turn to 3 people. What are you trying to have happen there?
Maybe you're trying to protect your hand from a
that makes
club.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. But still, like, there's all these people at the table that could have a queen.
Even though, yeah, I mean, I guess he's in position and no one bet out into him.
Oh man, this is actually a really.
And what do you think of this line to check call and then lead the river here? I'm assuming this is just not a line that's very common.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense really. It looks like he just has a queen, honestly.
Don't fold. Don't fold.
It looks like he just has a queen.
Don't fall.
Don't
He's
fold.
in the RFID box though.
I never get hands like this.
No, we want to know what he has. Can we know what he has in that hand or no?
Well, you'll see it in 12
Nope.
minutes
All
if you
right.
look online.
We're never gonna know, guys.
Time is money.
Weird line. It's okay to lead in some spots, but you want to lead on cards that change the equity.
I just want to see what
Yo,
how
dude.
you view my
You're
game
going
right
way
now.
deep on me right there, Jeremy.
I saw you race the first hand and you finished
Jimmy
it off.
Muppet, I want to see Doug fight Olivier.
I know it's a different day.
Yeah, not gonna happen. On the felt, maybe. Not gonna enter the
I
ring.
can't say that's for sure.
Yeah.
Enter the ring. All right.
It was mildly tilting that a queen popped off.
Well, you shouldn't have checked the flop then. Can I see what's?
Alan doesn't know how tight I play. He's going to call with king queen anyway or whatever.
Judson says, Doug, do you not have any interest in playing the douche tag king heads up? I mean, I just don't care. I get challenged to so many heads up matches. It's just like,
Do you really? People are trying to play you heads
I
up?
feel like lately they've just kind of been a thing.
It's
and
a lot
like,
of phony challenges? Or people want to play you like 1 cent, 2 cent?
I just can't be bothered, man. Like, if people want to play like a big match, I guess I'm down. But
They're changing the film right now.
I just don't want to have to, like, if someone wants to get a heads up match arranged, I'd be like, Doug, be there with like X amount of dollars. I'm in. But I don't want to have to do the whole thing. I don't want to have to set it up and all that stuff.
I hope.
Siesta UK, Doug, thoughts on the Poker Stars Rake Free Cash promotion? I saw a little bit about it. Seemed kind of cool, like Winning Greg's battling it out, but it remains to be seen if that's going to end up being a successful thing. I mean, what's in it for the regs? I mean, no rake, I guess, but at the same time, going to be way tougher games than normal, so
I don't know. I want to bet
kind of a
over
mixed
7 times
bag.
And I was tilted because I would have at least bluffed a couple.
I love how the comments are like that I'm getting a free tutorial from you as if the entire audience is not also getting the same tutorial.
Yeah, right.
It's like, that's the point, guys.
Hey,
That's why we have Doug here.
I honestly, it's starting to sound like you think that they don't know everything because
maybe.
you clearly have not been much on Twitch much because these guys know every decision you should have
they
made
do know
100% of the time,
Yeah.
100%. If they could only be there when we play, imagine how much money we would win. It would be easy.
All of it.
All of it, yeah, all
of
the gold.
I would just guess like 70.
Oh man.
I think that's in the neighborhood.
You Doom, Doug, and Olivier, what is the best minimum bankroll to play 2-5 live? In general, you want to have around 30 to 50 buy-ins to play live cash. That's like pretty much the rough estimate. Change it based around how soft the game is. All right, so Kaufman, who by the way has been getting in there so far.
By the way, when you say how soft the game is, I mean, I think a lot of people have a little bit of difficulty kind of making precise evaluations of that. I mean, what is the best way for someone who's just playing a normal, not a high-stakes pro, but someone who likes poker and plays a decent amount to figure out what their actual win rate is and how well they're doing in those games?
I don't know what the exact equation would be like, but if you're at a table and there's like half the table are people that are regulars who play for a living, at the lower stakes, I would say that's a bad game.
Okay.
And I would say that if there's only like a couple guys, based on your local card room, I'd say that's a good game. So, in a tougher lineup, I'd say, go for more like 50, and in a softer one, go more like 30. But
how would you describe this game?
I mean, this game is Well, let me put it like this, actually. If this game was running as a small stakes game, it would be an extremely tough small stakes game.
Okay, fair enough.
But for the stakes that it is, it's obviously extremely good, and that's why we're both salivating to try and get into this game today. But, you know, I mean, it's good. It's obviously good. One of the cool things about live poker is that oftentimes the stakes don't directly correlate with the ability, though. You know, there are oftentimes, like, I bet you there are some really soft $1,000, $2,000 games that have run in the history of No Limit Hold'em. I'm sure there were some great ones, you know. And then, of course,
and that's true to a certain extent online as well.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
for sure.
Essentially, like, a lot of times people are either gambling or tilting at high stakes, or the people with a lot of money just want to play higher, even though they don't have that much experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it the link you sent me?
Huh?
Is it the link you sent me?
better poker player.
Are we allowed to Can we retweet this?
I got it right. Right.
Marty Behoy, Doug, did you have a hangover today? I
I'll wait till after the hand.
I have a gift, and the gift is I never get hangovers.
Really?
So I can get
Doesn't
just,
matter what or how much you drink?
I can just get completely wrecked, and then I can wake up and work out the next day always.
Wow, that's
It's,
impressive.
it is really strong for someone that likes to drink and is in a workout bed. It's a nice little 1-2 punch. I don't know. My body processes it well. I'm not totally sure.
Unless you're on your personal
Magic
account.
TTS, will I be playing a full World Series this summer? World Series of Poker Europe in the fall. I don't know about World Series of Poker Europe. I don't plan that much ahead, but full World Series schedule for sure. The World Series is one of my favorite periods of the poker schedule. It's like one place, so you don't have to travel all the time. Everyone's in the same place, so you get to see old friends, and there's just tournaments every day, and they're huge and amazing. So I love the World Series. All right, what about you? What's your WSOP schedule this year?
So I tend to play around like 5 to 6 events, I think, nowadays.
Come on, you're going to up that this year.
No way.
No?
Actually, to the stream, there was an event called the Millionaire Maker a couple of years ago, and I had 90% of myself. But on day one,
You sold the percentage of yourself.
on day one,
Because it was such a big buy-in?
I swapped 10%.
You did?
With someone named Olivier Bousquet.
Oh,
10%. And so I had 90, and I was like, whatever, same day table one, whatever, huge
We
field.
both had big stacks.
Yeah,
I think you
yeah.
had a little bit more than me.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I think everyone's getting some value.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, let's swap 10. Swap 10. You got second in that, right?
Third.
Okay.
Third.
I mean, still, the amount of buy-ins that you shipped was nuts. That
It
was
was a good tournament.
nuts.
It was a good tournament.
That was amazing. I was like railing it. I was like just refreshing the browser, and I'm like, is this happening right now? It's like my only swap in this field that had like how many people? 10,000 or something. And like I have one swap, and you're like at the FC. Oh,
And the
man.
funny thing too is that
was
I
nuts.
never swap. Like
Yeah.
in just generally speaking, even when I play big tournaments, I never
yeah.
swap. I've probably swapped 3 times in my entire tournament career.
That's crazy.
And that was one of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I generally have a rule of not swapping as well.
But that's just because you're better than everyone else.
Yeah, naturally. But like
I try to avoid owing and being owed money in the poker community.
that's a good.
That's one thing.
That's a fair place to be. All right, so this hand, we had Kaufman open the cutoff. It is straddled, so we're playing 5100. Bates on the button with 4s. He's got a very clear flop call, but he's doing some talking, which makes me think he is probably just going to let it go.
That seems super nitty.
It is nitty. It is super nitty, especially given the person he's up against.
I mean, do you prefer to have 4s here than to have
I don't know much about
7s because you have some backdoor straight equity, or is just the absolute value of 7s just too
I mean, I would just float all of them. Pairs are good, man.
yeah.
Pairs are really good. So I'd probably. There we go. Thank you, Dirtle Master, Polk Post Olivier, our good team in the booth up top. Thank you, good team. What's up, chat? Much appreciated, man. And we have a fold here on the flop. That is tight. That was a tight.
It's going to be tough to
a tight fold.
to make money making those types of folds.
Yeah.
But look, he was right.
Exactly.
You got to give credit where it's due.
Yeah, that was the correct play. Exploitative play just paid off.
Doug and Jeremy will have their own little segment.
No, Phil has just informed me of something that I did.
Jeremy is amazing, by the way. I just have to say that. Like yesterday, he took a beating and was a really cool guy about it, and that's something that I try to pride myself on. Like, I like to have fun when I'm winning, but when I'm losing, I just try to remember that like this is how poker goes, and I try to really just like embrace it. That sometimes your 8-6 suited runs into jacks, and that's how it is.
I think, yeah, that was a big time cooler. But I think the general point you're making is obviously right on. I do get a little surprised at how much credit extremely rich guys get for being cool with losing what is to them a relatively small amount of money.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? It's when
makes
Bill
sense.
Perkins loses like 50K, like he doesn't care. He
true.
acts like he doesn't care because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, like learning to lose with grace in any activity is like a valuable skill.
That's actually a very good point. The amounts of money are just different. But like to me, like, you know, if I lose 50K, I mean, 50K is still like a good chunk of money to me. You know, I'm successful from poker, but I'm not just like balling out of control over here. Like that's still a lot of money. But I just try to remember that like everything that I have is from this game, and I've been very fortunate to do as well as I have done, and to have gotten to kind of rise to the top of poker like that. And I don't want to be like selfish because I had a bad day, like, oh man, I'm so unlucky or whatever. At the end of the day, like, I'm very lucky to be where I am, and I'm thankful to, you know, get to be at the table.
Yeah, I think gratitude is one of the most like undervalued like responses that people can have to situations and to and to adversity. Focusing on the things that we're grateful for is just like a great kind of tilt producer.
Yeah, no, it is. Also, like, I don't know, like, I can have fun at the table, you know, and I'm not saying I like to lose, like, no one likes to lose, but even when I'm losing, I just remember that, like, they're going to lose sometimes, I'm going to lose sometimes, and so just trying to, like, have fun and not worry about that, and, like, build good relationships with people and just, like, try and enjoy myself at the table, that's, like, really what it's all about.
I also find, though, that a lot of times the ability to handle losing well can be correlated with of foundational confidence that a player has.
That's true.
You know, it's like sometimes players get upset when they lose because ultimately they're not as confident about their ability to win long term.
Right.
Because of like a losing session could be like a signal or an indication that their edge is not what they think it is. Right.
Yeah.
So the people who can really like overcome that adversity, a lot of times I find them to be fundamentally confident in their ability to be successful, which is an incredibly, essentially important trait, I think. That's one of the things I noticed about my friend Dan Coleman. Like, ever since I've known him, he's had this, like, insurmountable self-confidence about his ability to win, and it just, like, permeates the way he plays and his attitude. It's an impressive thing. It's something that I've struggled with myself in my own career, so when I see it in other people, I'm always that much more, like, admiring of it.
You know, it's tough because, like, poker is a competitive game, and if you don't, like, at some level, if you don't walk in and be like, I am the best here, I'm going to, like, study hard, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to play my best, and I'm going to win. If you don't walk in like that, then, you know, you're not going to be as confident to do what you need to do, and you're going to attach more, you know, emotion to the results that you have. But if you're too much like that, then you can be delusional with, like, your own ability. So there's, like, a sweet spot there where you want to be confident in what you're doing, but not so much so that it doesn't allow you to, you know, play good poker.
Yeah, I think that's well said.
All right, so we have a raise and a call. I believe this would straddle up to 200. I could be wrong. I think it has to be. Yeah, it has to be. I think Deeb.
Yeah, for him to raise to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got 2 middle pairs. I think Kaufman should definitely check here. Pretty good hand check back call. We're seeing a really merged c-bet strategy from Kaufman.
What does that mean?
So he's just betting. He's betting, like, you know, kind of
merged as opposed to polarized.
Right, he's betting lots of middling hands. You know, we saw the 7 deuce on 10-10-7. We're seeing queen 8 on ace 8-7. He's betting pairs a lot of the time just to kind of like bet them. And I think his strategy is just go for a high, oh, that's a good term, a high flop c-bet frequency, and kind of go from there. So what
it also requires a kind of subtle understanding of theory and strategy to think about breaking down your range into different categories and then why certain categories are better for checking and betting.
Definitely. And this is not the hand that Jeremy wants Deeb to have, because, you know, Deeb is ultimately going to have to lay this down, I think. You know, the flush gets in. I guess he does have the 6 of diamonds, so I guess this is actually close. I guess this is close. But clearly Kaufman wants him to have an ace. I think that's, like, without a doubt, the hand he's hoping that Deeb has.
I gotta make a profit too, you know. Hey, bro.
Anyway, so a good counter to the way Jeremy's playing is to raise him more on the flop.
Right.
And also to attack when he does check a lot more, because it's going to be weaker on average when he's betting so many of these pairs.
Wow.
And
Deep gets there.
Jeremy just got waffle crushed on the river. But maybe he's
You think he's going to try to find a way to win the pot?
thinking
No.
about Bluffing? I
He's
don't know.
just
I would
so
not,
disgusted
I
with
would
this card.
not. I would not ever count Jeremy out from bluffing. I just
But
wouldn't-
you think if he bets here, it's as a bluff?
yeah, obviously it's one to a flush.
I mean, he does have 2 pairs. I mean, this seems like
By the way, I actually think in spots like this is a good conversation to have. I think in spots like this, people notoriously underbluff because you have to take value to turn it into a bluff, basically.
right, because otherwise you're generally betting with some sort of made hand or some sort of diamond. So when a diamond comes,
Exactly.
people are just over-checking their made hands and only betting with their diamonds.
Like if you have Ace King here as Jeremy, I think it's a clear bluff.
Wow.
Even though on the turn
That is not going to be a common play that you see Ace King.
you
as a
don't.
bluff.
I mean, people just are bad at like thinking. They're bad at taking value and then realizing that it's become so low in their range that they have to bluff with it.
Right, so the skill that's involved there is essentially evaluating what your range of hands is and how different turns and rivers change the relative value of the
Right.
hands within that range.
Right.
And as certain cards kind of come, they can change where a hand like lies between value and bluff.
Yeah, exactly. You always want to think about all your hands as a range and then decide based on what you got.
Who do you think would give you the most satisfaction on slow roll? Out of everybody?
But I mean, with 2 pair, I think I like his check. I think I like his check fold or check prime folding.
Because it's the one person
There are enough Ace X no diamond hands in Deep's range that you can show down.
Probably in
And
Jeremy's
I like his
range.
friendship too
Yeah,
much that I won't slow roll.
Yeah, I like
And the sick me
there's enough hands that like he would.
I meant
want-
enough hands that Deep will check behind that you
you
beat.
And I asked him if I could.
I don't know about that. I think
Okay,
I-
that's
I-
not one of the important considerations.
It's more about what you've got and what
Okay.
your opponent has.
Okay.
And I think he's just a little bit too high in that range.
Hey, by the way, I asked for his permission.
Shout out to
to send out that
Comte
tweet as
de
well. And he
Lene.
actually got
Hey, Dougie.
people gave
What's
him
good?
shit, and I was like,
Currently
"Oh, I wasn't
commentating
trying to
Lowell.
insult you if I was a racist." I asked- When I took the, I was like, "Can I take a photo?"
Oh, man.
And he held up the chips.
Why does Phil Hellmuth not rebuy chips?
Yeah,
Well,
no, I don't,
He
but
already admitted he's the
I'm definitely. But that
I
was
mean,
2
maybe
years
he just
ago.
likes his short stack game more
But
than
I mean,
his
there's
deeper stack
people
game.
I will needle, and there's people who I
Could
think
make
will hurt my
sense.
friendship if I needle, and I don't do that.
You know,
There's
you're
Also,
friends I
something
have-
that's definitely true when there's a lot of people playing deeper.
always been
In this game, no one's really that
I
deep.
know.
But
And
As
vice
long as
versa.
it's
when there are people playing deeper and you have a shorter stack, it can give you a natural advantage when the deep stacks go to war and then you can just jam pre-flop and kind of isolate dead money.
But that strategy, though it has some clear advantages,
One of those 2 things. is
do you
likely
think
to
there's
be
anything to be said about just the like
to see it
exploitative nature of it? That is just like, I mean, come on, like if somebody wanted to buy in for $2,500, they could and just like, print money doing that. But it's kind of against the spirit of the game. Or do you have no problem?
Well, I mean, like,
I knew it.
as the rules are set, if they're you can only buy them between 5 and 25,000,
I'm not talking to you.
and he plays within those rules, it's obviously fine.
All I know is
I guess
that's not
like
the first time Mike's made
you know,
heads up hot this
he
weekend.
I like that.
I see what you're saying. I think it's close.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that the spirit of like TV poker should be to like try and buy in deep and like play some big pots and like
Just make it interesting for the fans, as opposed
Yeah.
to trying to like
Yeah.
maximize your own personal edge for your own
definitely.
advantage.
But if he wants to do that, that's fine. I mean, like, he got punished pretty hard for it with the King 4 off yesterday, which was amazing.
I don't know if he got punished as much as he punished himself.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Doug will give you credit there.
No, he'll say should have been at least 2,000.
They got you today too, huh?
I think you played that one well. I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay.
I would lie to you, but not about that.
Jeremy,
2,500, maybe 2,500, 3,000.
I'm looking forward to playing some big pots here, but I don't know how many big pots we're gonna play.
This would be this high.
This table is definitely playing. Ooh, no straddle from Jeremy. God,
It's a
tightening
shame
it up.
It's a shame I didn't.
Jeremy
bet
seems
the
to
5,000.
have a very like
That would have won the pot. I would
changing
have
attitude about
that much
straddles.
less.
Like he kind of just does it whenever he feels
Well, I
like
was
it.
almost
There was
Yeah.
a bunch of times yesterday where I'm like, okay,
I'll buy that here.
I'm gonna put in this 200 because I just know Jeremy's gonna put in 400, and he would just like disappoint me a bunch of times. And I'm just like the idiot sitting there with 200 in the straddle.
I mean, to be fair though, like
Jeremy showed so many of those yesterday.
the later straddles are actually not as bad as the earlier ones because, well, I guess they're about even because yeah, you put out more, but the thing is you're closer to being the only person in position.
Right. Yeah.
So you actually like you don't get punished as hard as you might think on those straddles. And
yeah, I played a hand with Sean where I was in that position, and he opened and I defended, and then I like snap checked, and he was like, "You're in position." I was like, "Oh yeah." Whoops. I was like, amazing.
Yeah.
D-Rob asked how I did yesterday. It was not a great day, buddy. I lost $20,000. But that's okay.
All right, so I got a tweet here from Are You Kidding Me 44 who says, actually just missed whatever. It would be nice if you could pay attention to the game and let the table talk come through at times. So I can't really promise the table talk because we're here for a reason, but we can definitely take a look at more of the action, and why not go ahead and start with right now. So we have an open ender here from Dintali. I think pretty clearly should take a shot here on the turn. He does not. And Deeb's got to feel pretty good about his hand now.
Check it.
9.
Winner.
Not a
I would have
9,
liked to see Kaufman take a
And
shot.
Mike didn't take a shot on the river either.
I would have liked to see Mike take a shot. I would have liked to maybe even see Deeb value at the river. I feel like this was kind of conservative across the board. I like how Richardson played his hand, actually.
How much do you think you can generalize from the way someone plays in a game like this to the way they'll play heads up? Like, I know you're doing the commentary for Mike and Kate's match tomorrow. I mean, this is the second time now that we've seen Mike not take a shot where he had a decent amount of equity on the board. Do you think that's going to translate into how he plays tomorrow? And because to me, that's the kind of thing, heads up, that is going to be a big problem if you're just not barreling nearly enough.
I agree with you. I think that, you know, I think we're going to have to see what happens, but the biggest mistake you can make in heads up is just being too passive and not bluffing, because then people don't have to call you when you bet because you're not bluffing enough.
And then you let them win.
And then you also let them
big pots
win
with
way
weak
too
shit
much.
on it.
So yeah, he's gonna have to put it. He's gonna have to put it in gear.
After he just gave that 5-minute speech how he doesn't slow roll his
Like
friends.
King 988. Nope.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that was a slow roll.
I don't think that
A classic joke. Hey Doug, have you considered calling your YouTube channel Polker?
And then he turned over 6.
Polker. Yeah.
And then there was about a
Very unique content coming out here. Mike comes in for a raise to 200 out of the hijack with 10-7 off.
I mean, that was clearly
straight to Steve.
That was clearly a
straight to the Steve bite.
Gets a call from Helmy.
I feel like this is something that you
Well, you're
see
gonna start
actually a
seeing
lot of
some
times.
in the next few minutes.
Oh, I like
Slow
this from
roll
Richardson.
again.
This is good. He squeezed ace-3 suit on the button. I can get behind Helmy's call with queen-9 suit.
What about this sizing, the 600?
I think it's fine. I think with a caller, I think that's okay.
Gotta loosen up the game.
I think if it was just heads up, it would be worse. But
Get him, Phil.
You wouldn't make it a little bit bigger? I feel like I would make it at least 7.
he's in position though.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's fine. I think you should definitely go a little smaller in position because you overrealize post flop.
Correct.
Ooh, we got a little action flop here. King 10-7, 2 diamonds. We've got what exactly happened here?
So I think Phil called pre, and then Phil just check called the flop.
Okay, I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind seeing a raise in the flop.
Instead, he leads a blank turn.
And Richardson should just jam turn here, I think.
Really?
I mean, Phil's pretty short, right?
Oh, yeah, Phil's very short. Wow.
Wait. Did Helmy just call? Oh my God. Did Helmy just call? I'm sorry, I didn't really see what
No,
happened.
Helmuth led the turn.
Ooh.
Yeah, Helmuth led the turn.
He's repping
And now he hit a 9.
nothing. Well, if he jams, he's going to win. But if he check, oh, he already checked. Okay.
Wow. He checked.
This hand, I actually, okay, so.
I like the way Richardson played this hand.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could say for Richardson is maybe he could consider a turn jam.
Right.
Because he's going to definitely have hands like ace-king, maybe king-queen, or aces that want to do that as well. Also, Helmy the Rebel. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Helmuth just like played the weirdest line ever and then just really
I
owned
am,
this hand.
I am just,
Hard.
I am
This is
floored.
staggering. It is one of the most frustrating experiences, though, when you play against someone who takes this weird line, has a hand with like very little equity, and then ends up winning a huge pot with like a card that doesn't even like really make their hand.
Well, I guess like maybe Helmy is thinking that if
Do you think Helmuth would have called all in? No chance on the turn.
Oh,
And
yeah,
instead he
you wanna
manages to
explain that?
double up like, that's a wild hand.
I think maybe what Hellmuth is thinking, and I don't want to get too carried away with what he might be thinking, but maybe he just feels like if Richardson had a strong hand, he would have jammed over the turn lead. And so when he calls, he's on some kind of draw.
Yeah, that's what makes him great.
I mean, even then, like...
So, and the draws include ace-jack and ace-queen and then diamonds.
Yeah. But, you know, even that's ambitious because his ace-queen or ace-jack really called turn.
Do you think that Phil thinks that Richardson's river jamming value range is also too narrow? That, like, maybe when that 9 comes, he's checking back hands like, I don't know, king-queen or ace-king? I mean...
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, I assume. I mean, he's kind of saying that. I mean, honestly, Hellmuth didn't even think that was that tough of a decision. He just called. So
he kind of like set his guy up.
I don't know. Like that was.
I said good call, well played right away. I gave a compliment first, and then I gave the needle.
Oh, you did. Okay.
So I'm glad I fold.
I like the needles. You can keep the needles coming.
Keep the needles coming.
They're gonna say it. They're gonna say it in the booth.
Early and often.
He can fold. Good fold. Paint.
Oh.
Paint.
I could beat that jack.
I had a bigger one.
Who made a fold? I don't know who they're talking about here.
Jack 4?
I think Kaufman's just talking about Sean folding, like not defending.
Made a good fold then.
Oh, I see.
Dougie
Yeah.
is yelling at me more. Why does he keep telling his cards? Too much information.
Yeah, because just raising the button means that you were dealt 2 cards. A lot of information that you were dealt, a premium holding there.
Exactly,
Filed
that's
it
what I'm
away in
saying.
my brain.
That's right. That's right.
You were able to develop this incredible dynamic with Jeremy yesterday. I was like, I understand that part of it was because he watched a bunch of your YouTube videos, and then another part of it was that you happened to get into a bunch of big pots together.
Yeah.
But I mean, the dynamic that you were able to develop with this guy effortlessly was like pretty unique. I mean, is that something that you think about when you're playing in games? Is that something you're focusing on or making an effort to do?
One thing that I feel like in poker, I've actually not done a lot of, like, I'm just not really like a schmoozing kind of guy.
Yeah, I have to say, I find the ingratiation of high stakes professionals to like the high stakes amateurs to be one of the most repulsive parts of the poker community.
I cannot stand it.
Yeah, I can't stand it either. Which is why I'm kind of bringing this up, because you did it while, and not to be dramatic about it, but kind of while still being authentic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess the thing for me is like, I just try to have fun, and I just try, like, whether you're a recreational player or a pro or whatever, I just try and like have a good conversation, and if someone wants to talk with me or chat, then I just try and be part of it because I enjoy it,
Yeah, and you're like that with extremely good players, with
definitely
with amateurs who both have and don't necessarily have a ton of money. Yeah, it's just the way you are.
So obviously, like, part of the way it developed like that was because he had just spent however long watching my videos.
Yeah.
And so that obviously creates a little bit of a different
he came up to me and the first thing he said was like, started talking about the fight. I mean, he like did a little bit of research, and he was excited to like talk about some of the things that he had learned, which is cool. It was I actually really appreciated his attitude originally in the game to like make it comfortable and make it fun.
I think that he's a cool guy. He's a character.
Yeah, he definitely seems like he doesn't. He's willing to cross a line wherever line we're talking about. He's willing to cross it. So I'm not. There were certain things yesterday that I was not a big fan of, but his general attitude.
There were a couple moments that, and I think I know what you're referring to. There were a couple moments that were definitely questionable.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I also find it difficult to deal with the idea that the person in his position is just like kind of willing to. It's just like given the ability to dictate terms. I don't like that at all.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I mean? It's like even yesterday, I think Sean was like, hey, you're the boss. Whatever you want to do, we'll just do. And I obviously get why it's like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is like kind of catering.
But it's tricky because if you don't do that, like
somebody else will.
It's tricky, man. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but it is definitely tricky.
And it's also just one of the things that in many, not completely distinguishes live from online, because some of that stuff does happen online at times, but it's just completely different.
It is very different because the scope of what people can decide. Oh, look who we got here. Unbelievable.
What's up, buddy?
We were just talking about you.
So surprised.
We were just talking about this guy over here.
We were
just talking about. Wait, hold on. But wait, how can you be there and here? Oh my God.
It's amazing. Do we have a headset for you?
Do we have an extra headset or?
So
Are you? Oh wait, here you have 7 deuce here. Oh, what a nit! What a nit!
What a net.
You guys should have played that. We should incorporate that a game, the 7 deuce game.
How far behind is the?
We're 30 minutes behind. Is there a good hand coming up?
You saw the runner flush when I had 2 pair. When he had
Yeah,
the
I saw
6
that.
diamonds.
We did see that.
You know what? I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Why don't you take my headset?
All right. Welcome. I don't want to give.
Hop on
away
in here.
anything.
Hop on over here.
I mean, gosh, I feel like the.
By the way, for those of you that don't know, Jeremy Kaufman, he's been playing in the game. You currently can see him at the table, and he's now here in the booth.
I've got a twin.
You have a twin.
We both suck at poker.
Well, we're going to find out how one is at commentary. So
Look, I feel like, I haven't been able to hear you, but I feel like you guys have been like, okay, that was unlucky, and that hand he played badly. And it was just hand after hand of, is it a bad play or unlucky? Right? Just a lot of both.
I think with the Queen 8, I think that you should probably check the flop. Because it's a good hand to check back and be able to play turns and rivers, be able to call bets.
So I did exactly the wrong. There was that one I did check.
No, you
I was thinking about different.
Ace,
Yeah. Okay.
So I like a flop check. I think that it plays better on the turn that way. But I mean, you barreled your way right into 2 pairs, so I mean, it worked out.
Yeah.
And then river, I mean, I think standard. I felt for a moment on the river, I was saying to Olivier, I felt like we were considering turning your hand into a bluff because the 4 diamonds got there. It looked like
I certainly was.
And I think if you had fired there,
he might have laid it down.
I don't know what he would have done with the 6. But it would have been an awkward situation for him for sure.
2,500, maybe $3,000. But I think, I mean, anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what a loser I look like on TV.
By the way, I have to say I'm not disappointed. It is what time? It's almost 5 o'clock here, and we were already on the whiskey grind.
Yeah. It was sitting behind me for a while, but I couldn't do it. It was just I was losing money too quickly. I realized probably not to
reel it back in.
Yeah, reel it back in.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm so happy that you get to see the terrible continuing play and luck that's coming up. It's just a replay of last night.
We're gonna find out. So we have.
All right. So what do we got? Look, the Queen 8 Deuce and Queen 8 Deuce.
How do you pronounce
they match.
His name? Buchalter?
Buchalter? No.
Buchalter? I mean, that's the first hand we've seen him play, I believe. Just bets the flop, takes it down, 4-way pot. He's been playing pretty tight, playing pretty snug.
Yeah.
Helmuth, by the way, that Queen 9 versus Ace 3 of Diamonds hand was nuts. That was nuts. And it didn't even seem that hard for Helmuth to call the river. He just, I guess, thought he was just good here. What do you think? What was going on there?
Yeah, I couldn't possibly piece together how that. It just made no sense.
Yeah, it did not seem to make too much sense. But you know what? That's why they have us here in the booth. You know, we can't hang with the big dogs out there on the table. We gotta be behind the scenes.
I would be
a
lot richer if I was in the booth.
How's your weekend going? How are you doing overall? Because you made a good comeback.
Oh yeah. So I don't want to give up what's coming, right? So at this point in your reality, I am call it down 5K for 10K for the whole trip.
Okay. So you're closing in.
Certainly.
Nice.
If this reality were actual reality, yes, that would be true. Closing in.
I'm
that reality.
I'm getting confused.
You're 30 minutes delayed.
Yeah,
right?
no, I see
so,
that. Yeah. So a big hand is coming, is what you're saying. All right, so here you come in for the 3-way with pocket fours.
Yeah, it's a standard.
Standard,
right?
And no one really has anything that good. Like you're unlikely to get. I'm sure you're going to be able to totally, in an unbiased way, compensate here. But
completely. I feel like I play this hand perfectly donkey.
All right, well, we're about to find out.
Super donkey.
Deeb looks like he might be considering a 4-bet. I think his hand's a little too weak to call, and he does.
Yes.
Wow, that is a monstrous 4-bet.
I considered a 5-bet, but then I realized that would be moronic, so I didn't do it. But I am not letting Deeb push me off this hand. because
Because you have a pair.
I have
and
a pair.
Pairs are tough to make
And look,
and hold them.
look, if I hit my set, we're going to get some action.
I just want to say for the fans.
That's a terrible, terrible reason. It's way too much. It's way too much. 1,700, I should have let it go.
You should let it go.
I would
But
say,
you know
as
what?
you
I'm rooting
say,
for you.
there's
I hope there's
like an
swap.
80%, 88% of the time you should fold it, and 12% of the time you should call. Action Jackson. So now Deeb's he's all over that flop, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Do I look excited?
No, you're in the zone, man. You look classic Jeremy, just lurking.
Beep, 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 beep.
So at this point, if I'm Deeb, I mean,
Yeah, put in a big bet, right? 2,100.
No,
just follow it up. Not big.
yeah, I like a little smaller. 'Cause
Yeah?
it's a board that.
Now let me just say the one thing I really like about this play is I didn't do it instantaneously. Thinking,
Yeah, you gotta tank.
Thinking.
You got to tank because then if you do have a tough decision, it's
No,
balanced.
wait. What should I do here?
I think you should call.
Well, I decided to call because I'm that good.
You actually,
I'm fucking that good.
You slow rolled me there. I thought you were about to say I'm gonna raise, and then delayed you actually call it. So I like this. You know why? Because if Deep has nothing, like he does.
Oh no. Now Deep's got some outs.
He's got
a few outs.
He's got a barrel.
Fans out there, what do you think's gonna happen?
I think Deep should barrel off here. I mean, even if
You think he should bet?
yeah, I mean, even if he bricks, his hand is such a good bluff candidate. Like,
Yeah.
if he bets has to fold,
Because I might have had like tens or something, and he could just be
Yeah.
taking it down with the
or
for
you,
the
you
ace.
guys are really deep. Like, you had a hand like ace 10, and he went bet. Ooh, this is really conservative from
Yeah,
Deep.
yeah. And then, of course,
And
hits.
it pays
and
off.
then, what do I do? Should I put in my small bet here? No, I didn't. I thought about it afterwards, but that would have been an interesting.
Why bet small? I mean, Deep doesn't have a straight here very much.
But in reality, D does have.
Well,
a straight.
in reality,
I
he
know.
has a straight 100% of the time. So that's actually a good counter.
Yeah. So I thought Deeb will right. He's unlikely to have the straight, and he'll bet at it, and then I'm gonna
my
check
God.
call. Deeb goes all in, and now
You probably have to call here. I think this is one of the best hands you can have.
look. I am good enough to fold. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think you're good
But I
enough to
do
fold.
think about it, and I really don't like it because it stinks. It smells to high L, right? The all in, the way that we've been playing with each other, and he knows
Yeah.
I like to call because I'm, terrible.
I actually think Deep should have bet the turn, because even though when you see that they have a set of fours, it's a pretty good check.
What's hilarious is other
But
than
the
a
thing
massive.
the thing is though, his hand makes a lot of sense because it has equity to improve to the nuts. He blocks us. I mean, straights aren't really a thing, so it doesn't really matter. But he's equity to improve to the nuts and no showdown value. So this should have been a situation where he went for 3 streets. When he does check back and the river is an 8, the problem for you is you can't really have many 5s. So a set is like one of the best hands that you can have.
And
so you have to call it.
And look, I've been weak the whole time, so I'm projecting all this weakness, and then he goes all in. If he's got the straight right and he wants to get some money off of it, all in, right? Yeah, when I said damn it, what I meant to say was nice hand, buddy.
Yeah, we don't like cursing like that. That was pretty bad.
What when I
said the D word.
I don't even know what the D word is. I did refer to him as a shitbag.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him.
Can you hear me when I'm talking to you all the time?
You're kind of in the background for me, but I can hear you sometimes. Yeah. Honestly, like my biggest problem with that hand
is that I lost 22,000. I'm saying whatever your biggest problem is, that's my biggest.
Clearly your biggest problem. Clearly.
Okay, but your biggest problem with the hand is
I think pre-flop was way too ambitious.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But the reason I
did
did
a
it,
suited like connected kind of hand.
It's not a good call. There's no question. It's not a good call. But I'm willing to go out a little bit over my skis with Sean because he's so hyper bluffy.
I mean I think we just I think we just saw an example of that not being true.
9-5.
He should have bluffed the turn.
No, I mean pre-flop. He's
Yeah,
doing
but
crazy stuff pre-flop.
Clearly,
so pocket
that's
fours,
definitely true.
right? So pocket fours, right? He's a better player than I am, but I still might be
But
able to
here's the
outplay
thing.
him. When the board comes out.
But here's the thing, though. You're super deep out of position versus a huge bet.
Yeah.
And even if he's bluffing you, like, it's a flip, man. Like, he had 9-5
Right,
suited, right?
right.
It's
It's a
basically
flip.
a flip. So,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
is
I
it-
agree.
is it
It's
the-
not
is it
good.
the spot? Yeah,
No,
I don't know.
I agree. I would say it's moderately bad, but I want his money so badly. I was
Fair.
willing to
Oh.
throw it in there.
It's good to get the deep money.
Yeah. Now the Deeb has my money.
The deep.
The Deeb has just under 50K.
You're really throwing Freddie Deeb under the bus here.
Yeah,
He's just the Deeb.
Right. Okay, not the Deeb. Let's call him Deeb 2.0. No, that makes it sound like he's better. How about Deeb Jr.?
Deeb Jr. I like it.
Kaufman.
We should just call him Junior.
Look, I
right,
at this
so
point realize
Deeb opens up King
I
Jack.
gotta stop
Dentale
playing.
makes it 150 or calls 150. Hellmuth calls 150. I don't mind either of their decisions. I wouldn't mind seeing a 3-bet from Hellmuth. I like the flat from Dentale. And I think in the small blind, what are you thinking here? Vegas and the Mirage?
So get rid of
Good.
it and
Discipline
get
layout.
my head back together.
You-
See,
yeah.
That's rubbing the temples.
You're getting
get
your
head back together.
in the game.
Yeah.
And I actually like the defend here in the big one with 9 deuce suited as well. I wasn't gonna start drinking until later today, but now I kind of want to drink.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man.
So one of the reasons, this is funny, why I'm not drinking at the table is because I feel like a buzzing in my hands from the sitting on the table, and then like they lose circulation. I'm like an old
But
man.
what does that have to do with drinking though?
So when I picked up the glass, my hand was shaking. I could not, right? And then I'm
Right.
like, that's
But maybe,
not
maybe
good.
they think you're drunk though. You could play off your. I think here's the problem. I think your image is too tight. I think players just think like this guy's just not willing to put it in. So a few drinks might give you a looser image, and then when you have your set next time,
Look, I
sack
think
'em.
this is as good advice as people can expect from you. Upswingpoker.com.
up top, Jeremy. Thank you. Up top. What's on that? Perfect. That's fine. Awesome. Thanks, man. All right.
All right, let's get back to the
Let's
action.
get back to the action. So Hellmuth bet 1,400 here.
Okay, this was a very, very interesting hand where Phil played like an absolute boss.
Terrible river from Dentale.
Absolute boss.
Terrible river.
Bets
Flush gets there, the straights get there, 10-9
bets
pairs.
the correct amount. Oh wait, no, way more than the correct amount, because there is no way. There's no way. No way. No way Dentale's calling.
Yeah,
It'd be terrible.
It would be better to have a spade. Obviously, it'd be better to have a queen.
Yeah.
Was it a 4-way flop? Yeah, he's got to let this go.
Yeah.
What does he beat? He beats
Air, which you
yeah,
know.
but it would have to be super airy air.
I mean, and he's
6-4.
not betting those, right? No, Phil is not. He's calling with air. He's not betting with air.
I think we have a pretty clear fold. Let's get a couple questions for Jeremy here in the chat, you guys. A couple questions for Jeremy. Anything you want to ask him? Let's go. We'll pick a few out.
So, are you telling me there's people watching us now? I thought we were just doing this for ourselves.
Yeah, there's people watching.
I was just here
Yeah.
to talk to you, and I like hearing you a little louder.
Yeah,
it
it's
sounds
better.
more godlike with the headphones on.
I always try to be godlike.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually. Did you know, Doug is God backwards? A little bit of you in it. Confirmed. Okay, so what do we got here? Jeremy, what and where do you usually play?
Bellagio, 10, 20, 25, 50, that kind of stuff. Maybe it's 10, 20, 40 these days.
A lot of people want to know what you do for a living.
Real estate.
Real estate.
I buy, build, and manage mostly office buildings.
He owns land, and it's good to own land.
How rich is Jeremy to keep getting stacked?
About tree fitty?
I would say, much like your answer, between 100,000 and 100 million.
Nice, solid.
Somewhere in there.
That's a good range.
On any day.
Yeah,
on any
good.
given day.
I'm actually also right in there. So in a way, technically we have the same net worth.
EJ Lev says, how rich are you that you can play these stakes while being a fish? So the answer to that, Lev, is richer than you.
Oh, snap! Back you pleb, back where you came from.
Jeremy, how much money did you lose on Black Friday? I'm not really invested in the markets. I do real estate. Real estate guys are generally all in real
I think
estate.
he might have meant what you had online.
Oh, Black Friday. I don't do
Yeah.
online.
Yeah,
Right, I
yeah.
forgot. That's how much I don't do online?
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I believe you.
Right, yeah. No way.
Hard to drink online.
Dougie Fresh, they're calling you Dougie Fresh. Or was
Yeah.
that was not me? That was not me?
We're enjoying the wreckage here. The wreckage.
Rich white guy jokes.
Oh.
Hey, that's racist. I am not white. Just because I look pale like this, that's racist.
I'm not going down this road. If you want to keep going down this road,
You're okay with it?
oh, you can, but
Yeah?
I
No?
am not. I am
Okay.
not going to be part of it. You're welcome to.
You
to go ahead.
racist, trolling fucks. Am I allowed to swear on this line?
I actually don't know, but you just did. So
Okay.
I guess
I'm gonna
so.
hold back. Are
Kaufman,
Jewish
are you-
poker players good?
You-
So
he knows how it works.
this is what I will say is it used to be Texans and Jews. Coming up 40 years, every final table was Texans and Jews. Today, you've got, Northern
Test.
Europeans,
Test.
all manner of people from lovely other countries.
I think my mic got quieter or something. Hello, testing.
I hear you perfect.
You hear me? Okay.
I hear you perfect.
Maybe not. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe it's fine. All right, go for it.
Yeah. Do
Texas-
the people out
Texans and
there?
Jews.
Do the people out there? Do they hear you?
A couple people were saying, but
Yeah. They're saying they don't want to hear you. Oh wait, no, they can read this, can't they?
they can hear you, and they also can read it. So really, the whole thing.
Do you find Kate Beckinsale hot? Is that really what we're going to be talking about? Okay. Yes, I do. Buchhalter and Kaufman, both Jews.
You know
I
where
can't speak-
Jeremy's at. He's at the table right now. Well, actually, he's not right now. He's
That's
not.
my
All right,
twin brother.
So you have your jacket suited here. You're bumping it up. We got Ace-9 suited for Bates. He goes for the. Wait.
It would be nice if
He
they could have the
folded?
correct. Yeah.
Hey,
correct
you can talk to
card.
them. They're right over there. You can let them know how you feel.
Yeah. I didn't say that.
You can let them know how you feel.
It would be nice if I got better cards. Can they do that for me? Who cares what I actually have? Just put different stuff over there.
Yeah, they should just give you whatever hand
Yeah,
you want,
quads.
and then you can stack people.
Quads.
That would be kind of a win for everybody.
So Deeb has a straight draw, and Deeb has middle pair. Sorry, and I've got the gutter ball. I thankfully choose to.
You should bluff here. You got a gutter.
Yeah, do it.
You got a gutter.
Make the face, and then I bluff. Yes, I do it.
We're also on Instagram Live, so if you want to say
Wow.
what's up, yeah, we're look at this,
Yeah.
guys. Instagram, what's up? We are currently streaming here on Twitch.
Hey guys, if you want to find me on Twitter or Instagram, I'm not there.
Noted.
But you can
Noted, guys.
Facebook, not there.
Also not there.
No,
Okay.
no.
Are you also not on Snapchat?
I hardly exist.
If you also don't want to follow him, you can not.
I have
follow him
an
on
email
Snapchat as
address.
well. Oh, nice.
and a cell phone.
It is 2017. He has a
Look,
cell
so
phone and an email address.
So amazingly, he had it and called, and then turns it into 2 pair. Now let's see where this goes. Right, the little check by Deeb means.
So what are you
I'm not
thinking here?
gonna
Are you
win.
thinking about firing it, or are you thinking about taking
Oh.
a showdown value?
Oh, I mean, I know he is calling. There is no way I am firing.
That's fair.
Yeah.
He's probably a little disappointed that it went like this.
Yeah, he is.
Deeb is hitting a lot of hands against you, man.
Did you notice
He's
that?
hitting a lot of hands.
Runner straight. Runner flush. 2 pair. I have 2 pair when he has runner flush. I
just-
have a set when he has runner straight.
It's just the way it works. Sometimes people get
No.
all that. You know what?
I'm
Actually,
only
just
supposed-
yesterday,
I'm
I
only
saw
supposed
this
to do
guy.
that to
I saw
you.
this guy. He kept having big pairs, and he just ran the whole table over. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
He was a douche.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Doug,
Also that
sorry.
hair. Oh. What's up with that? Oh God.
I like how Phil talks to me facing the other way. He's talking to Sean and
Maybe he's talking
me.
about you.
He is. Jeremy, how would you transition a skill set from being a professional poker player to enter the financial industry? Wow, that's a very good question. I would say give it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Dreams crushed.
Die.
Dreams
no, I'm
crushed.
just kidding. I think jobs in the financial industry for people who have analytical skills like good poker players do. It's a great idea. you know, the money that you can make in the financial industry, leveraging your brain to have large amounts of capital flowing through you is crazy, right? It's so much
Deeb
bigger.
has aces, by the way. We got aces for Deeb.
Deeb has
over here.
aces. I have 10 deuce of hearts. You know I got to play that hard.
I know. I know you're gonna play 10 deuce of hearts.
Jeremy Coffin, number book to read in real estate. Sorry, I don't know how to read. I really don't know.
You read that.
Damn, bluff called.
You just read that.
No, I've got a headphone
you just read
on.
a comment and then said, "I don't know how to read."
I've got a guy in India reading this shit for me.
Oh God. What are you drinking over here? Is this
What
bourbon?
package would you recommend on Upswing Poker for 510 low limit holder? Win the most expensive one.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yes.
Stopping by, of course. Doing the Lord's work.
Look, I joke a lot, but man, I could not stop watching those videos.
So we've got you're in there with 10 deuce.
Right.
Deeb's got aces.
Right. Deeb's
Helmy
got aces.
has ace jack.
He's betting it out.
So he's
right?
gonna bet, and Helmy's gonna lay it down, obviously.
He's thinking. He is thinking.
Oh,
he
man.
is thinking.
Oh man.
He is thinking.
I
Obviously, he's just wasting our time.
I'm a little confused here.
No, he's just wasting our time. You're not confused at all. Blah, blah, blah. Play with your chips. You're not going to do anything.
All right, Instagram.
Now let's talk about me.
We are currently on Twitch. You can head over to Poker Night TV if you want to check the stream out. I'm currently on it, so I'll see you there.
You know what? While Phil is thinking, let's use this time well to think about what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Because he's not going to do
so
anything.
You should. I think.
So I have 10 deuce. I've got a pair on the flop.
I actually think
right?
that.
Call or raise.
I actually, you know what? And people hate when I do this.
It's.
I think all your options have some merit.
Yeah, right.
I think folding
definitely has merit.
Out of the
Probably
question.
the most likely thing, because right now I've had my ass handed to me 6 waves from Sunday. I don't need to venture out.
That
with
has
Sean.
to be part of the strategy.
Yeah.
How owned are you getting? The more owned you're getting, the less more owned you want to get.
Now,
so that's just how you balance it out.
If Phil had called, my plan was Jam-a-rama. I was going to big raise
so
if Phil had called.
Here's my problem for you, though.
Terrible move.
Well, here's the problem.
Yeah.
You kind of got to know your image a little bit. And I don't think the guy currently drinking whiskey is the I'm going to fold aces to that guy kind of guy.
No, but remember,
you weren't doing it there.
I don't know that he has aces. Remember, this is how you think about
right,
hands.
Of course.
What should he have?
Course.
Not aces.
Okay, so I think this is an interesting turn for Deeb.
Yeah. So I totally can get him off the hand
against
here.
a traditional opponent, you probably check, but against you, you're pretty loose. So maybe you just go for the bet and try and get you to call. You know?
Yeah, but
both make sense to me. I think.
Right, they both make sense, and he's hoping if he checks that I'm going to bluff at it, which certainly
kind of makes
crossed
sense.
my
yeah,
mind.
I think it makes sense.
Certainly crossed, because what else am I calling with? Blah blah blah, and then he's gonna, right? So
of course, because of blah blah blah.
Right, but I realize, no. Deeb is trying to set a trap for me. I'm not gonna jump into it.
And he would 100%.
Damn, if I had played the 7 deuce, I'd totally have him here. Deeb Jr. checks like a pussy.
Classic Deeb. I think he should bet the river or go for some value.
I disagree. No, you know why I don't disagree? Because when I check the turn, I am not often stabbing stupidly at the river because I have such a loose image. I'm not going to get that call. With third pair is going to call me. Right?
Maybe.
I might. I mean, if
but
he's got no pair.
You don't want to give too many assumptions about your opponents because you want to just play a good strategy and not worry, not worry too much.
Oh God, that would be true if my strategy was good enough to be close to good strategy.
Fair. I see what you're saying.
My winning is going to come from
your reads.
Variance,
reads.
Variance
and reads.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole concept.
That's actually kind of amazing because
I recognize
it is true.
that when you
so you're just like, look, I'm just here for the variance and the reads.
Yeah. Look, I try to play well within a manner of playing that's loose, crazy. You can never put me on a hand.
That's good.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Shit, last night, 35 grand after dinner. That was a good dessert, right? But,
I thought so.
I'm doing low carb.
Anyway,
now, so
Olivier is back here.
Oh, please.
And
guys, I'm sorry I couldn't get to all the rest of your stupid questions. Some of them are really terrible. Stick
Jeremy
with
Kaufman,
good
everybody.
questions. Are you kidding me? We don't need to be mean, right? Do you hate the show? No. Oh,
no.
It says, do you hate the slow
All right, well,
rolls?
good luck getting back to even. I think you
Okay,
got
wait.
this.
Hold on a second. Do you hate the slow rolls? I love the slow rolls. I'm getting back out there, and you're going to see some massive slow rolls.
Please epically slow roll somebody for me.
Oh, it's
They
deep.
will go nuts.
It's deep.
They will go nuts.
It's deep.
All right.
Hashtag save Kaufman.
yeah.
I need it. Thank you. It's not going to be a good quality play.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Wow. How about somebody else come and play my money for me? That's, I think, my highest
I think the table would be pretty upset if I jumped in there for you. All right. Welcome back. As always,
What's up, guys?
As always, Jeremy is a character.
Yeah.
Had some good moments there. Yeah. We luckily we cut him off when he was trying to talk about Texans.
Does Steve have aces again?
Texas and Jews. He has aces again.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. It's like Kane's at the table right now.
Yeah, you were giving him a hard time.
Oh man. Yeah, Jeremy he's a good guy though. Like, you know, I make fun of him a little bit, but like he's a good dude. Like it's all good in the hood. All right, so Bates is gonna have to flat here with Jack 10 suited, but I mean, he's so shallow though.
How deep is he? Oh man, he's
4,000.
pretty shallow.
But I think he still has to take a flop.
He's definitely folding, right? With
Yeah,
his
he
table
does
talk?
this thing with the cards where he moves them a little bit.
That's a big percentage of his stack.
Oh, is he all in actually?
No, Sean, I think, put the big chips out to say, if you jam, this is my call, like pre-call. Just letting him, I don't know why he did that, but, you know.
Okay, so live poker is happening.
Right. This is such a big 3-bet considering the size of his stack.
Yeah, I think he should have made it smaller.
Like 8 or 900? I mean, isn't he essentially playing 40 big blinds? Isn't there a straddle in this hand?
Yeah, he is playing 40 big blinds.
I mean, he probably could have made it. Oh, he's probably could have made it 800.
Yeah, he should have gone smaller. But here we are.
And he already said that he can't call, which he clearly can, even with.
Well, the thing, I mean, he obviously can call, but I think he's going by the logic of like it's so much of his stack that. I mean, this is common logic. A lot of people.
Yeah, no,
actually,
you do see this.
A lot of people get mad at me when I don't agree with that style of play. But a lot of people feel like if you're going to put like a bunch of your chips in, you have to be like willing to go the distance, which is obviously not true. You have to look at instances individually. But I mean, it's like an okay laydown given like how big it is and how much of his stack or how much stack he has left behind. So yeah, I think Deep should have gone for a little bit of a smaller re-raise. Terang 15. Doug or any other player slow rolls Deep today on stream. I will make a mission to get 20 subs for Upswing. All right, well, let's hope we got some slow rolls, Terang. Pull those strings. Get everyone together here. The King of Denmark. Where is Dan Pork? Good question. Oh, wait, are we still? Oh, this is camera. Wait, were we still live the whole time? Oh, shit. We were live on Instagram that whole time, I think. But whatevs. All right. Okay. The real Bob Roster. If I Doug when you need to be back on Twitch, I am planning on doing some streaming in late March after I get back from this trip. I'll do a couple streams. Also, we have a flop here, guys. We have an action flop. Got top 2 for Deep and an open ender for Richardson. I think bet call flop. Ooh,
it's a good card for Sean.
Yes.
So now, if you're Sean, do you ever check this hand back?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you want to bet too many hands here at all. It's a great card for your opponent. By checking hands back like this, you can develop a raise range on the river, working some bluffs to that, and
if you are going to bet like your super strong hands like this, what hands are you choosing to bluff with?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of good candidates. Queen 10, 10-9, backdoor hearts. By the way, I feel like my sound has changed or something. Like everything sounds I don't know. Like it sounds like more quiet. I don't know. Maybe you can take it. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but it like definitely. Also, do you have that like clicking sound in your?
No.
What's up?
The clicking is somewhere else down the line.
So we can't do anything about that then. Okay. All right. No worries. As long as everyone can hear me, I guess it's cool. Confirm mic is muted, Bob Ross. The real Bob Ross verified. All right, so now Jeremy is gone from the game because he's here. So in our current reality, there's no Jeremy, and earlier we had 2. Very large downswing in amount of Jeremy going on. Deeb has to be up around 25,000, 30,000. I think.
Did he play a
for
big
sure.
hand while I was away?
He stacked Jeremy.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he
Okay.
hit a straight against a set in a 4-bet pot.
In a 4-bet pot.
In a 4-bet pot, that actually happened.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
What
actually,
hand did he have?
He had 9-5 suited and 4-bet, 4-bet Jeremy. Jeremy called with 4s, Ace 7-4. Jeremy check called, turn 6.
Check.
Check, and then deep check back, which is kind of weird. And then river 8. Jeremy checked and deep jammed. So
And he just like snapped.
I mean,
super excited.
he didn't snap super excited. He realized he might be beat.
Okay. That's a big jam, yeah.
Yeah, it was an overbet. I don't exactly know what the exact size was, but with a set there, obviously you're calling, so it's kind of whatever. In totally unrelated news, Bitcoin tanked massively today.
Why?
In price, it got absolutely wrecked. I don't know how much I lost today, but
Is there what happened to make it go down?
man, I'm actually probably down a lot in the last 24 hours, even though I won. Well, that's fun. I think there was something with Bitcoin having to fork. I'm not really up to date on the Bitcoin. I'm sure someone in the chat knows. Swings, guys. Basically, swings are happening. Deep talking about daughters in high school. A family man now. 2 kids. We're all getting old.
None of us are getting younger.
We are continuing the Bankroll Challenge in late March. Going to hopefully finish it by 2026.
Helmuth making a move here with 8-6 suited.
Helmuth, he likes to make the moves. I don't really mind.
Have you ever 3-bet with 8-6 suited?
I don't really mind this. This looks familiar, actually, now that I'm thinking about this. 8-6 of clubs on the button. He picked that one up from me.
It's like Helmuth's been doing some.
Luckily, no one had jacks. Oh, boy. I didn't realize how similar me and Helmuth play. We actually have a lot of the same moves. If someone were to ask whether you are addicted to gambling, how would you respond? Well, I would put it like this. It would be like asking a professional basketball player if he was addicted to basketball.
That seems like a terrible analogy.
For me? For you?
For anybody.
For a pro player? How is that a bad analogy?
Well, because there's no inherent elements to basketball that are related to gambling or related to addiction. Like there's a real thing of people gambling and being addicted to it. There's a real thing of people playing video games and being addicted to it.
But not for professionals like us.
Come on.
I mean, maybe I speak.
I think addiction plays a large role in the professional poker community, generally speaking.
But they're asking us, me and you.
No, I wasn't saying for you. I was saying your analogy to basketball was not particularly.
I think that for me it's similar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Except level of fitness a little different. Look, honestly, I don't even play that much poker these days. I've played this. I played live at the bike. I play the occasional high roller tournament. Every now and then I drop by and play a little bit at the Bellagio the Aria, but I guess I just don't look at it like that. I'm just a professional poker player who tries to play games and win money, and I guess my main point is this: when you're a professional player, poker player, you're doing it because it's your job. So it's a weird question to answer. Are you addicted? It's like, am I addicted to having a job? I don't really think of it like that.
Yeah, I think the dynamics within the professional community are much more complex and intertwined than that. I also think addiction itself is something that applies to a relatively small percentage of the population, but can apply in a bunch of different things, right? So there's like a bunch of people try the same drug, a small percentage are like going to get addicted, and a whole bunch of people are not, regardless of like the chemical composition of the drug itself. I think the same thing is likely true in gambling, but I think you underestimate a little bit how some people might be, how their relationship with the game of poker or with gambling in general, and how that spills into poker. I'm assuming you never sit at a blackjack table.
No, I mean maybe a couple times.
But have you ever like walked out of a poker room and walked through a casino and seen poker players that you know sitting at blackjack tables?
No, but I've heard about it.
No? Oh my God! We don't play that many tournaments.
Here's the thing, though.
I see that all the time, constantly.
If the question was, do poker players suffer from that? I would say yes. If the question is, Doug, are you addicted to poker? I would say no for the reason that I listed.
Okay, but don't you think that there are people who struggle with addiction who are in the poker world, and that likely those same people and their struggles with addiction spill over into their experience with poker?
For sure. I would absolutely agree with that. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So we got a straddle here from Mike under the gun. Buchalter, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Do you know how? Buchalter?
I think that sounds right.
Okay. So he raises it up. He's been playing pretty snug. Definitely the tightest player at the table, I think. And Dentale defensively going with 9-7. And we got a situation where Mike, if he wants to win this pot, could win it. He's going to have to just bet here, picks up a double gutter. I like this bet. I would prefer to flop bet, but I think this is definitely a good candidate for a turn bet, with the double gutter. And, Buchalter should be calling here. A pair of fours is going to be definitely a hand strong enough to be in the range you want to call with. And he has, like, relatively good removal against his opponent's range. So, river deuce, I think we have a pretty clear bluff spot for Mike. He can represent a bunch of hands. It's very unlikely Buchalter has a straight here.
How thin would you go for value here if you're Mike? Would you bet like Queen 10 here?
I don't really see any reason to not bet a 10, really.
Jeremy
I mean,
bluffing, so
if you lose, you lose to like fives. That's kind of it.
5-4 suited, 6-5 suited?
Ooh. 6 times suited might bet turn. 5, and then, by the way, he raised out of the small blind. Yeah. So, like, I don't know, and he's like one of the tighter players. I don't know how likely that those hands really are, how likely to have those hands. So I'm not really imagining my opponent has a 5 much at all. I imagine they're more likely to have either like a strong ace high, or maybe a hand like ace 4 suited, ace 6 suited, ace 3 suited. So I think it's a great spot to value bet 10, and I think that this was a good usage of a delay bet and barrel from Mike here.
And what do you think of Buchalter's fold?
But then I said,
I mean, he doesn't have a club.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a 6 or a
generally
a
speaking,
7 or an 8 or a 9.
Generally speaking, pair plus ace hands tend to be some of the best bluff catchers because they don't have a card in them that blocks the bluffs.
Yep.
And they always have at least one card that blocks value.
Right.
So,
and in this case, ace 10.
Yeah, so like it could be reasonable on the river there to fold a hand like,
sevens?
Yeah, sevens is a great example. It could be reasonable to fold a hand like sevens, yet call a hand like ace 4.
I think that's something that even professionals really struggle with, that concept. I think a lot of professionals are essentially going down their list of hands and picking the stronger hands to call with or raise with, and the weaker hands to fold, and not thinking as much about card removal.
Which is a good place to start, by the way. Oh, we have a set here for Bates. We got a gutter ball for Buchalter.
And Dentale has a pair.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end up being too relevant.
Well, let's see if he hits something on the turn.
A queen or a 4 is going to be a disaster for Mike here. People are getting annoyed. The antiquity, damn Doug, too much strat. Sorry for all the strat, guys. Sorry, I'll get back to this. So someone has a pair and someone else has 3 of a kind. Is that better?
I took 5. Plus 5. I got a really good line early. I think 3, 2.5.
How much is deep in for? I believe 25,000.
How much time?
We are going to see a bet here from Bates and a fold from Mike, I believe. Unless he just bets real small, but... It's an interesting board. There are a lot of hands that you could choose to bluff with here. You know, King Jack, King 10, Jack 10, all hands that certainly could bet the flop, continue betting the turn.
But there's since there's so many potential hands, you could easily start to bluff way too much, right?
Yeah, that's certainly true. On a four-way flop, you're going to want to be particularly careful. But I think that means that a queen in the turn here for Mike is a hand you're just going to have to let go. It's really important to think about how many players reach the flop. Shout out to TE, the G726. Doug, you the man. Thanks, man. Dentale versus Bousquet, good MMA match. I don't think Dentale does too much MMA. And I think that Dentale doesn't want to fold here, but I think he's going to find it. And then that's a good laydown. You know, weakest queen, four-way flop. On the turn here, you got to let go of some of those queens. And
Mike seems to also be a bit dramatic
easy to
about how
bluff
difficult
Mrs.
it is to fold hands at times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
he's trying to get his opponents
Like, you're
not to
not
bluff
setting
him by
yourself up
making
ready
the
for
experience
tomorrow,
like less pleasant for them.
I can understand that,
Okay,
but
by the way,
as someone that
you're not
also
watching
really
this,
hates folding,
but she's
Okay.
gonna run your ass.
You're sympathetic. You're sympathetic with his.
Because if you fold, he's going to lose 100% of the time, right? So,
That's true. That's true.
I mean, mathematically,
It's hard to win when you fold.
It's
Everybody
just
can win it.
painful. It's just painful. Alfred, yo, Doug, do you still think Olivier gets carried away when talking about politics on Twitter? How much politics do you talk about on Twitter these days?
Basically none.
Yeah, I didn't think you did too much.
Yeah, I stopped.
Wow,
I found
Nova,
Twitter to be
Wisconsin
a
tied.
terrible medium in which to exchange most ideas, especially political ones. So
You do some white knighting, though, I have to say.
Whiskey scored 7 on
I do a little bit of white knighting.
You white knight a little bit on Twitter. I've been part of it, and I have been the butt of the white knighting like a couple of times I can remember.
Yeah, but that's in the last year and a
Yeah,
half, maybe.
no, I'm not saying you do it very often. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah.
I've seen a couple moments like
Well,
that.
one thing I find is that a lot of people pick like weak people to go after when they're in their little Twitter wars. I try to find people I respect.
Oh, thank you.
To try to go after, not go after, but
I
just
feel
to make
so
points of. You know
so
what I
much
mean?
better now.
Yeah.
Doug, I only picked on you because you matter.
I didn't pick on you. You said that that you seemed to imply that you thought there were a number of elite men in the poker world, which I just don't think is true at all.
Wisconsin's like a,
I think there's a pretty low ceiling
So-
to the quality of
wait.
intellect in the poker
To
scene.
clarify for the
They're not,
viewers,
they're playing
the
one
discussion
to
that
one seed.
was being
versus
had
one.
on Twitter
Yeah.
was, why are all of the top poker players
Overtime,
men?
9.5.
And the first and most obvious answer is
Listen, that's why
because
they play the game.
there are
I
just
was not
way more
expecting
men
was-
than
I
women.
mean, I'm
Right.
Wisconsin
But even
fan, but
past
I was
that,
not expecting.
there still are 3 to 5% of the people that play poker
That's
that
why
are
the
women,
game
maybe
is
even
played.
more. It's in that range. Yet they are notoriously absent from really, the top tier, kind of across the board. Why is that? And I wasn't trying to say that Kate Hall or Vanessa Selps weren't elite, women. I think they are. Like, they've done a lot. Like, their educational background's impressive. But what I was trying to say, I wasn't trying to say as much in terms of just education. I meant if you're a really hardworking, smart person that's going to try and get somewhere in your life, I feel like for men, it's more acceptable to work in areas that are considered to be a little more gray.
Yeah, I've
like
heard you make this
poker,
argument. I don't buy it.
Than women. You don't buy it.
No, I don't buy it. I don't. I also think that you're just going to see a part of that explanation just come from the greater variability in male gender. Like, you're going to see a disproportionate number of men within
boys.
3 standard deviations of the average IQ
I
on
saw that
both
argument.
sides.
I saw that. That's a good argument.
And I also think that, generally speaking, women are just less competitive.
Mike is ready.
You see that in a number.
Wow, I can't believe you would say that.
Well, I think you see that in a number of studies that have been done of childhood men and women in the way
Let's just jump into this
they
hand
play
though.
games.
So we have ace of clubs here for Helmuth. Definitely a reasonable spot to take a stab, not flush draw. Deep with second pair on a gutter. I think we could see a little bit of action here, and Helmuth is gonna go for it. And I like this. I tuned out a little bit for pre-flop, but given pot size and his hand, this makes a lot of sense.
You like Helmuth's bet on the flop after 3-betting pre?
I mean, yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, So he has good removal, right? His opponent's not going to have the nut flush draw. He can't check call.
Okay.
I don't feel like, I'm not saying that it's amazing, but I also don't think it's bad. I think it's.
But
I
you
think it's
rarely
reasonable.
get to this spot because you don't 3-bet this hand free.
Probably not.
right,
There's
okay.
a cutoff open.
Okay.
But
So let's say you had ace of clubs,
So-
10 of spades. This would be a great spot to continue
yeah,
firing.
yeah, definitely. What I will say is, using an ace in your 3-bet range out of the small blind is a good play for sure. But you have so many better ones to choose from. I'd prefer over ace deuce.
It's right on. It's on behind
But if you did 3-bet it,
right over that slot machine in the room.
this line's actually like okay, I think. As long as as long as he jams the river,
I mean,
we're on the same page. Because this hand is very good to jam the river. But I don't know if he's gonna get deep off a flop top pair. I mean that. Man, this is actually an interesting spot. If Hellmuth jams here,
Do you think?
I think he's gonna win.
I'm all in.
He's all in.
Wow.
I like
Strong
this
played
play.
hand by Phil, yeah.
I like this play. Honestly, this is not an easy spot for deep. And like Hellmuth's selection of hands, given the loose 3-bet preflop, is good.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the best bluff candidates. So I like this.
And you see this from Phil, I think, quite a bit. Like, he might not have the same fundamental like background,
Yeah.
but he still kind of intuits some overlap with like high-level strategy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like
probably
this.
The solo that I haven't called on.
I like this. I think that the board pair is bad for Phil because I think the board pair is bad for Phil, and Phil's probably hoping he's like getting slow rolled right
Sean's
now.
like merging his this
Yeah.
range of
Yeah.
He's got like a legit tough decision,
I
like
think
pretending that he could be slow rolling.
I bet you Hellmuth 10% thinks he's getting slow rolled right now because Diva has done this as a slow roll so much.
Definitely.
But anyway, so this River Jack I think is not a great card because let's say you
Not
had,
a great card for.
for Phil because let's say you had kings.
You might be afraid that your opponent had a hand like Jack 10.
Yeah, you might want to check here. You know, you might consider it. Jack 10, Jack 8 suited, maybe like Ace Jack of spades, King Jack of spades. You know, obviously 10 8 suited, obviously flushes, obviously a few sets. So that means that this bet is a little more polarized. And with D getting the calling chips out,
Wow.
he jumps in there for the comment.
Can't do that.
Wow. Do you think Phil might have made a mistake there to speak to say something to Sean?
I wasn't worried about a jack. I don't have any jacks at that.
I don't think Sean is the right person to start engaging with, even if you're Phil and think that you can manipulate the situation.
I just don't do this.
I know you don't, but people do.
I know they do, but I don't believe in myself enough to be, you know what I'm saying, to get what I want. Like I just don't play this game. Cuz if you mess up,
But again, if you're Sean and you're
This is a
playing
great
this
spot.
and you're playing this game within the context of this being a close spot,
yeah.
then you can make some real differences, right? I mean, if Sean's thinking with King 3 or something.
Oh, they want to hear the table talk, so let's just let it go for a second here.
I really wish Matt was a good bluffer, and when he said I wasn't slow rolling, I was slow rolling, and then he wouldn't even see it coming.
I would have said that too if you're slow.
Really?
Yeah.
You seemed too genuine the way you said it.
I did it to him once in open base.
Oh no, I remember that in Jacksonville. You got it, it's there. What the fuck, man? That was one of the greatest things I've ever done. You might even have like the 9-5 of clubs. I mean, you're in that mode right now.
I don't have 9-5 of clubs. I don't have a 9.
But I do.
Heads Up Pro says Phil interrupted while D showed
Sorry, guys.
he was going to call. Clear sign of
Getting
weakness.
bluffed
Agree with
by
that.
Phil on TV.
I think that was a pretty clear sign of weakness.
I also think, generally speaking, when people talk about the hands that they don't
I
have,
know Doug is braiding
they're
me that
more often
GTO
bluffing.
says to call, but still, I'm going all in on the river.
I actually don't know what quote GTO is here. It's close. I think 9-8's close. I actually think this is close. I think
You
You got it, Phil. Nice
Wow.
Oh, got him.
Oh, that would have been awesome if Phil showed the deuce of spades.
That would have been
That
amazing.
would have been great.
That was the moment right there.
Wow. I think we just witnessed the greatest in action.
Stand up.
Give credit where it's due. Very
That was
nice
good.
hand,
I think I like how you played it post flop.
I would call 3K.
To be fair to Deeb though, like I think that spot was really close. By the way, guys, in the chat, we're gonna generally be talking because like we didn't get to play today because we were here to talk, so we're gonna be talking. But if it's a spot like that, we'll try and be respectful that
Yeah,
you want to
totally.
hear some of it.
Yeah.
So, but just bear with us because like. I mean, we have to sit underneath the stairs right now. Like we're like
We're literally so close to this amazing
like-
game that
like,
we cannot play.
If I go like this, I could hit my head on a stair, okay? And like the game is like 100 feet away and we can't play. So if we just sit here and watch, it's just too boring. So just bear with us, all right? We'll try and be respectful though. Anyway, what do you think about that spot for Deeb, Olivier? Because I actually think it's a tough spot.
If I had a flush, it was.
I mean, yeah, it seems close theoretically without knowing as much theory as like you. But I don't see Phil 3-bet like bet jamming. I haven't seen him take that line very often in a lot of the televised poker that I've seen, like with thin value. I think he does a lot of checking with one pair hands.
Yeah, because that run out is kind of scary to try and
It's not the
dive.
best run out ever, you know?
Yeah.
Listen, I thought for sure he was going to stand up.
I don't know.
7 deuce.
I also haven't seen Phil like run a lot of intricate like multi-street bluffs either.
That was the time to do
I mean,
it.
he's kind of saying, I actually think he's basically saying that he has either 10-8 suited, a flush,
What you had?
or a bluff. I don't think, I mean,
Wow, really?
I thought he was slow
I mean, it seems pretty polarized, right? I mean, how many blinds
You don't
deep
think you
were
could
there?
have just like aces
I
or
am.
kings?
I'm going to change when I get back to the hotel, but it won't be.
I
till
mean,
later.
160 blinds, right?
Wisconsin's up 1 point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
with a
That
foul.
seems really thin to me.
How would you have played aces?
Well, they can service it, but they just can't touch the.
That way.
With a club, with a club, I probably.
It's gonna
Having a
blow
good
up.
night.
It's
You can't
gonna blow up
accommodate
all
me,
my
then you
brackets.
Damn, lots of
accommodate
actually
me, but
lots
I
of
need
reasonable
to,
options, dude.
I
I
won't be able to
actually
be
think
back
the
till
aces is the
later
kind of
tonight.
hand
Badger fans.
where
I'm playing
you
in the
generally get to
poker
kind of
event
play.
over
If you
now.
want to play your opponent with a hand, this is a piece of advice for you guys. If you want to play your opponent, like you want to like go based on how you think that they play post flop, and you want to just like go with your reads, aces is the hand to do it with, because you sacrifice the least by trapping and not getting a bet, because you play well across turns.
It's on TV, right?
So I think with aces,
Oh yeah, that won't
I think that checking the flop could be fine against aggressive opponents.
So this is opposed to a hand like queens
Exactly.
because you give up the possibility of a king or ace
Exactly.
turning and
which
you
is much
losing.
worse for you.
Right.
So I think that I generally lean towards flop bet, but I think
Well,
a
that's
small
why
amount of
they-
checking
oh,
makes
maybe.
sense, maybe particularly with a club.
Are they shooting free throws?
I think you could go bet,
They're
check,
shooting free
call,
throws out?
turn with a club. I'm not a big fan of bet, check, call without a club. I think if you're going to have aces and bet the flop,
They're in the
I kind of
huddle
like
right
bet, check. With my logic being that
Bet, back, check, call.
With how many times?
bet,
30?
check, fold. Yeah, I'm okay with it, I think. It sucks, but like there are a lot of hands that beat you. It kind of depends what you think your opponent's
on
doing.
One free throw either way, and I'm
But-
golden. I'm middle of the game.
I don't mind checking
Yeah.
at some point with aces. I think
they're gonna get
bet
the last
jam
drop
is just so
at
thin. Because like Deep can have Jack
Yeah.
10 suited, or Jack 8 suited, or a flush,
dump?
lots of flush
It was.
combos, or
It
10 8
went.
suited, or a set.
How much time?
So he probably doesn't have to call
And
a
who's the-
9,
oh, no.
to be honest with you. He probably was okay letting that go.
Badgers is
So I think that was actually pretty well played from both people.
Oh, God. Sean just went to the booth now, too. Yeah. With,
Kyle Wheeler got banned from the Twitch
it
stream
hasn't.
because he said Sean Deeb has a punchable
It's
face.
going to go on for 15 minutes.
He should not have been banned for that. I mean, he's just right. Just kidding, Sean. Just kidding.
Matt, where did Sean go?
To the booth.
Matt, did he
Sean
go to the booth?
confirmed did not go to the booth. Booth.
100%.
Matt, did he go to the booth? Did Sean go to the booth? He's not going to be happy.
Good job.
Tommy, I'm gonna crush you. Bro.
Helmuth, by the way,
Not much.
It's all right.
Helmuth is just gloating.
I'm letting you know right
Like
now.
he's just so happy that bluff got through.
Listen.
Couldn't beat it.
That was a good bet.
Are we taking a break here?
Can't really.
Just doing a little casual gloating. The game is currently on hold.
Bro, for 5 minutes, my neck is. What?
Sean, you and I always tell each other what we had. I will tell you. I was trying
All
to.
right,
wait
and the
for
cards
Sean,
are back in the air.
But I'll tell you, you told me what you had.
Where-
so
where-
it's only fair we tell each other.
Okay. I had 98 of diamonds.
I was bluffing, sure.
God damn it.
But I don't, and I was scared to look back whether I had the ace of clubs or the deuce of clubs.
Oh,
So I never looked back
I'm liking
and
this
said,
bluff less.
My instincts say to call there.
I had ace two.
Phil, don't do this to me.
But one of them was a bluff.
Oh, we're like, this is a great play. He's got the ace. Perfect. And he's like, I forgot if I had the ace or not. Oh,
My
boy.
intent was not to try to bluff you. though.
Dentale opening with
My intent
7-5
was to try to
off
call
here.
you down.
Loose.
So what's that? A double strap?
And this is going to go 3-bet fold, I think.
Do they score?
Looks that way.
Seems like a
anyway.
safe prediction.
They just inbounded. I know, it's a replay. Foul.
No, it's Badger's ball.
No. No. I think Nova's shooting too. Oh no, Wisconsin shooting.
So Jeremy, Doug gave you good
Did-
coaching advice, I heard.
Okay, so this is really ambitious.
Who's shooting, Phil?
He probably thinks that. Don't worry. I don't play the way. Me and Doug play very
that
different
far.
style.
That's true.
Well, I assume Badgers are up.
He probably thought he liked your call. He probably.
He called this out of position
No,
too.
he didn't.
So if he
You
makes
say
this
it's the
one,
best
it's
hand
over.
you have there. You have to call.
No, he's in position. And
I got this one, Mike.
Did he make it or not?
and Mike has a hand
They're up by
he
one.
laid down.
They did enough there.
Do they need us? Or I mean,
Look, he's out of position.
Wisconsin's up by two.
so what's wrong with the graphic?
I'm so mad because I went to Matt and I said I got this good idea because they have it up there
What?
on the screen right
I don't know.
there.
I just saw him
And
check
I said,
on the flop
I want
and
to
the
pull
turn.
Jeremy over there and go through the hand. This is
Well,
what
I don't know what the
format
positions
you.
are in this
Is where
hand.
you flop the set.
And
I
I
flop
also,
the high,
do we
and
have
this
the
is where
right
I
hand?
had
Maybe
to
we
go
don't have the
over.
right hand.
Did the RFID pick this up correctly?
So
It looks like it did,
I'll sign it. One
back
sec.
there.
because that would be a bold float out of position here.
So my wife was making a Twitch account to yell at you saying I miss you and you need to get back at the table for our kids.
Well, with our limited information of what is happening in this hand, I think Bates has a turn bet. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like he bet pretty small though.
Yeah. This
Bet
is a-
600 again.
This is a bit too small. I should go a little bigger here in Jam River.
Oh no.
And assuming that was actually 7-5, that was a pretty spewy hand.
Whiskey wins.
So,
I'm glad to have Jeremy back at the table, though. I can say that for sure.
wearing a little too much, so
Stay in school says, Doug, what if he had a read? Good point. Take back everything I said.
I feel like our game played quite a bit bigger yesterday than this one.
It did. There was a lot of straddling.
A lot of straddling.
A lot of straddling. Stacks were deeper. This was supposed to be 5,100 today, by the way.
By three,
Really?
right?
Yeah, it was supposed to.
Badgers won by 3.
But everyone was like, no, not rich enough.
Yeah.
Too poor. Got to win 25-50.
Almost everybody.
Every bracket.
bracket.
Except Jeremy. Jeremy's in for the 25 and probably can afford to win 5,100.
So you get a win-win no matter.
Good job, Wisconsin Badgers.
the Twitterverse.
Where's the camera?
I know Tarad Lou. Yo, Doug in the house. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream today.
Well, don't leave the hand here in case he gets here.
The Twitterverse is mean.
Mikey GM1. Doug Polk is the greatest poker player alive. Cheers, man. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, Olivier. One man's opinion.
Hey, it's two man's opinions.
Oh.
Doug, do you ever use live reads? Like ever? Is that like a thing?
So, I
I heard a well-respected young up-and-coming poker player say that they think live reads are the next frontier in poker development because everyone's using such similar strategies.
I actually think that live reads definitely exist, and that there is a skill set on picking up with them.
Okay.
That
and presumably on reducing your own giveaways.
Well, that I think is like, I don't know. I feel like once you played enough and you get in like the zone and you know you're always going to do the same things over and over again, I think you can do a pretty good job of minimizing that. Like, you know, when I play a hand, I just stare at the board, just like, you know, get in the zone or whatever.
You know, these people want to know, and it's a great, you know, medium for that.
But the problem with going with the live reads, not that they do exist. The problem is that it becomes a tough game because when they're wrong, you can get really hung out to dry.
Put it here.
And I think it's an okay thing to use when you're close between two options.
Right.
But I think once you just like you're just like, you know, trying to chop down trees in the forest with your live reads, I just don't think it's very useful anymore. So a few things that I've seen, and it's like if I say these and someone hears that I say these, they can reverse read me. So I don't know exactly how deep I want to go into it, but generally speaking, people tend to be a little more chatty when they've got the goods.
Sure.
That's what I've seen.
Really going out on a limb here with your generalizations.
They're a little. I've seen that.
Central BS. Yes, my source is Charlie Crow.
I don't feel old.
So I think that. I think players tend to be a little more chatty when they got the goods because it's not as scary, you know. If you're bluffing and you start chatting and you say the wrong thing, just you're wrecked, you know. Seriously. And by the way, I do want to say, I have so much respect for the people that can do that. Like when Seaver's
like Scott, yeah. Or
he,
Sean, I think Sean's pretty good at it.
Sean's good.
Yeah.
I think Seaver is just the best at that.
Scott is excellent.
All right, what do we got there?
Wait, did you ever do a poker hands on the
Aces?
You did do that
yeah.
one. Okay,
it
must have been early.
It was actually my like
one of your first ones.
My most popular World Series poker hands ever.
Okay, yeah.
It actually might even be my most popular ever, but I had to take it down because it was World Series of Poker.
Oh.
There was a joke at the end where no, sorry, that's a different episode. Sorry, I did do that one though.
Okay.
I did do that one. Yeah, like he's so good at it, and like when he does it with me, I'm just like, I'm not playing this game. I'm just gonna think about.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
So Jeremy is probably happy he's back. Deeb is probably hating his life. I think I like check call from Deeb here, but that's okay.
And if you had ace king of clubs, you would bet.
I think the 3-better should be doing some check folding, like a decent chunk, because it's definitely a good board for imposition. So I probably check fold. I mean, if I had ace king with like a diamond, I think that's fine. I don't know. You can mix it up. I'm kind of. It's one of those spots where I think there's a lot of different options. And Deeb is not going to fold here with the backdoor nut flush draw this deep. He's going to call, I think.
Can I get a cappuccino, please?
And we're going to take a turn.
Ace or king.
I am praying for spade or ace or king. Just praying. Oh, man.
Bazam!
Yeah, there you go. That's right, guys. Look at the bazams in the chat. Olivier here dropping bazams. So that is.
By the way, did you hear Jeremy like go into his mic? He went into his mic and he was like the fish is on the line. When he
right now,
flop.
amazing.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That's amazing. But again, they're chattier when they got it.
Totally. He can be pretty. He's pretty. I mean, he doesn't really.
He is.
Give many.
But again, he's a little chattier when he's got it. So at this point, you know, Deeb is going to have to check call, and
Sean's not going to try raising here, right? That would be suicide.
No, it would be weird.
I believe it's 7.
And you don't check call this flop this deep to check fold this turn.
But he's better.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not.
You got to
going anywhere
call.
now.
And
did he bet a lot?
No, he bet a pretty normal size. Deeb has a clear call though. And we're going to take a river. The interesting rivers, I think, are the offsuit ace, offsuit king rivers.
Right.
And
I mean, a deuce of spades is obviously going to be not interesing in the sense that we know what's going to happen.
It'll be
fun
entertaining.
To watch.
Interesting and entertaining are different things. It would be so sick if this was a spade, by the way. It would be so unbelievably sick. Please. Oh, man. So that's obviously terrible for Deeb. Someone is definitely eating pizza near us. And This is gonna go check, bet, fold. I can't.
He's probably going to bet a huge amount.
Because you know what
too,
the
right?
thing. You know what the thing here too is if you're deep. Let's just say you're deep and you were just remotely debating. And we actually played basically this hand yesterday. I had ace king of hearts, check call, backdoor flush draw, check call turn, and then you bet river, and I folded. And you might have had 10-8, right?
I did have 10-8.
So we played like basically the exact same hand yesterday, and this hand just even if you were gonna like call light, it just doesn't make that much sense to do it with because you don't want to have a spade in your hand. You know, if you were gonna call light here, a hand like 8-7 suited would be a much better hand.
Sure, you block 7s full, 9-7, you block
exactly
8-10 and 8-5.
Yep, and I also think that part of the problem for Deeb here, who
you, however, folded much quicker than Sean seems to have decided what he wants to do.
Well, you just never have to call this hand. Here's what I would be worried about if I. Wow.
No 9.
Okay. Good flop.
No 9.
Wow, he called. Sick.
So that,
I wasn't
yeah.
saying that to him. I was the cameraman.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this call, but I was
Do you
driving.
think Sean is
this.
just as likely to make that call if he's down 20,000 as he is when
Would
he's
you
up
have called
25,000?
This is a tough subject for me
because you always play the same no matter what because you're a robot.
I try to. I'm not saying I do. I'm saying I try to. You know, like I don't think that it affects me too much either way. I think
you were too weak, but that was stupid.
maybe I just like to think that, but it's certainly what I strive to do.
Isn't that the way it is?
I mean, it's a bad call, not from like the fact he lost standpoint. Although you certainly could say that if you want to be results oriented, but just from like a theory based standpoint, I don't think that hand really ever has to be a call.
And if anything, I mean, this is like a direct testament to what Jeremy was describing as his style of play, right? Really
Double straddle and play, by the way.
Really splashy, aggressive. No one can put him on a hand. Way over bluffing in certain spots, and that's why, presumably, Sean is thinking he can make that kind of call.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Well, I just don't see why he has to call ace king there. I think he's just being a little bit stubborn because Jeremy is an animal.
Right.
You know what I would be scared of there, by the way? I'd be scared of Jeremy just having like a 6 and just like
be bluffing with it.
Could happen.
Right. No, it's true. That is really one of the worst feelings when you call and the guy's bluffing with a better hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't feel good.
Deep 0.5 then.
Deep 0.5.
They're talking about the Freddie versus Sean Deeb thing now. He called him the Deeb.
Even though I'm twice the size of Freddie.
And I was like, that's mean to Freddie.
Right. All right, let's see what cards we got.
Hi, Danny J. Doug, what's the best way to improve your mental game to keep focused and studying? That's a subject that, you know, I am. Actually, let's do this hand. Oh.
Okay, I know you don't.
I'm not a huge fan of this 3-bet from Helmuth.
You don't have it.
I did not have a full house.
Yeah, I can see that.
Bates is pretty tight.
Yeah, I like a flat.
Yeah.
But again, you know, 3-bet can't be that bad. He's got.
I'm assuming Helmuth also thinks that Bates is straightforward enough that he's not worried about a 4-bet. Wow.
Wow, maybe Helmuth is just the greatest ever because he not only 3-bet small with a hand that
he got ace queen to fold too. I think.
Squeeze in the middle. I was ready to punch you out too. I was.
Thank you.
You know, people start getting punched out. You got to get over there.
I can't believe I'm now that guy.
You are that guy, man. But at least you got to win.
No, I mean at least I got there in a
yeah.
Good way.
No, it was a beatdown.
And it's a double blind. I have 2 good cards. I don't know. I just thought it was.
Well, I mean, like, Helmuth with the reads, I guess.
The only thing that beats me is any ace.
Anyway, what I was talking about before that. I think I'm very fortunate in that when I'm interested in something, I can get really into it because I just love it. And when I'm not interested, I basically have a really hard time focusing. So, you know, with poker, I just always was so interested in what was going on that it allowed me to stay sharp for long periods of time. And I think like in a lot of heads-up matches, an edge I ended up having was like to be able to 4-table for like a really long time in the later hours of the match to still be adjusting and like figuring stuff out. Where like my opponent just kind of went into like autopilot mode. I think that specific skill set really valuable in something like heads up or in poker in general, really.
I do think there's a distinction to be made though, because I think what you're describing is being able to like kind of get into something that you're interested in and struggle with things that you're not. I think is probably a relatively universal or at least common.
Yeah.
But you seem to be able to not just get into something, but have an approach, an analytical approach, and a way of. It seems to me, without knowing you that well, that you're somewhat efficient, relatively efficient in the way you go about trying to digest things, analyze things, and improve in things. I think a lot of times what people struggle with is being efficient, using their time wisely, and making the best of the time that they used when they apply it.
For sure. I'm a big process guy.
Okay.
Like, I try and streamline the process for how to learn, how to improve, how to think. You know, with poker, I just have like a set, like, you know, like almost like checklist I go down to like get to my decision. And I try and be efficient with that to make sure to kind of streamline things, but also to make sure that the end result ends up being very standard, regardless of the spot, given my strategy, right? And I feel like sometimes a problem that a lot of players have at the lower levels, they will pick a concept, and it'll be a good concept, and then they'll kind of ignore a bunch of other concepts, right? And then when they get to the next spot, they'll pick like a different concept that might also be a good concept. But rather than going through that list one by one, they pick something that could even be good information, and they cling on to that rather than their whole strategy.
And that also has to do with.
But we should jump into this hand here because we got a $1,500 bet here from Deeb, and Helmuth has top pair on a gutter. So this could heat up.
I also think that this is the kind of thing where understanding context, like the fact that Deeb just made what was a pretty loose and likely bad call, is I think it's likely to influence his bluffing frequency in spots like this. I know it doesn't influence yours, and you don't think it should influence people's, but I do think that especially people without as formalized strategies as you have will be much more susceptible to the emotional swings of the short-term.
For what it's worth, I really like this bluff from Deeb.
Right.
As long as he goes 3, this is a great hand. You know, he has a 9. He has
so
equity
you want him to go 3, but I'm assuming that there are some river cards that you don't want him to barrel. Right? Do you want him to barrel 7 or 6? They're in a puddle, dude. Do you want him to barrel a 9?
What was the exact action he opened and Helmuth flat?
Helmuth just flats and then check back call, check back.
I don't mind barreling a 7 or 6 versus a small blind flat. And this is one of the reasons why I think flatting the small blind is just it's a real. Oh, we got raised. Oh, sorry, I misread the action. I thought. We got a min raise in play here. So this is actually really awkward.
This is such a small range of potential value hands, isn't it? I mean, like
what is Helmuth doing?
Sean seems like a dangerous person to do this against.
I mean, what is? Okay, so anyway, let's just go back to talking about the blinds thing. So
the reason you think this is those would be good barrels against the small blinds because the small blinds range is narrow and capped in a way that it doesn't include many 6s and 7s, and that's also because the nature of that range is capped. That's why you think it's so hard to.
We have a check from Helmuth.
Oh my God! If he owns this hand like this,
this is amazing. If Helmuth calls it off here,
if this guy just snap calls like 10K, that's going to be amazing. I mean, I am developing a newfound just admiration for Phil's instincts. I mean, okay.
Oh, Deeb!
Wow. Oh, look how disappointed he is. He was on point in this hand.
Oh my God, Deeb! Deeb, you got wrecked and didn't bluff. That was like the bluff hand. I thought Deeb had a little more gusto going into this weekend than it seems like he's had. I thought he'd get out there and swing the bat sometimes.
He might have. I don't know. I mean, I think part of the explanation for the way Deeb played that hand is just general frustration, like I was explaining earlier. But I think he might have been in tune a bit with Phil's willingness to just snap off there on the river. I don't know.
I mean, he's gonna have a bunch of value bets, right? And he doesn't have a spade, which is great.
Right.
Within the
you're
context,
over focusing on the theoretical context.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were. How's it going? Within the context of a good strategy, that's a clear jam. But whatever, we don't have to play strats. Anyway, going back to the blind thing.
Yeah.
In the upswing lab, we don't actually recommend small blinds flat.
At all?
We recommend only a 3-bet strategy.
Even versus under the gun early position openers?
Yeah, because here's the thing. In general, you want to play most of your range as a 3-bet. And, from a theoretical standpoint, you'd want to have a few flats, but mainly 3-bet, I think. And it can change. If there's antes, you're going to have some flats. If it's the button, you can mix a few flats in. But the point is, flatting in the small blind tends to just suck because when you flat, you're always out of position versus the field.
Right.
You can get squeezed.
Right.
and your odds are way worse.
Okay, so let me.
And then when you do flat, you're more likely to have specific hands, so you can get barreled on cards like that. Whereas in the big blind, you're more protected because you can have a 7 or a 6.
It's entirely betting into 4 people here. All right.
It's like
let's try to maybe talk about this hand while I push back into what you're saying a little bit, because the one thing that I see in response to that argument is that the thing that you're saying seems to make Okay.
The game's heating up, by the way.
Yeah, the game is heating up.
The game is heating up.
Yeah. I have no doubt that what you're saying is completely true at high stakes and with very good players. But there's a number of instances where, for example, you just know that the big blind is not squeezing nearly as much as he should be. So you can just like reduce the negative aspect of flatting from that point of view. Or the people that you're playing with are just playing way too many hands, playing very passively post, or just playing bad posts. And so you can increase the number of hands that you're playing from the small blind just because you can take advantage
I agree with that, but remember, the main principles here are your odds are bad, you're first to act, and you only can flat with some specific hands because of your opposition and the odds are bad. So that means post-flop, you get way more pegged onto certain hands, and you under-realize with those hands because it's much more clear what you have.
Right, but under and over-realizing is relative to the strength of the field, right?
We should talk about this hand, and then we can get back in this. Because I agree. I think having some flats is correct in some situations, but I think I prefer having good, simple strat. We'll jump into it in a moment.
All right, so what happened here?
So we have a check raise from Kaufman on the flop.
That's another one.
D bet top pair. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true.
I thought the tally was involved.
The tally bet with backdoor nut flush draw. Kaufman raised it up with bottom pair. Deep came in for the call.
Overcalled.
No.
Overcalled.
The raise. Okay, got it.
And now Kaufman is betting 2,300 in the turn. And this turn, if you're deep, you know, it's a turn that
it's an overcard to your hand, but it also gives you a gutter.
So it's a clear turn call, but
depending on the run out, it's going to make it tough to continue.
It could.
I gotta look somewhere.
Well,
it's not tough anymore.
Not anymore.
That's a money card.
If I'm Kaufman here,
how often are you showing up here with 6-3 off?
I don't think too often.
No.
You know, actually, one thing I did see in the bot challenge, the bot would occasionally take a bottom pair and use some pretty big sizes. I assume trying to rep a set because you block sets. So,
yeah.
But the problem is Kaufman's just doing this stuff way too much. He's just like constantly just got his hand in the cookie jar, just trying to like take it down. And, you know, you get here, I guess you might as well fire and give a bunch of straight draws.
Oh, man.
And he's about to get snippety snapped off.
Sean's run pretty good against Kaufman.
Well, Deeb's going to be back to just waffle crushing here.
And this is a clear raise. There's just no reason to think that you could ever be beat.
Yeah, you got to make it 12K.
So talk about the sizing of raises in spots like this, because it seems like people are generally not bluffing that much, and they're representing a very, very narrow
Well, you don't
range.
know my friend Jeremy.
No, I mean if you're Sean.
Yeah, I know Jeremy is bluffing a bunch. I mean, you just have to raise.
No, I mean if you're Sean and you raise, you're just not. I feel people are not bluffing that often in spots like this.
So it's interesting. I think working in an occasional bluff, if you think your opponent can value bet some 2 pairs, is fine. And that's one of the reasons why you go min, because you want to keep your opponent's mandatory continue range as wide as possible.
Okay, so you like raising small as possible in spots like this.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so. In this spot for sure. Because it's so easy to have a 9, and if you go too big, you can't bluff ever. So you have to go small. You need to make it so
Why can't you bluff with a bigger bet?
Well, here's the thing. You need to make it so that under half of your opponent's continue range is a 9. Because if it's over half, well, I guess we're getting into some other straight spots. But the general idea is it's very easy to have a 9 because there's 4 of them. And so if you raise big, your opponent can continue with only a 9. And if they have a lot of 9s, then their range...
you're allowing them to continue with enough of the range that they actually have.
Exactly. So you have to use a small size.
I'm so mad I folded a 9 to Phil. So frustrating. I felt like it was a call. He said he had ace deuce off. Yeah.
Yep, that's correct. The 4K Deep called off, just got shipped right back. But I mean, Deep also got kind of lucky there. It would have been more interesting to see what happens if the river was like a 4. Sure. You know, Jeremy's got
or a 3.
Or 3. A 3 actually would have been much more interesting. Yeah.
I should have folded my hand on every street, but I kept calling.
I feel like I feel like Jeremy just has to kind of reel it in a little bit. Because, like, his heart's in the right place. Like, he's out there swinging the bat. But the thing is, like, once the jig is up and everyone knows that you're just out there swinging the bat, your fold equity goes down. And so, like, if he was gonna use a balanced strategy, it doesn't really matter that much what people. By the way, this is ridiculous. But anyway, if he was gonna use a balanced strategy, it wouldn't matter too much. But because he's not, and he is going with just reads and just variance, he's got to bring it in way back, because people are paying him off with ace high and, like, you know, like he's got. If Jeremy,
he's actually in a great spot.
If Jeremy could just put the brakes on and just go value,
play a little bit more fundamental, and
he
just,
could
like,
win a lot. But do you think he's that kind of guy? I just don't think he's that kind of guy.
He seems to be more like a prisoner of his own, like, emotional experience, where he's not as much in control.
I think he's just loving life right now, man. I think he's just enjoying it.
Okay.
Are you getting a lot of value heads up?
I'm on my
man.
third.
Oh,
Another Bloody Mary.
I'm a
The Upswing Lab will never have PLO content. We actually have something coming up for PLO soon. Stay tuned. We will have an announcement to make, but we're working on some PLO stuff.
I like that.
You're like, screw it, I'm going to get this third.
No. I raised with the best hand. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy, if you had 2 cards and the action was to you, how would you decide to play?
You're stealing my jokes now.
That is a direct, like, theft of Jeremy's line from yesterday.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
first let everybody else see them.
Man, they really should be playing the 7.
Oh my God,
game.
7 deuce, please, please. Oh God. See, he wanted to. He wanted to do it.
He has to restrain himself each and every time.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's drinking. He's chilling. He's having a good time over here.
I wonder if the phrase
GDP Kush. I can't speak for Olivier, but I can say I do not do any day trading.
No, neither do
Be a
I.
good hashtag.
It's a good flop for Sean.
Twitterverse.
See, you got your title if you ever get a Twitter.
Hashtag the bitch is bitch.
We don't know
By the
Mike's
way,
hand here, I
Internet?
guess.
Limitless. What happened to Jane Andes and Upswing? No content so far. We're just trying to take it slow. We're trying to do things one step at a time. And part of that was spending a lot of time on the lab to make sure that it was what we wanted to put out there. And then we have initially wanted to launch my specialty with Heads Up No Limit. So we're just trying to make sure that when we do launch anything, that we make sure that it is a top notch quality product, and we don't take on too many different things at once. And, we're working on PLO. We'll have it out eventually, but yeah, it's in the works. Jane Andes is involved. All right, so we got top 2 for Deeb. We got the backdoor flush shot for Richardson.
We don't know what Mike has, and he's the original C-better in the
Well, it comes out in like 10 minutes.
Well,
Oh, you'll know. People will tell you.
I just have to wait 20 more minutes.
Right.
so I mean,
Whoa.
we got a call here.
Sean will tell you in like 15 minutes.
Mike is really shallow, right?
Yeah, he's gonna have less than pop behind, and he's probably gonna get stacked.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is
You already
Tick.
know.
Alan, you owe 50.
Do you guys ever do any Pokemon trading?
What do you think? What do you think it is?
No, I do actually the same amount of Pokemon trading as I do day trading. An equal amount across the board there.
A better nothing than him.
Nothing to do besides jam, yeah?
It crossed the line. I'm official right here. I saw it cross.
Wow. What do you think about that? I do not think that is acceptable at all.
That's insane.
Right?
Do you have a set?
Did you see that?
I'm watching. So listen for a second.
I'm guessing that's going to slow down the action a little bit.
If he really runs that good, bro, I'm quitting poker.
Do you have a set? Because I won't go all in if you have a set.
You already did.
I didn't go all in.
Nah, I snapped the.
You snap called, but then he took it back.
I mean, he did it.
What is going on?
Take it back again.
No set.
Not so much snap in that call.
I don't understand what happened.
This is getting really angly.
Yeah, right? This is weird.
Now it started over again.
Well, Mike should be committed to have to call because he put the
And
call.
Sean
in.
should have been committed to having the bet.
String theory
Other things
It's
happening.
very interesting.
We might need the instant replay. Do we have that technology here? Do we have instant replay? No, I'm being told by the support staff we do not have instant replay. That'd be amazing. Like we like draw. We're like, all right, here's the line.
This forward motion.
I don't know. Was he over the line there?
I love it.
I've never used over the line.
What the fuck do you have that you
Literally.
snap ball?
Was he actually over the line? Over like the betting line.
Now you know.
You don't think, Mike?
I mean, you basically
This was questionable. I look, when it's these guys, I know that it's whatever because like they know each other. But like if this was two people that weren't friends and this happened, there could be a lot of different floor rulings. I think on what happened here. Like personally, I think Mike committed himself to call already.
I agree.
He put his call out there. That's why you don't do that because you're not like, oh, here's a blank check. That's what you do when you call like that.
I can muck him.
The thing that's it's even funnier
it's
about this is that we
amazing
can't
we
see
don't
that
know,
one Mike has. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is gonna go on.
He does not have a good hand. Dentali has like
I cannot
kings
beat 6-7.
and is eventually going to call.
I just have a pair.
Which pair?
Pair of eights.
See how Sean instantly goes which pair? That is like that's pretty
never
strong.
folding top pair.
Like he didn't hesitate. He didn't miss a beat.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Is that an 8?
For
Yeah.
$500
Oh.
off the table, you can see one of my 2 cards.
Unbelievable! This is amazing! Oh my god! Please have a set of 8s.
He can pick blindly.
Was that
yes.
8 or a 9?
That's pretty sick.
Let's just listen. Actually,
He could pick any card he wants.
Dentali has to have a
Limit
hand
cards out of
like
my
ace
hand,
8,
you can
right?
see.
let's just
For
listen for a
five-
For
second.
500 off the
500
table.
off the table. I mean, he snap called him a minute ago.
I know.
How do you unsnap
How
call?
do you?
Ask
The
him.
bet
500 off the
was
table?
retrieved.
Right.
Call was
Yeah.
retrieved. The bet was made. There's no call.
Fuck,
Some kind
when
of
I
time
snap, it's
continuum
official.
ruling on
Me
it.
up.
I think
Give
it's
me
all
30
just.
seconds.
It's not even. It's
Take
just a
your
sim.
time. I'll give you 20 seconds.
Jeremy, it's not even real.
Like I said,
It's sim. It's not even
I can
real.
just
Yeah,
fold,
that's
right?
right. I'm not even
Why,
here.
just fold?
You
We're
can
not
call, of
even-
course. You can
I
see
was
that.
in
You're
the
not forced to
booth
call if you
watching
put the
myself
500.
play.
This
It's
is
just
all
500
hologrammed
seconds.
out.
Wasn't liking
Yeah,
what I
out of your
saw.
pocket, just to see one card, he's saying $500. And then you can decide
No,
what to do with
also
the
didn't look good. No, I thought I looked like a freaking dweeb.
There's a good price based on how big the pot is.
I feel like I might need to work out a little bit.
And no matter what, I at least get 500 back.
I
Win
can
or
pick the
lose.
card,
You can pick left or right.
and what do you mean you get 500 back?
You give me 500 cash.
Right.
So the pot plays out for what itself. You can call or fold after seeing that card. But that 500 is mine, guaranteed.
Gotcha.
Somebody said something like,
You guys side hustle going.
I will.
Looks like Dentali has Jack 8 of diamonds
Phone a friend.
from the outs.
I
You
will.
should ask Matt. He would know what you should do. He has Jack 8 of diamonds.
Can we give an extra hint?
All right, I will give you 500 off the table.
Okay. Which card do you want to see, left or right?
We may be making history right here.
No, I know
He
which one's
leans
which.
left.
It doesn't
So I
matter
don't
what
want to
you
buy
pick.
bias.
It's not going to matter
that
which one
he
you
leans
pick.
left. Boom.
It's irrelevant which card you
Oh,
pick.
that's so
Why he
sick.
did it.
That's even sicker.
Either one of them is going to be a fucking
Oh,
pair.
Sean.
Just so
Did Sean just pocket an extra 500 by the way?
I think Dentali took the deal and turned the 8 over.
Phil, is this history? Has that ever happened?
This is so gross. I mean, with seeing that card, I mean, you obviously have to have fucking.
Yeah, but you
8-9.
could have picked. You could have picked the other card.
I can't be winning
He
here.
check raised the
I wish
flop,
I
he's
had
putting him on
taken
8-9.
him, otherwise
So sick.
Dude, that just happened with Helmuth. At this point, I don't even know. Like, too much strat. Shit, maybe I'm just too into the strat.
You have 7-8, right?
He has 7-8, 100%, or he wouldn't make this good.
Yeah.
What do you think?
100%.
7-8.
Yeah, because what's next? He picks 7, and he's got to wonder if the other card is.
A lot of people in the chat want to bet on Kate
The
now.
other card.
8-5?
Yeah.
8-5, I knew.
I knew that it wasn't. I didn't
got out.
out.
The only reason he would sell
Why would you call
I
when it
knew
shows
Phil
an
knew.
8?
Because it wouldn't matter what side he picked.
Yeah, he
Right.
called.
And he gets an extra 500.
Just yeah.
Jack.
No justice.
Oh man.
You see,
Thank you.
Yeah, it wouldn't have
And he
mattered.
pocketed 500 on the side.
Yeah,
This man is a true hustler. This man has kids to feed.
Against you,
He's like, little DB has to eat. Wow. I mean, like, should we talk about? Someone just tried to lean under the stairs and see what was going on. Did you see that? Hey guys, we're over here under the stairs.
I got it for everyone, so whoever wants some waters.
Wow.
Can I give you this?
Well, where do we start? I mean, we gotta say something about that, right? I feel like as commentators, something has to be said about what would just happen. Well, for starters, for starters, 500 on the side was like a fifth of his stack. So like, I would not have taken the 500 on the side.
And then if you had taken it and you saw the 8.
And then you should see the 8, then like, clearly he has you beat.
I mean,
Clearly, because like, how else does an 8 play like that? So if you're gonna take the 500, you're basically, if you take the $500 bet, you're basically like, okay, if
When does that break?
you should probably fold no matter what, actually, because if he shows you a pair, you're beat because it's gonna be 2 pair or set.
you should probably just fold after he angles you by pulling his initial all-in back and then doing it again.
That was also questionable.
Coming after you because you're
By the way, Jeremy, fresh glass of whiskey.
He was only banned from 7 casinos.
I'm not.
Only played at 9.
Oh god, this is quite the game.
ever come
Well,
after
you guys,
a
there you have it. Live poker was just happened there. Live poker
played nine
just
lifetime.
happened.
You're on your game today, bro.
What?
You're on your game today.
Thank you. This is why, Matt was supposed to have this seat, and, he asked Todd, the producer, who's better, Sean or Matt?
Hi QI, how does Tally have any money? Serious question, please answer, Doug. Thanks. I think he runs a business. I don't know what kind of business though.
I think it's like a window cleaning business.
Interesting.
It was a clear-cut decision.
Yeah.
But he's a small business owner.
Gotcha.
No.
He has a lot more action. Check it.
You
Anybody
don't play
got
the
a jack
8-5
or a
off?
king?
Well, yeah, but it's only from one guy.
Nines.
I just don't know, man. That was a sick hand. That was a really sick hand.
I played that
Again,
with
guys,
my
we will
daughter.
try to be quiet in those river spots, but we will be talking otherwise.
Position. I'm in the top now.
Dinner break at 6:30 for him.
Strong Odor 43. Mike had Jack 8 of diamonds.
Which is weird because the outs graphic knew he had it, but the
Right.
cards didn't.
I'll be
So I don't
there.
know what's going on there.
Make sure we got a couple
Well, listen, you guys ended up staying until 3 or 4 in the morning last night.
Yeah.
We played poker after.
I can't make it.
Deep is
Everybody went to
crushing.
play poker after.
Like about half the table.
Must be nice, man. I'm just kidding. JK, LOL, JK.
Wants to straddle.
LOL, JK.
Who's winning? You should show.
I looked over. I didn't see you. I thought you would step.
By the way, guys, on the break, I'm going to try to do some halftime interviews over the table. You can follow me on Instagram, Doug Polk Poker.
I'm straddling.
If you want to catch a live stream, maybe we can get Helmut's opinion on some stuff, maybe Mike's opinion. Ask Steve what he's thinking, but we will be trying to do some live interviews on Instagram Live at Doug Polk Poker.
Nah, he's a,
Fucking on silk.
60% of the time you should 3-bet, and 40% of the time you should just call.
Okay, so
taking 100
Richardson
top
opened at
rounds.
150, Kaufman 3-bet to 450 with 10-9 suited.
In all situations,
I like it.
Everything is the right move.
I'm okay with these kinds of quote bluffs, high equity, balance your range out. And I think we should probably see this check through. Knowing how Jeremy likes to play, I would not be surprised to see him fire a bet out here and try and take it down. And it'll probably get through. Interesting thing to say really quick, Richardson's hand, ace-queen, at higher levels of play online, ends up being a hand that goes multiple streets against barrels because you have great removal against the value range of like ace-king, king-queen, aces. So ace-queen ends up being a relatively strong call hand against some of those ranges.
And does it become a hand that you bluff with on certain runouts?
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, you block like the most combos. Queen of Spades, probably not a good card to have in terms of your opponent's range. You kind of want to have that card. But in general, you definitely want to have hands that can block that can block the most amount of combinations that your opponent can have.
They're not going to believe you have 2 pairs.
Right? Do anything like
I
that?
thought it
Is
would've been
this
the other
a
way around.
unidirectional?
Well, the 8 is kind of like
Whoa.
a guitar.
You just used 2 words. You just
Because
put
you
2
didn't pick
words
up
together.
parts.
You just made up a word.
You don't have.
And
I don't
Dick
think
is
you're
one of them.
Oh, I gotta get a better price than currently what's out there. I need like 1.7 or so.
Laugh it up, yuck it up. Don't worry, buddy. Have a good time.
It would be cruel of me
I want to bet on you,
to
Mike.
answer that, but I really
Maybe
like
we haven't seen much Jeremy action in a while. I think maybe just maybe, he's tightening it up a little bit. Possible.
That hand was pretty long too between.
It was.
John and-
That's the best solution.
But here we go. Ace Queen suited. Open it up.
Joe.
Buchalter?
Oh, yeah.
Buchalter? He's played so few hands.
Yeah, very tight.
So few. He's always had a strong hand when he gets in the mix.
Listen, I'm single, and there's going to be 2.
Vitali, I think the floodgates might be a little bit open. He's calling
and
the
this is
small
gonna
one,
be interesting.
9-5 suited. And we've got an action flop. Wow, all right. So what do you think we're going to see here? We're definitely going to see a bet from Jeremy.
I think Mike's just gonna check call.
I wouldn't mind seeing ooh,
Wow.
check, check. Great turn for Jeremy.
2 diamonds.
Why is,
I might have
oh,
a
we
flush
picked up a
draw.
pair, I see. Okay, I like Mike's check call here. This makes sense. It's a good play. Pair plus flush draw. If you bet, you only get action from better hands. So,
And you have enough showdown value.
yeah, seems like a good play.
Don't do it. Is that too late?
Jeremy, ask him to
Okay.
see a card.
Wait, can I bet in advance?
And we have a
We'll
neutral
be out of position.
river here. We're going to see a bet from Jeremy and a fold from
9.25.
Jeremy. Gets a little more into it when he has the value.
You just pulled a
You know what I'm
some type of
saying?
hamstring
Yeah.
there.
He gets a little more into it when he's got the value versus the bluffs.
Don't raise me. Don't raise me. I have 2 pairs. With the
You
flush
get
draw.
called?
But at least I told you that I had the flush draw.
Short here, man. Wow.
I kind of feel like
Don't lose too much so you don't have your buy-in for tomorrow.
I kind of feel like Mike needs to bring it in a little bit right now. I think a couple of those hands,
I just said
you know, sometimes I definitely see players when they lose a hand or two that maybe they played well, maybe they didn't.
I just think Kate will walk
But then it
outside
gets to
right
them,
now.
and then they kind of compound the mistakes.
Is she in the building?
And
Is she here?
he
Is
is
she in the
just
building?
he just does not want to get bluffed right now,
I
and
can't
he's
wait
just
to
kind of
call me
paying
with that
everybody
hand.
off. But no one's really been even going after him. Like
Okay.
people have had good hands against him.
In your heads-up sessions, did you feel like you were good
On the
at
train.
exploiting like game
right.
dynamics,
I
like
paid
in-game
extra for
dynamics?
internet on the train. I agree with
Or
Al.
just that's not a
For
thing you
sure.
were focused on at all?
Where? New York?
Because I find
was-
that when I play heads
Yeah,
up, I mean the quality of people's play can really vary.
Yeah.
Oh, that I for sure see. I see players that have a really great A game and then a very poor D
I've
game.
never met Kate.
Someone actually that's very like that is Isildur. When
Oh,
he's,
really?
When he's winning, he tends to play way better.
Okay.
But when he's losing,
Who do we think is right?
He plays very poorly.
he
I
can
think
play very
everyone's
poorly.
wrong, like everything
Yeah.
else in poker.
a lot of variance
Let's all
there.
just watch the show.
Yeah, I mean I'm like that too.
I played you definitely true.
Yeah, but I'm much better than I was. But I
Yeah.
You didn't do
it's-
research on Mike.
I also feel like when you were losing, you'd click faster.
I know
Really?
there's a
Yeah,
few that I
you'd
could
be
not
like
bring
more
myself
like.
to read enough about
that,
it.
that's probably true.
So, can we start?
You're so
I
bad, but you still can't
Remember
get into
that. Okay, so what do we got here going? We got some 4s, got some 8s. Dentali just in the mix of the 5-3. Guys, we
Steamed up.
we need a life raft out here. Steamed up is like the only way.
And he's also really short too.
If he's gonna, guys, let me give you this piece of advice. If you're gonna get real steamed up,
Oh my god!
Unbelievable.
Unreal. Look at the hands
wait,
too.
actually, I was gonna say
Look at the
if
hands.
you're gonna get
There's an overpair, a
if you're
top
gonna
pair.
get really steamed up, make sure to flop trips when you get steamed up because that's the way.
Oh, he's so mad he doesn't have more money now.
Oh my god, he's gonna at least double up, I think.
There's an overpair and a top pair and then another pocket pair.
He could triple up. He could actually
It's a
triple up
wild
here.
flop.
But anyway, what I was gonna say, if you're gonna get steamed up and tilt, I think that what you should do it aggressively, because then at least
I second that.
at least right at least
Don't be a passive tilter. If you're gonna tilt, do it with some balls.
tilt hard. Totally agree. Because at least you can knock people out or hit a good.
That should just be like my PokerStars banner.
I don't tilt often, but when I do,
When I do, I tilt hard. I tilt my balls off.
Oh boy. Someone on Star says we need an 8 in the turn. That would be devastating.
That would be hilarious. Or a 4 would be even better if bait stays in the hand.
Oh, he's not though. He's played so conservative today. No shot. He's posturing. I think he's actually just posturing. He also does these expressions when he's weak. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
That makes all the difference
Sorry
in the
about
world.
that. Sorry, I realized in the middle of the hand.
Sure.
My big chips were behind.
Are they on break right now? All right, cool. So I'm gonna do that, and then I also want to get a couple interviews on Instagram Live. So awesome. All right, guys. The players are going on break, so I got.
No.
Oh, sorry. We're
the
live.
players are on break. We're on a delay.
Okay.
So you're leaving, but I'm
So
staying.
I'm leaving, but you're not. I'll see you later. I'll be on Instagram though. Doug Polk Poker live.
I'm going to be here, guys. I'm going to
Olivier's
try to
gonna be
hold
here.
it down while Doug
Olivier.
is gone. Yeah, don't worry. Oh my God! Oh, he folded though. Oh, he folded. Oh well. See you later, Doug.
Let's see where I was. I was in 3rd place.
Wow. So Dentai looks like he's going to double up here.
You're gonna like my fold.
I had 3-4 diamonds.
I had pair 4s.
3-4 diamonds has been good.
You good? All right.
Oh my God, you folded the 4s. You were thinking.
All right, so we'll see if Dentali
God, you wouldn't have won my
cools
Well,
off a
no,
bit
I was-
after
I was
doubling
gonna
up
push all
and
in.
starts to
I
play
asked how much he
some
had.
more reasonable
Sorry
hands.
about that.
Pretty unlucky for Buchalter there with pocket 8s.
Are you
Nothing
sorry?
much he can do with Dentali's stack.
Yeah, he would have preferred to lose
Actually-
more to a different person.
Yeah.
This is my first time doing this alone, guys, so I'm going to try to look at the chat, try to answer some questions, try to focus on the hands a bit. Any questions you have,
Mike,
feel free. I'll try to get to them.
had
Hopefully they're respectful.
at the 3. I was messed up. King 7.
How do you guys make such
I
good
felt
folds?
like
I was hoping he had the 7.
I felt like you had the overpair when you batted.
All 4 of you guys flopped 2
Probably.
pairs. Or better.
I flopped.
Dan HU, Olivier, did you implement GTO back in your heads-up sit and go days? Towards the end, I tried to a bit. I didn't really know that much about it when I was first coming up. As I learned more, I realized that I had intuited a little decent amount of overlap with some GTO, but there were a bunch of holes in my game, and I tried to plug them as I learned a little bit, but
Worse than 3-5 offsuit?
eventually heads up sit and goes became pretty tough to make a profit. Not that many amateurs, high rake, very competitive, so I stopped playing them about a year ago.
Let's go, Philly boy.
Looks like Dave opened here and helped me 3-bet. Very
Why are you
small
playing
3-bet
against somebody other than me?
to just
Doesn't make any
350.
sense.
But we're probably going to get some action here.
He wants his chips back.
Dave with top pair, gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Helmet with 2 overs
Just Mike, so I can get position on you.
and a gutter to the nuts. And Dave
No, I have position on you.
leads after calling the 3-bet. It's definitely going to be an interesting hand. See how Phil plays.
Looks like 5, 4, 450.
Alan, you got a chip by the table.
Good news.
S. Mitchell, low stakes.
All right.
Olivier, how's
Well,
your
it couldn't be a
plank
gray or purple.
progressing coming? It is incredibly hard. Planks are super tough. Phil calls ace of hearts on the turn. That might slow Deep down. I wonder if Phil will take a shot here. Planches are extremely difficult. I'm not sure I'll ever get there, but progressing is fun. Get stronger, make progress.
My buddy. You take it one way or you'll take it the other way.
Oh, I've got a story for you about that.
Nope, you. As heads-up specialist, how difficult is this to adjust to many multi-way spots as they occur, especially in live poker? I actually do find that to be a particularly difficult adjustment for heads-up players. Multi-way pots, raising and being out of position, these are just spots that don't come up nearly as often heads up. And I think the key is to just study and to play. I play as much live as possible. Now I play a bunch of 6-max cash. As Phil checks behind on the ace, pretty conservative line, and I think at least some of that is going to be influenced by the hand that Phil and Sean previously played when Phil multi-barreled and got Sean to fold the flop top pair. Sean going for somewhat thin value here after a weirdly played flop top pair in the 3-bet pot. still, I think, mostly posturing. I can't imagine him calling with king high. He just loses to so many hands.
I don't know. Maybe the genius bar folks can answer that.
He does beat some random 8s and 10s, some king queens,
What they don't realize is
some queen
Sean
10s, I
is
mean.
the genius bar.
But yeah, Phil mostly posturing and not
Siri's watching
calling
the
here.
feed. Siri's always watching.
Right. That's why Siri doesn't know.
Spokehead 82, are you playing today?
Answering that
I don't
question.
know. I think Doug and I are potential alternates. So if people get up,
Way too loose and pre-pop calls.
Doug and I might have a chance to play. I'm not like expecting to play. I'm happy to do the commentary. I got a shot yesterday, didn't go my way, but if I do get a chance,
That's probably number one.
this seems like a decent game to get in. Not nearly as big as yesterday was playing, but still a good spot. Bulls 41 boy, do you ever lead or do you think it's just always bad? I don't think it's always bad at all, actually. What I think is that when you lead, what you're doing is you're creating a lot more work for yourself. You're making it difficult because when you're trying to play a relatively balanced strategy, now you have to balance both a lead range and a check range, or a check call range, check raise range. So I don't tend to lead just because I then have to break my ranges down even more, and it's hard enough to just balance a check call and check raising range, but to include a leading range just makes it that much more difficult. So I tend not to lead that much. In some exploitative situations, I might try it.
Still got 2
And every once in a while, just to
Oh, there's lots of
Yeah,
I don't know,
4, but
change things up, make people get people out of their comfort zone. I'll try some stuff, but generally speaking, I don't lead. So I have an MMA question. What do I think about the DC Rumble match coming up? I actually think it's going to be a great fight. I think it really depends on Rumble's conditioning. I just rewatched their previous fight where DC really just wore Rumble down and just dominated the wrestling. I think it should be a great fight. And if Rumble gets, Rumble connects early, anything can happen. But I give the advantage to DC. I just think his wrestling is so on point. And it's just such a low variance style of fighting when you can get on top and just dominate someone.
Am I showing anything? I feel like a total
showing
poker face.
disgust, contempt.
A lot of the above.
Nobody else with anything here,
So
really,
usually when you show that, you should raise.
except for Kaufman with his 10 of spades.
All right.
Unless someone tries to bluff here, it looks like he's going to win a pretty small pot. So it's Let's Do It Live. How many keyboards did you break in the Full Tilt days? I didn't really break any keyboards. My thing was mouses or mice.
But I liked your check.
I don't know what the plural of that is, but I used to throw my mouse against the wall, put a hole in the wall, and break the mouse. I would always have a spare mouse to be able to keep playing. That was the thing that I used to break.
even more seeing your cards.
How important is exploitative play in online poker? I mean, I think exploitative play is extremely important. I want to draw a distinction between exploitative play in the sense of using analytics and breaking down after a large sample things that your opponents are doing and ways that they're unbalanced, and then creating exploitative strategies based on that. And let's say playing at a live game and making some general assumptions about just large populations or types of players, like older men are tighter, those types of generalizations, or just like seeing a couple showdown hands and then trying to extrapolate a general strategy. Those are two different ways to exploit. I think they're both important, but as people get better and as you get to higher stakes, learning and incorporating GTO seems to be more and more important.
You seem like a happy guy.
Very happy, man.
And there is no
Yeah, it's very true, bro.
BK Stackia, how important is nutrition at the World Series of Poker? To me, nutrition, not just the World Series, but generally speaking in poker, is like one of those kind of like small edges that people can have.
I don't work a day in my
Your
life.
ability, as Doug was just saying earlier, to stay focused and play well deep into sessions can sometimes be an important difference maker. And as people get better, any small edge that you have can make a big difference. So knowing what to eat, knowing how not to spike, and not to have like these really high peaks and valleys in your energy level and your ability to focus is important. I am a big fan. I think a lot of the nutrition and exercise, like considerate poker players are, I think most of them are fans of low carbohydrate diets, high fat, medium protein, low carbs. Don't spike your insulin. Don't get your energy levels too high or low. And I find it to give me a clearer head. I get to focus better.
They kind of match who I am.
DST, did I know I was in one of Doug's latest poker hands? I did, actually. Doug actually gave me warning, which was nice. And he didn't really... the hand really was interesting and funny because I think more because of the way David P played it than the way I played it. I think I played it somewhat standard. Probably could have checked one of the streets, but I think Pete kind of calling super loose on the flop and on the turn, and then hitting a 5, and then giving a speech was enough for the hand to be like interesting, entertaining on its own. Pretty passively played hand here. Actually, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
What happened here?
I really liked it down there.
Okay, raise to 300, check, bet, call, check, yeah. The ace kind of killed the action.
At Tampa?
And Tali winning some money back. And as you can see, as he wins, the quality of his starting hands goes up.
But dude, you have an open welcome card.
Jay Nanino, the max. Do I play online anymore? I do. I moved to New Jersey and I play online in New Jersey. The games are not that big, but I actually found it to be really good for my game to play some 6 max. I was making quite a bit of mistakes, I think, focusing exclusively heads up. So definitely have improved from playing some cash and playing some 6 max in particular. So it's been good for my game.
But I'm not that good at golf. But we play at really nice courses.
Misreading my hand.
No, because if you had just ace high, I could have beaten you. I had a pair, but I could not beat a flush.
How did that?
I was done with the hand when you put in the 3.
Kendall F23, if tomorrow the clock was turned back to the day you first deposited online, what would you have done differently? That is a really interesting and good question. I would do so many things differently with the knowledge that I have now. I would focus more on studying and on meditating, to be honest with you.
I didn't have a very good hand.
It would have been good to tilt less, and it would have been good to put more work into learning poker. I spent a lot of time playing and not as much time studying. So those 2 things I think I would have tried to adjust. But I don't believe much in regrets. You always know better after time has passed, and you can't go back and change things. So I'm so fortunate to have come into poker when I did, and to have found poker. So Tantali with the 6-2 suited, defending from Phil's open here. Seems a little bit loose, but totally fine. Big flop for Phil, top pair. Mike should just check fold here. I guess you consider check raising here with 2 backdoors.
You don't play enough hands for me to get a proper sample size.
But Mike's just gonna let it go.
We're good? Okay. Good.
Sean, all right, now we can ask, would you have that hand where he bets?
Ariel Ben David, what do you think of Naval Ravikant? I love Naval. I don't know him that well. I just listened to a podcast with him on the Knowledge Project. Thought he dropped a lot of wisdom. Seems like a really interesting, smart guy, really measured approach. If you guys haven't heard of him, Naval Ravikant, tech entrepreneur, really interesting, smart guy.
I'm
Is that exactly what you're trying to say? Did I put you on 10-9 before the raise?
I'm straddling, right?
So how do you feel
Yeah, she said next round. So
how do you feel about the $6,000?
If I had like ace 10, you're probably getting me to fold. So, it's just what 10 do I have? Half of them call, half of them fold. So it's a good bet.
You could have also
I sure hope
somehow had a
Dougie
weird
thinks
ace
so, because I really want
I
Dougie
wouldn't
to
like
like
the way
me.
you played it.
ALV 1710, what's the best way to improve my game if I already have a decent understanding? I think you can never stop learning in this game, so I would continue to try to learn. But most importantly, play. Get into situations. Don't play too many tables so you can focus and think about what you're doing, and just try to get some experience. Try to use what you've learned and incorporate it into practice. What are my thoughts on drinking while playing? I think when it's live and you're playing in a fun game and you want to be social, I think it's fine if that's your thing. Personally, I don't really drink, so it's not my thing. But generally speaking, I think it's a bad idea to drink when you're doing anything that you're trying to focus on or that requires attention. It's not a big part of my approach.
Phil's done that for how many years? According to him.
So this isn't the right place to raise without looking at my cards.
So that's you do.
This is the only place.
You are called unorthodox.
But if you want to throw me 200, I'll call without looking at mine.
Oh.
No? Right?
You got to take him up on that one
That's-
time, Jeremy.
Oh God. So yeah, you're right.
In fact, you can raise.
All right, I'm going to try to focus on this hand. Let's see what happens here.
That'd be a very fun hand if Jeremy, put in.
Looks like we have a straddle and a double straddle.
And we saw a flop.
Those are always fun.
Yeah. Then we don't like that.
Right.
And
then whoever won the pot.
Looks like Deeb limped in with 10-7 off. Seems like a weak holding. Not a big fan of this play. I don't know why you wouldn't raise if you're going to play the hand, and the hand seems too weak to play anyway.
I folded that hand
Got something good?
because I knew what was going to happen.
Oh, okay. Deeb did raise. Looks like our graphics aren't great here. Looks like Deeb raised and Richardson and Kaufman both called. King 7-6. Looks like a little piece for everyone here. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes check, check, check. Nobody with top pair. All right, so I'm wrong, and Deeb decides to bet the 10-7 here. Maybe in part to protect his hand. I think I would advocate just checking back here and playing some turns. Richardson here with just bottom pair and a backdoor straight draw decides to call. And Kaufman now with the decision with the 7-2 of diamonds. To me, it's a pretty straightforward call here, but he is deciding to fold. And this is part of his unpredictability. I mean, this guy plays bottom pair sometimes very aggressively, just folds middle pair here, getting a great price. Especially on this volatile board, this Weta board, you could definitely have the best hand with the 7 there, given the action. But he decides to fold, and we're down to Deeb and Richardson. Great card for Richardson here, and terrible card for Sean. And this is part of the problem now. If Richardson were to play his hand aggressively, is that Sean is kind of in no man's land here. I'm assuming it will go check, check. But Richardson decides to lead the turn for 2,000. I don't hate this play. I think it kind of depends what other hands you're using to make it with. Sean does have a gutter to go with his 7, so he calls. And it's kind of a weird line, so Sean might be a little bit suspicious. I think if Richardson is going to lead the turn, though, he has got to bet a bunch of rivers, especially a river like this. You can't just check and let your opponent win with weak showdown.
Just now.
Nice bet here from Richardson. I like this. I like the way he's played this hand, even though he kind of picked an unorthodox line by leading the turn. But he does follow up with a good-sized river bet.
Well, I can tell you one thing. For 300, you can pick one card.
Wow. That is strong. Sean instantly accepts for $300. Much different price, by the way, compared to Sean offering $500 to Mike when his Mike stack's only $1,800. This bet is $4,100. And pretty interesting move by Richardson. This is very strong. You never see this stuff because tournaments, they don't allow it, and online, obviously, you just can't do it. So it's really only live cash that this happens. And there's a likely an entirely different skill set in terms of evaluating what this means. I think it's.
I think that might be the worst.
I think this is great. Really interesting play. Sean has a heart, which is not a great card. And he's going to have a bunch of stronger hands here. I just don't think he needs to call. There's just not a lot of hands with the 9 of spades that Richardson will have that Sean expects him to be bluffing with. Like 9-10 obviously gets there. 9-5 is a straight, 9-10 is a straight. I mean, 9-6 is one of the only hands that really makes any sense. It's not even like he's showing him a heart. I think this is a pretty clear fold if you're Sean, even though Sean has the best hand. But Sean does like to call, and he does like to trust his read. So if you can get a read on Richardson, who knows? Maybe he'll make a non-theoretical play.
It's all he wanted to do was know whether I had a flush draw.
Yeah.
I just wish.
And then I didn't think about it beforehand because I know he's got like a middle pair and he's not sure. If he has a big hand, he's already
I do have
calling.
a. This is my card that is playing. So you could be bluffing with 9-8, and that's one of the annoying things about seeing that card.
This would be a particularly strange bluff with 9-8. 9-8 seems like such a clear check because it's so much more in the middle of your range. You want to be bluffing with the kind of bottom of your range and then value betting the top of your range. 9-8 would be somewhere in the middle. It would be a very weird hand to bluff with. 9-6 though does make some sense. You're probably not going to get to this river with that many weaker hands, so bluffing with it makes sense, even though it does have showdown value. Given the context, given the way the betting of the hand went, it's important to be able to look at your hands that do have some showdown value. There's some that are made but not strong as bluffing candidates. Not having a heart in your hand is good for Richardson. It makes it more likely that Sean would be on a flush draw and that his bluff would get through.
I should have a 0% calling range seeing the 9 of spades.
Theoretically.
See, Sean again is acknowledging that he understands the theory behind it, but he's trying to make essentially like a better than theory play by getting a read, trusting his instincts. And I mean, you have to give him credit. I mean, Sean's been doing this for a long time, many years. He's played a ton of live poker. So Sean really, you got to give him credit for, I think, thinking here and having the intuition that he is that he does have the best hand.
7 of spades. I would have called thinking he could have 9-7 of spades. I'm bluffing and I have him out kicked. They can't even have that hand. 9-6 of spades. 5 of spades. Ace-9 of spades.
Did he just call out Richardson's hand specifically, 9-6 of spades? Sean's impressive sometimes.
I will be as more tilted than Tolly is right now.
If he would have picked a 10, he would have called you. You know that, right? Oh, jeez.
Let's see.
Wow.
Oh, he bluffed you. Oh,
Wow.
I told you I should call. I'm so mad. Nice
Oh
hand,
my
Al.
God.
I used to think you were a good player.
Wow.
Well played. A well played hand. Good instincts by Sean. Just so many things wrong with his hand to call there. But that was a pretty interesting hand. I'm glad I picked that hand to focus on.
Everyone else like, Sean's such an idiot for taking this long.
I don't even want to get
Oh,
involved.
I'm so mad at myself.
The
Nice
9,
hand,
it just didn't make any sense.
Al. Oh.
Didn't make any
It
sense.
looked like the 9. I thought you might pick that off. I'm not saying
But Sean might think he's bluffing with an 8.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing is he has
Like if
me
he
beat
would have
with
said
9-8.
500 or 800, but 300 is like dirt cheap.
Right, any card works.
Much more like
I will straddle.
Ah. Alan. I can play Alan and Helmuth. How bad am I at poker?
Wow.
Well,
I don't get bluffed by Jeremy.
at least I'm here.
Well, at least I know one hand that's going to make TV that I played.
That one might make it. That one might make it.
I missed the high five fail. I think I was looking at the comments. Oh, is there? I love when people fail on high five. That's really the best. Oh, it's a shame. All right, looks like we got some hands here. 5s, 8-5 suited, 6s. Who's the original raiser? Looks like Bates raised with 6s. And we got some calls here.
Different 7 with 7 spades. I always call.
And I guess there's a straddle. I guess there have been some more straddles as the raises to 300. pretty Hellmuth exclusive flop here. Top pair. Everyone a bit afraid of the ace, I'm sure. Hellmuth likely to check at least one street, if not this one as well. Well, just as I say that, he leads instantly out. Not much anybody can do. Dentale, the most likely to continue in the hand since he is in position. Does have a pair. Doesn't have a heart, which is good. It makes it more likely Hellmuth is semi-bluffing with hearts, though we know that Hellmuth has top pair.
Check.
And the flush does not get there. And Hellmuth decides to check. Maybe Hellmuth is hoping that Dentale has a missed flush draw and that he will take a stab.
Good check.
A little bit of loose call on the turn by Mike, but does not compound it by trying to bluff the river. And Hellmuth wins another pot. Saren 113. Is it Olivier or Oliver? It's Olivier. French parents.
Well, your marriage are not working out well.
2 eyes. Most people call me Oliver when they see the spelling because it looks a lot like Oliver. But it's Olivier. Thanks for asking.
Probably had you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, when he bet the river, he thought he was bluffing, but he actually had my actual hand beat. That was what was so annoying.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sorry, I make a mess everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you were worried he was bluffing with 8-9.
This is giving me a newfound respect for Ali Najad. I always loved Ali, but him doing poker after dark by himself, that was a Herculean task. Not easy to do it all by yourself. I miss Doug and his energy and his analysis. All right, we have one real hand here and 2 pretenders. With Kaufman finally having a big hand, but 2 aces on the flop. It's better than 1 ace, let me tell you. Makes it a lot less likely you're beat. Kaufman confident now after a couple checks. He has the best hand. Unfortunately, tough to get action. Or not. Richardson with just king high thinks he might be good.
Wait for me to check or no?
Doesn't seem like.
Betting in the dark is a little bit weird when you are the in-position player. But Kaufman does his own thing. There you go. Gets him to check. Now bets. I mean, if Richardson thought his hand was good on the turn, he might think it's good now. That card is pretty good for king high. And this is like part of the problem when you're not sure, when you're not as precise with your adjustments. A guy like Kaufman, you end up paying him off just too often. We saw Sean Deeb do it with ace high, and here Richardson with king high, when Kaufman just had real hands. I mean, Kaufman is definitely capable of bluffing and probably bluffs too much in some spots, and yesterday definitely earned himself some action, but you don't have to just calm down with anything. You got to be a little bit more mindful of the hands that you're calling down with, because you're going to start getting owned by this guy just value betting you if you're calling him with ace and king high.
Normally I would do it just to mess with people, but I let it go and I was very happy with that. I would have burned a couple thousand most likely.
Cassack W, no Doug today. Yes, we do have Doug Polk, and Doug should be returning relatively soon. He went off to do a couple interviews. The players are on break. We are on a delay. So I'm here trying to hold the fort down until Doug comes back. Bear with me. Doing my best. But Doug will be back. It's amazing, by the way, to see how much of a star Doug has become. I mean, people coming up to him, asking autographs, talking about his YouTube channel. He is quickly skyrocketed to real poker stardom, and good for him. I mean, I think his analysis is great. I think his personality is almost tailor-made to be in the spotlight, and he does it without kind of losing a sense of himself. So I think we're all better off for Doug contributing both his analysis and entertainment value. And it's not to be taken lightly, the quality of his analysis. I think it's really, really high level, and he's extremely generous with it. So just wanted to say that about Doug.
You can tell me. Some of them are just they just want to know the
Sven's T, recreational players overbluff so much when it's checked to them. You can see Phil giving them the chance every time. I think this is a great subtle point, one that speaks to Phil's particular abilities and edge in poker, is to be able to exploit what I was talking about before, these kind of general population tendencies, without knowing a specific player and what they do, knowing how typical players, especially amateurs or inexperienced players, what they do in certain spots, recognizing those types of patterns and being able to exploit them in ways that might not be in sync with or overlap with theoretical play.
Are you still talking about my hand?
I fully admit when I get outplayed. I insulted you about not being read as well as Phil. You read me correctly for weakness, you pounced on it, and you won because of it.
Wow.
I could do that.
Your mom will be proud because I know she's watching.
Thank you. She's listening.
And we hope you're doing well.
And I'm still stuck, and you're still winning.
Oh, yeah.
Some things never change, Alan.
My mom being proud? You're right.
Where are we at here?
Hey, you will always be your favorite son.
Call? Yeah. Straddle call.
I already know that must mean that that's her only son.
No, I have
He actually has
an
another
older brother.
son.
7-5 suited.
Alan's very good to her.
Tight fold, Bates playing tight all night,
And she's
or
very
day.
good to everyone she meets. She's a great person.
We called through with 2-10s. Looks like he is going to raise to 350. And D'Italia in the straddle, king nine of diamonds. This is
Shut the mics off.
a great hand to call. I think it's a decent hand to 3-bet, but against a really tight opener, I think calling makes a little bit more sense.
Do you have any food back there?
And you know what?
Yep.
They had
They
such
got all
a
the
different culture
appetizers.
back
Pretty much
then.
the same spread as playing last night.
No, I have to go straight
It was
to
such a
the
different culture back then.
And this could be interesting, as we call through as an overpair, and D'Italia flops top three of a kind here. 9-9-6. D'Italia poised to win a decent sized pot. Real question is if he calls or raises, and he does decide to just call.
I threw a black one over there.
I like this play. Lets you call with some weak hands and protects your range. Let your opponent continue bluffing. If he is, though, this particular opponent probably going to bluff a little bit less. I do not like this check back at all. I cannot believe that he did that. Do not like that. You got to bet there. You got to bet a bunch of straight draws. You got to try to build a pot with your nutted hands. And you just want to set up a river jam. Looks like he might still consider a river jam here, even though it would be an overbet.
I guess this is our last hand.
Is this our last hand?
I got a minute or two.
But now the 6 comes, we call their checks again, and D'Italia likely will get paid here, but
One more hand? Yeah, I got one more.
looks like he's not going to win the maximum. Now this is
Bonus package on this table.
having 2 10s is not the greatest hand here to call with, because you do block hands like 10-7 and 10-8, which are hands you want your opponent to have to be bluffing with. But your hand is pretty under-repped. I mean, you just raise pre and then c-bet and then check the turn the river, and you do have 2 10s here. A jack is not a card that is super likely to have helped Mike. The real question is whether Mike has a 9 or 6. Mike happens to have a 9, but you wouldn't expect him to have a 9 after he checks the turn. So I think a 6 is the most likely card to be, or hand for Mike to have, and he does get called here. And yeah, not much Buchalter can do. I don't hate his call here. I think it's pretty reasonable. Obviously very unlucky.
Every time I have an overpair, you flop trips.
No, one more. He said.
Checked it twice, conservative, you know what I mean?
See what your line is.
Control the pot.
You want a Mississippi straddle?
We bet 2.
Nah.
One hand was more reasonable than the
The
other.
line's really
All right.
2 points.
Guys, I'm straddling. There are.
I am relaxed. Does this exploitative playstyle help or hurt Helmuth in tournaments these days when people tend to play more along the lines of GTO? I don't think people are really playing that GTO in tournaments these days. I think tournaments are still incredible value, where there's a ton of amateurs and even the pros are playing pretty exploitatively. I think Helmuth does better in larger fields with less experienced players. I think he has a tougher time in smaller, high buy-in fields with very good players. But I wouldn't count out his intuitive abilities and his kind of general sense for live dynamics. I think Phil, can definitely hold his own in most fields, but definitely will struggle against the very best players as everyone else does.
That's probably best.
I can fold this one.
You can fold. It was middling.
That's foldable.
It's terrible.
No, it wasn't even middling.
It was good enough.
Bottomless of the barrel.
That's a wide range.
Sorry.
Oh,
Man, you get tighter. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? You all right? So good. Well, I'll come back. I'll come up to rebrand the new Hard Rock.
Kaufman raised here with 9-8 of diamonds, and Richardson and Dentale both called, and Kaufman flopped the flush draw, c-bet, and looks like he's going to win the pot. Pretty standard stuff. But Kaufman's hand selection seems to have improved a bit, which, like Doug and I were saying, could turn into some real dividends, like real profitable for him if he makes some hands and just plays more fundamental poker. This looks to me like they're going to be breaking, which means we are going to take a break. I don't know how long their break will be. My guess is 20, 30 minutes. We will be back when play resumes. For now, I guess take your own breaks, guys. I'll be back with Doug, hopefully, in a few minutes.
Guys, let's
Are
go.
we actually playing?
Yeah, we're playing.
There are cards here.
Some of us are playing,
Alan's,
some of us are not.
Instead of the rule of no phones, Alan has 2 phones.
They said we're back, and I was like, that's interesting. Oh wait, that means
I
I'm
think
going
they're
on.
talking
Yeah, it was sounded like they were talking to each other. All right, guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Did not have much of a chance to do interviews with people, but we did talk with Phil for a little bit and Mike, so that was good. Yeah, so I heard I missed an interesting hand while I was gone. There was some money being paid to see cards or something.
Yeah, I think Sean opened on a double straddle.
By the way, we have aces immediately, so maybe this is the 3rd time I've seen Zeeb have aces tonight. 3rd time.
Yep.
Okay, so wait, is it 3-bet? Oh my God. Oh, and Jeremy, a little discipline. And it pays off in a big way.
I had your out. I had an ace.
In a big way, okay.
I do not think he should be telling people that he folded
Phil, how
an
many
ace.
kilos out of commercial?
You know?
It looked
I
good.
mean, he's tightening up. He's tightening it up. By the way, let's give a few shouts going here in the chat. Doug, you drunk again? No, I'm on my 1st.
Earlier.
Japanese whiskey.
Jim's gonna like that. Jim will like that.
Oh, Jim wasn't
Bib
there?
Sally, welcome back, Doug. Thank you very much. Good to be back. Chubby Jane, who's this pigeon? Cheers, mate. Yeah?
Although he flew in, just Phil, Alan has a
I beast high stakes.
I beast high stakes.
Why he wasn't
Beast
there.
everything. What else we got? Yeah. Catherine Polk. I beast high stakes, yeah. Catherine
You have
Polk.
to have a nicer watch on when you do the commercial, though.
This is only 280,000.
I know that. Not that.
Is
You don't want that
is
dusty
that
watch.
is that your mother's first name?
That's my mom's name.
Why don't you jump
But-
in and play a hand?
That's weird.
You got it, buddy.
There's no way she's in on the meme.
No, I would be
There's
surprised.
zero. Yeah, she also wouldn't say pigeon, yeah. So this is definitely not my mom. You guys, somebody looked up her name to make it their screen name.
That's a little creepy.
That is actually creepy. Anyway,
Look, we have 3 pocket pairs.
3
Matt
pairs.
Lance in the house.
3 times the chance for a set. And Matt Glantz. Wow, so when I was asking Matt Glantz to get in the game, looks like
Matt
that was
Lance with
likely.
20K.
Looks like that was likely.
All right. Wait, who does that mean got out of the game? I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Hold on, we can figure this out. Dude, we are the worst commentators of all time. Who's out of this game?
Was it six-handed before?
Bates is out.
Good call. Impressive.
All right.
What is Glantz doing?
Can I get my cards back?
Serious question. With all due respect,
calm.
how is Matt Glantz rich?
Just tell him what it was.
Well,
I still saw him.
What size chip did he put in?
I wish I had a funny joke. I was like, all right, Doug, give him the goods. And I was like,
Set.
okay, nice. Oh, and look who it's for. Oh.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Jeremy's about
Dude, Tally,
to.
or did he just bet everything? He just bet. He just went all in.
Oh, yeah. And
He just ruins all the fun.
And Jeremy's about to just like,
Is it just that easy?
he's about to just
Is
like.
it just that easy? He said.
Jeremy said that?
I want him to talk to you in the mic. He loves doing that.
He's a little more chatty when he's got the goods.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna fold.
6 ways from Sunday.
All right, then I'm out.
Top set.
5s.
Top set. Now, I have to say,
It didn't come 9-5.
I feel for overall game dynamic, a hold here is pretty sweet. Because Mike tilts hard, and Jeremy is definitely in play on whatever money he has.
It's crazy. It's like,
Although, that said,
I know.
Jeremy's in play kind of no matter what. So it probably doesn't matter too much along the way.
Jeremy, toss him one
John
more.
Blaze, what's up, dude? Hey, Doug. Bazam in the chat. John Blaze, an enemy of mine in the Bankroll Challenge. We have played a lot of poker. John Blaze, welcome to the stream here today.
20 minutes. If I flop the set
Also, guys, John Blaze does stream on Twitch. Quick plug for John Blaze, because at this point I feel like we're friends. So I've never met you, John Blaze, but I know you're in Vegas because I guess Nevada. Good luck, man. Good luck on the stream.
Too bad they come 9-5.
Yeah, so the real Bob Ross verified. Mike is going to go off the deep end now. Totally possible.
9-5
He would have liked that.
But I mean, that was a pretty bad beat for Mike. Like to run a top set there.
And it was really not too much you could do, right? The pot was huge when he jammed.
Yeah, I mean it was.
He had like a pot-sized bet.
It was fine. It was standard. That was just standard. Kind of across the board standard actually. Queens versus nines, top set versus an overpair. What game are we watching? Because Because that doesn't sound anything like what's been going on for the last 2 days.
Just randomly, I want a hand. You.
It does happen sometimes. Tyler, it actually happens sometimes.
Doug, what do you think about donking the flop? Actually, this is an interesting question, so don't do it.
That's not enough.
You flop bottom set.
You have these like gems that are
Thanks.
saved up.
See, sometimes like I just.
What sign are you, Doug? What sign are you?
What's up?
What sign are you?
Yeah, stop sign.
Stop
That's
sign.
exactly right. Sometimes, like, usually my jokes, I just like press play and I'm like, I hope something witty comes out here. And then sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You know, you gotta swing with the fences though. The chat's getting a little feisty. Doug, have you ever made love to a man? No. Thanks, Marty Behoy. Glad to have you here on the stream. Doga knows. Hey, Doug, you used to play Brood War. Is it the same name, WCG Rider? I mainly played Warcraft 3 at like a competitive level nationally. So, not StarCraft though. I played some StarCraft, but it was when I was younger.
Runner, straight flush draw.
All right.
No, he didn't.
To the straight draw.
Yeah.
Doug, what are you drinking?
Flush draw.
I'm drinking some
That was one of the
Yamazaki.
better turn cards for my hand.
The
Yamazaki
thing is, when Sean plays the
12.
5-9 hearts for 2,300,
You have a pair of that?
and he
There's
flops,
no getting
he
him.
flops any heart in between.
Full circle
5 and
stopper.
9,
Will you
there's
stream
no
Scoop,
getting
Doug?
off that hand.
I'm planning on it. At least a few.
That's for sure.
In the past, I've tried to like set schedules for Scoop. Like, I'm gonna stream this many days. But what I find is I just get so tired and just run down that I think my strategy this time is going to be stream if I feel good. After I stream, take the next day off pretty much no matter what. And then if I feel good the next day, stream again.
There you
So
go.
I'll do at least some streams. It could be 4 or 5 streams. It could be 10. It depends how I feel. If you guys are a little nicer to me, maybe we'll do some more streams, guys.
That's got to be part of the exhaustion. The
It
constant,
is. It's the battle. They
it's the emotional drain of the chat.
They grind you down.
Yeah.
They grind you down.
Sure they do.
Hey Doug, you should name this show Poker Night in America. That's clever. Oh, it's because my last name's Polk.
Seven of Hearts is one of the cards I'm
If
hoping
any
for.
heart comes in between 5 and 9 on the flop, there's no getting it off
Oh
the hand.
God. Jordan Bordello. Doug, what do you think about long range steals from under the gun? Profitable,
The biggest winning and losing sessions of
and
anyone in every game.
not much they can do about
That's
it.
why
Anyway,
you
we
can
have.
play those kind of hands, 'cause there's so
Oh
many good
shit! He
cards
told me
that
how to say
are
his
like
last
thin cards
name.
for you on the flop.
You
On
called
the
it.
break.
But who's watched you have the biggest
not how he said
single
it,
win of
Buchalter.
your career?
Huh?
Bo
Who's
Culture.
watched you
Bo
have the
Culture.
biggest win of your career?
He told me how to say it on the break, and then I was butchering it, and so we're gonna go right back into butchering.
Did Tally call that early position open with 7 for us?
Okay, let's go to the second biggest one.
I don't
I was
know.
there
No, I
with
don't
Mr. Gus
I thought he was
Hansen.
in hand.
Well, I'll tell you what's not gonna work. This bet from Jeremy in return.
Remember how sick you were?
But like,
I think you had a little piece of that though.
I actually think.
He didn't want you wanted to play.
I actually think that this is a spot that a lot of players don't bluff enough because you have to use just totally non-equity.
That was into the $1 million.
You never use an
hurdle.
ace to bluff here?
That was into the million.
I mean, he should probably use an ace.
no,
But what I'm saying is, like in general, on a
That was
rainbow
$1
turn
million
like this, players under bluff.
Right.
So this is actually
I think
like,
I should call this one.
you know, 9-5, not my hand of choice.
Mm-hmm.
But
Call in the turn.
the premise of bluffing on this turn without equity really is
Let the
I
guy
think Sean can play the 9-5. That's his hand.
How much longer are they streaming this? Great question.
Really,
Oh, right.
Another 4 hours maybe?
Okay, sounds like an amount of time. Who is Doug Polk? Welcome to the stream here, City Slicker.
This is a button, right?
I'm Doug Polk.
No. Matt just missed
You
the
stole- you
straddle.
stole
so-
it.
I just put the bit. I put that.
I know you got
Jay
it right the next
Cisana says, Doug, do you think it is ethically okay to commentate on a cash game and then go play? Oh, definitely not, man. Super unethical.
Yo, let's get in this game.
Super unethical.
Let's get in this
Because
game.
you have all the reads. That's what Kane does. He gets in here, he commentates for a bit, gets the reads, gets the dynamic, and
Then
then
gets
jumps
the
in
aces.
and gets the aces.
Gets the aces.
Although today, Dave gets the aces, but yeah, in general.
I've been reading them. They aren't.
Rad Poker. Olivier, did JC ever get out of the hospital? We got they're really grinding the MMA thing.
They are.
They're grinding it.
They are.
But yesterday also, so you have to add those both up.
What's it gonna be?
Yeah, I think he's doing well. I don't know. I don't
Buck
talk-
Alter. I
I'll tell
don't.
you one thing.
Is it Buck Alter?
Buck Alter.
All right, I'm gonna go with that.
So we're gonna need a new one.
Doug, please, you are a multimillionaire. It's Buck Alter. Why is that relevant?
Something you whip on.
It's like, Doug, you got a lot of money, so you should pronounce last names correctly. Like what?
King 3.
Oh boy.
Not worthy.
I have a set of 9s.
Oh, this card's got it.
All right.
I just thought you were like joking.
Like you can't beat Jeremy.
Get a new setup. Yeah, let's just get it all.
That's not a good guy to run bad against.
I wish these guys were
The
friends.
other day.
Right?
I saw that one.
I think we're friends.
We are friends.
What's going on here? Oh, if only. The chat, man, they're great. Okay, let's do this. Let's play a game.
All right. I love games.
We're gonna commentate on the action.
Really?
Because I feel like in the first half we didn't really do like
That much straight hand commentary?
yeah, we didn't. And at the end of the day, we kind of are the commentators.
saying I'm the best pro.
Yes.
Yes.
The double negative.
Right.
Recop Kid is really pushing this question.
He managed to insult Matt worse there about
Can you explain why donking is so bad? Well, it's too much of a paragraph, but the basic idea is that donking, in theory, a small percentage is fine, but balancing how that affects your check range is so hard for a human to do that you're way more likely to make mistakes by doing it than the value you give up by not having the range.
It was perfect. He had the perfect 2 cards.
That's my actual answer because you asked twice nicely.
And he showed me 2 new cards that beat what I showed him by 1.
It's a true story.
Omaha has so many slow
Hack our CSGO. Huska, you got any GTO meditation tips? Yeah, there's a good app I use called Headspace. Check it out. Some guided meditation helps you figure out and work through a lot of the obstacles. It's a good app. Check it out.
Mike, it's a TV show, man.
You know, I've never done meditation before.
No.
Yeah.
You're just so
But I could see it.
You can't quiet other players.
Yeah.
measured.
I could see it being good. I could see it being good. Like to center yourself and like.
Yeah, I like it because it helps me deal with the overwhelming mind chatter that I struggle with.
That's fair.
And it helps give a little bit of perspective instead of like being emotionally reactive. You like give yourself some pause before.
I think that meditation is probably something that could help most people. I feel like it could probably help me some too. But I also think that there are certain people that will
Benefit
gain,
less and more.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
on the left side.
I think so. But I mean, it's something I'd be down to try at some point.
The problem is, like, I'll walk around with these headphones.
All right, so we got a open ender here on the flop for Dentali. Deeb with bottom pair.
This is the potential to tilt Dentali.
Well, Dentali should be betting. He needs to up the aggression. He's.
Makes sense. Possible. Yes.
He's not going to fold here.
I mean, Deeb should bet, I think, because Dentali has just not gone for it in like any of these spots.
Wow.
But I say that.
I'm at lunch.
I don't have much.
Years ago when cell phones.
Oh,
weren't
touched
as
his face.
popular.
Classic sign of
Somebody
weakness.
goes to the bathroom and he comes back and he goes, "You're never going to believe what happened." I said, "What happened?"
There's no. What is Sean doing?
Because I'm in the stall.
Is he showing the 3 and then he's going to call and show the king?
The guy next to me says, "Yo, buddy, how was your day?"
Sean is definitely trying to tilt Mike.
This guy is.
Right, because there's no chance he's folding, so this is an
How was
act.
your day?
Oh
I
my
was like, "No, it was
Oh
your
my
day."
God.
And the guy's like something, and he's like,
Yeah, see, he showed the 3. He wanted it to be no good, but then show the king and have that be good, like if Mike was betting a 10.
Oh god.
I actually don't think that's particularly effective against Mike. I think Mike is more likely to laugh at that.
I look at the hand. They went bet check bet from Mike. I don't mind
You
that
don't
line.
mind that line?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think it's
Well,
fine.
when
Do you
Call with a
do you
three,
kind
that's
of
the
take your 8-9s, break them in to like half or whatever, and then play
know,
some of them one way?
On turns like that 7, I've definitely gone through phases in my career where I would never bet turn with anything. I just check all my range back. Because like the
Even though the turn is better for you?
Brutal. If you had a king.
I'm sorry,
I'm gonna be able to slow roll.
Dentali open and Deep called big blind. Dentali bet flop and the turn was a 7. 10, 7, 3, 7.
I didn't make a pair. I
So it's definitely better for Deep.
Oh yeah, I thought it was the other way around.
Oh yeah, no worries. So small bet range, no bet range.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm okay with either.
Yep.
If I was gonna have one, 9-8 would be in
So,
there.
you know, one of the questions I have about that type of spot actually is when you're Mike and you're checking back most of your or all of your range on the turn. On the river, how do you go about picking your bluffs?
Linear. Just pick your lowest ones out as bluffs. Because removal is not too important.
I feel like a lot of
check
times
spots.
people end up picking hands that like had equity at some point throughout the hand.
Oh,
even
like
though that's not
subconsciously?
even though it's not really, you know.
I see what you're saying, and I mean, at the end of the day, there's not too much of a difference between
Sure.
like 9-8 and like your lower hands or whatever.
Right.
Although he shouldn't have much lower than 9-8, given he opened from under the gun.
And he was 9-8 offsuit, right?
I mean, there could be straddles. Those are hard to say for sure. Anyway, we have a pot brewing here. Top pair for Helmuth.
Likely to check, yeah.
Yeah, Helmuth might get a caller. He might get a customer if he goes to the flop bet.
750.
Don't like this bet from Kaufman. So he doesn't have a diamond. He's not going to have playability on a lot of turns. Doesn't have any spades.
So if Kaufman had king queen of spades, you'd bet.
I still think I like a check with that hand, but it's more reasonable with a hand like that because you could get like the turn 6 of spades and have a reason to bluff. Also, Helmuth is probably going to bet himself with hands like ace king and ace queen. So your blockers don't really play much of a role. And
900.
and then also just within your flat range, you're probably high enough to want to take showdown. So that would be my list of reasons to not bet. And Kaufman is what does he beat? He beats king, jack of like diamonds.
Jack 9 of diamonds.
The hand's gonna bet the flop though, I think.
Not calling with
All right.
king high.
All right, good fold, Jeremy. I got a little worried when he got the chips out, but that was a good laydown.
Good king.
And I think that was actually a correct hand played by Helmuth. I like the flop check. I mean, turn check's obviously standard. And then river, you could probably go either way. But with the ace of spades, I don't mind going for the thinner value bet.
So why is the turn check standard?
Well, he was out of position, right? So he check called flop.
Limping with aces, and you raised with
Check
king
turn.
right behind me again, right?
From Helmuth or from Jeremy?
I think so.
No, you answered my question.
Oh, gotcha.
Not this hand.
Yurik, what's up? Shout out to Yurik, a Warcraft 3 buddy from back in the
Oh, yeah,
day.
it wasn't aces.
Doug, can you talk about why you used to have a leading range of multi-way pots from the blind? I know you used to have one. What changed? So, the moral of the story is that I started doing it for a little while, and I just realized that the net effect on my check range, combined with balancing that lead range, just became too complicated, and I did not feel like I was executing it at a level that I felt comfortable with employing the strategy, and so I instead elected to go with a check-based strat. That's my... Reco P Kid, can you explain what linear means? As Jeremy limps in, raised in with King Jack. Yeah, linear means approaching poker like this is my worst hand, this is my best
can I
hand,
have one of these?
and thinking about them in that way, rather than removal, which is like what are the effects of my cards? Ooh, and we got ourselves a flop for Jeremy, but it is gonna be hard to get paid against the 7-5.
Unless he plays it like he did the last time he had 7-5.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Ooh, Jeremy decided to go for the check back.
150. That's what it was.
Interesting. He bets a ton, but then checks this.
Alan has two
My
great
check range is looking pretty strong. You know what? You know what that means to me? I think he's looking for reasons to check. Like his default, I'm gonna bet unless I have a reason I want to check. And so that means his check range is probably stronger than a lot of opponents. Mike leads small, which he should be checking.
Really good at
Then he called this raise?
Really
And
good.
he called a raise.
making sure that he pays.
And man, this is working out for Jeremy in a big way.
Really good at taking care of the dealer.
Big Rhino Slick on a scale of 1 to 333,000. How much is Douglas Polk full of himself?
You paid.
It's
you paid the,
it's a pretty big number, man. Pretty big number in poker anyway. He got called?
A minute left. They're up by like 8 or 9.
Happening.
not anymore. Oh yeah, 8.
Man.
Is that live? You're on the internet?
Yeah.
I have a feeling
Even getting on the internet.
I think
one
Mike.
seat is going to open up, and then you are going to go and get it, and then you're going to win another 70K, and I'm going to be stuck here by myself commentating.
Karma. Or no, what would it be? Not karma.
Whatever.
Whatever. Some word.
Yeah.
That could happen. Shout out to Chasey Larks. Hi, Doug. What's up? How's it going? S. Strobe, get your bad regs out. What's up, Strobe? I've seen you in my YouTube comments, man. Thanks for joining us today. Herweed95 in the mix as well.
As your wife knows, you're a soft.
Damn, chat's moving along.
You can tell by looking at me. No muscle, all fat.
AAL Tamari. Hey, Doug, I'm very interested to know when you went on your huge downswing, did you use the same strategy you do now? Yeah, I was actually using the same strat through basically all of that. Also, most of my big downswing was not me playing. In fact, through that almost $2 million downswing I went on, I personally won money over that course of time.
Wow.
But
so this is your stable?
It was a mix of things, including some horses, yes.
Mine
Let's just say LOL Donkiments, and yeah, it was really just a lot of Donkiments. Fake Sky 87, shout out to the Evil Empire, of course. Thanks, job by Fake Sky.
Me and my siblings look like neither parent.
All right, so we have a hand. We got Jeremy with the 9-4 under the gun +1. He has to have straddled, right? Or double straddled.
Yeah, it looks like he double straddled and called Helmut's race to 6.
It's gonna work out, I think. I don't think of Jeremy as a folder. I think he's gonna call here with his third pair and look to play some poker on the river. I don't mind this bet from Phil Helmut though. I don't think Jeremy's gonna have too many aces. And Helmut's definitely going to be raising a bunch of them here from the big blind in a double straddle. That open range is generally on the conservative side. Definitely ace heavy. Ooh, and Helmut gets bailed out here.
Jeremy's got 8, 6, and 4. Yeah, we're talking about that.
So is Helmut try to get thin value here on the river?
No, there's no way. He checks over to Jeremy, who then...
Queen. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
No, I think Helmut played the river.
Phil Helmut's in the game, boys. If you can slow roll here, I'll be.
Oh, the graphic was wrong?
I think.
Too late to raise the turn.
It was a good slow roll.
Helmut bet the turn and then bet the river, right? Yep.
I would actually have considered raising as Jeremy.
On the
On
turn?
the river, you have
on the river.
On
You
the,
have a
you have
spade.
a 4, you have a spade, you have one of
Dougie,
your
I didn't
worst
make many mistakes
hands.
there except for calling pre-flop.
I love the game of what would Doug think.
49er hands, eh?
Dougie, why do you make me keep calling pre-flop?
What are the type of hands that you can get to the river
Listen
with
to
and
this.
value check raise with?
Dougie, why do you keep making me calling
I
free
just want
flop?
to know how much you won a lost poker before you found his website.
Sorry, what's your question?
I was such a good
So
player.
if you're bluffing with 9-4,
And how do those videos
what are
start?
some of the hands that you get to the river that way with that you can
Come
value
on.
check raise with?
You
Well,
only
it's
did it
tough
with
because the
last
bet's really small, so you have to do a lot of calling, which makes it maybe just a call. But you want to take some of your worst pairs that have a spade and turn them into bluffs because you can definitely have some 2 pairs of flushes and king jack that you're going to want to raise as
In
well.
half an hour, he's going to love that one. It's just me and you?
Oh, me and Jeremy?
All right.
The dream spot in poker?
All right.
Matt, just like in there, chilling. Got the. It's like, oh, I'll help myself to one of the best seats at the table. Cheers, Matt. Thanks for having me out this weekend. Oh boy.
Check it.
What size raise there would you recommend? I think a few thousand looks good to me. You got to make it something substantial. And Jeremy, you know, I like how he's playing this hand. He went limp call, right? And so
Check, yeah.
check. Bet turn's good. And Jeremy has played this hand totally fine. I'd like to see.
Now, if you're Matt, do you bluff rivers like this if check to?
I think you can go either way. I think the argument can be made that you could have a few other hands like Queen Jack, Queen 9 that checked back.
Check is good.
I got a pair.
And might want to level some of those. And you also could have maybe like ace X of clubs. So you know you might have a few weaker hands, but you can make an argument to bet. The problem is if you're going to bet all your ace jacks and all your ace queens, you're just going to have so many bluffs compared to value that.
Like he was playing against Natali.
Yeah.
You play like you're playing against Scientology.
Got him on the river.
Hey, Jeremy,
Friday,
I
yeah.
want your coaching
Matt
for
just
tomorrow.
casually shows up after the break in the best seat in Pennsylvania.
You want some coaching for me?
Yeah.
Super
Better
casual.
than Doug, and
What a
he
guy
knows
though.
how to coach
What a
himself,
guy.
so.
Step 1, show up hotter than Mike.
Is
That's
that
step
possible?
1. That's step 1.
Hotter. Okay,
I mean,
so we're
do you
getting into
have
who's
any
hot.
idea how long my steam bath was this morning just to show up hotter than Mickey T?
I don't know if I want to
Of
go down
course,
this road.
they're Totally open.
Down to 6 points.
I feel like he has a kind of anchorman quality to some of his comedy. Some of the tones of voice he uses and stuff.
I was gonna say, how
I
could you ever fall
understand what
asleep
you're
like
saying.
Total joke.
He's got a lot of hands.
Family, oh, almost.
Family?
Is it a family pot?
Oh no, looks like
Who folded? Okay, so
Buchalter.
what do we got? We got a
Buchalter.
flush draw and a gut shot for Matt. We've got bottom pair for Mike. We got an open ender for Helmuth. We got
Nice hand, Matt.
a middle pair for Jeremy. We're going to get some action here.
Yeah.
We got a lot of hands.
No top pairs, but
No top pairs, but I think we got enough. We got enough to.
we got Helmuth, Matt, and Jeremy.
I mean,
right?
Helmuth's going to have to continue here. He's got an open ender with the nuts on both sides, and a spade if the flush hits. And then, I mean,
Wow.
I'm trying to think about it. I mean, that was a very disciplined laydown from Jeremy, but yeah, it's actually probably reasonable. It's probably a reasonable laydown, I think.
Because Matt's range has to be pretty strong
'Cause,
betting
what's
into
the
that
chance
field, and
what's the chance that both players are on draws? And if
but do both players need to be on draws for you to call?
yeah, because if they have a hand like ace queen or king queen, you're just so
Pure
toast.
air.
So sick, man. I had a 5-2. Thank God that's
Pure
straight.
air.
Sorry, what happened? It went check.
I think check on the turn and then bet fold on the river.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder why Helmuth didn't bet the turn.
I wasn't in the family pot. I had 9-5. You'll see it.
9-5 was good.
I wonder what Matt would have done versus a bet. Do you think he would have called, or do you think he would have raised?
I think he would have check called.
Yeah.
Not
The way this game is playing, probably would have
I
called.
had something like that.
You make a
I
flush?
made it on the river. I had the Jack 8 of spades.
Huh?
Jack 8 of spades.
The massively multi-way pots are actually kind of interesting to me because like it's such a different ball game when there's like 6 people on the flop.
Yeah.
Like what qualifies as like a value bettable hand
It'd be tough to call with
just
Jack
goes up by so much, and so you can't bet as
No,
much.
might not.
So you have to be more
If I
selective with
did,
your
it'd be
bluffs
tough to
too.
call.
Generally, they have to have better equity.
When I want to
Wow.
It's just,
jam it.
it's just interesting stuff, really.
I'm glad I didn't jam it.
I should have just bet 5,000 on the turn.
Okay.
You can't even call, Matt.
What's that?
I should have just bet
Nice hand,
5,000.
Jeremy.
My
Yeah.
cards aren't that good.
Would've
but
worked.
it-
Big bucket, Doug.
Yeah,
You said that you had a steam
This is the
shower
last
at your
time you're the
house.
best player
How much
involved
is
in
that
a
like the gym
multi-way
steam
pot.
shower?
Remember,
It's actually better because there were no other naked dudes in it with you.
I did. I took it as an
Solidly better. But actually, it's really good. Like, you know, it's digital and it heats up. It's a solid shower experience. It's hard to go back afterwards, actually. So I'd recommend not getting one.
I disagree.
All right, so we got Jeremy here with the open ender. We got Dentali with middle pair. Checks.
Backdoor flush draw too.
And
Yes, 500.
Oh, you didn't have the big chip?
okay. So Mike is gonna get
Oh,
all
but
in here.
Dentali's like no chips. He has no chips.
Jeremy's gonna put him in.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have a race off.
Just make it 825. Because I'm not going to call anyway.
Oh.
Just make it 825.
And it's gonna be more or less like a real flip. This is gonna be like a real flippy flip,
Turn them up, guys.
Let's go.
Turn them up.
You don't have spades here,
Turn them up.
everybody.
You have to turn
right? I mean, this is like almost 50-50.
Oh, nice hand, Jeremy.
But based on the
Oh,
cards
yes,
left in
you
the
pair.
deck,
Oh, you guys got each
You
other's
got two
cards.
pair coming. Two
Wait,
pair.
you want more action on your hand right now,
You got two
Dentali?
pair. Wait, how much you want to bet that you get two pair? Two pair. You're getting two pair.
He did get
Oh,
two pair. Good bet.
go.
Good bet, good bet.
Oh, my. How did you miss that?
and Mike gets the
Dentali,
double.
you run so pure.
Hey, good thing you didn't add that 5,000 you wanted.
And now it's not bad enough just to lose it.
Dentali doubles up to like 42 big blinds.
You'll come in.
Oh,
Hey, Matt, that's
Yeah.
so nice in a multi-way pot to influence action. Say you're folding.
Mike's gotta start getting more aggressive. Like his main prerogative is playing loose and very passive. He's gotta put his foot in the gas pedal a little bit.
Wow, look at Dentali. He wins one little small pot. He's all smiles.
I'm just surprised I didn't lose that one.
We were also surprised.
I was going to bet against you for sure.
I mean, when I call with the crap hand.
I'm not putting the
Test Streamin' has a great question. How is it possible Helmuth is the quietest person at the table for 2 days straight?
Just put it in your pocket.
We haven't heard.
he
a
wasn't
peep.
the quietest yesterday,
Definitely not.
especially on the beginning.
Yeah.
He was really animated about that
Also,
Sean Deeb thing.
Buck Alter, is that right? Buck Alter is out to the quietest today. He's been snug, man. He's been snug. And
Someone in the chat said that
Deeb looks down at yet another
another huge pair.
Primero holding with the Kings.
It's just Buchalter has been so tight.
It would not be out of the realm of possibility for Buchalter to jam here.
cracked out.
It wouldn't be out of the realm. I mean,
remind me of a little bit. Some of the young guys like Sean might not know
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. But the rest,
I had you
remind me
beat
a little bit of
with
Martin
one
Short.
card.
although you might want to make an adjustment here, playing against Buckalter. When a player's pre-flop open goes down, decreasing your overall 3-bet strategy against them is usually a good place. So,
3-bet less for value and less as plus.
yeah,
I
exactly.
love Martin Short.
Does that mean that you're now flatting like big pairs like that?
No, kings are always 3-betting. I'm just saying that like.
So you're just like 3-betting. You're just like flatting 10s now
I'm
instead
just
of where you
saying
might
if
3-bet
if you're in Buckalter's position, Ace Jack might be low enough in your opens to where you're okay folding,
Right.
and your range is more protected because of how often you're going to have strong holdings, to where he's probably just fine folding. And in general, frankly, fold's probably the right
You
play.
in many ways.
I just think if players are 3-betting a high frequency and you want to add a 4-bet jam in,
I'm glad you got
4-bet
that
jam
part.
range in
Thanks,
at that
Matt.
stack size,
Pound
Ace
the
Jack
nail down
is
a
like
little bit
an
harder.
okay hand to do it with.
The Hebrew
I
hammer
prefer
over there.
Ace 2 suited.
Never get anything in the button.
Yeah, you have a little more removal with Ace Jack though.
Yeah.
No, I was just kidding, referring to a big hand that I got lucky with Ace 2 suited.
Uh-oh.
Which hand?
It was a tournament hand, but
Oh, okay.
it came King 8-8, Ace against
Who
pocket
would you rather
kings.
double up right now against, Sean or Phil?
Final table the Barcelona 50K.
I like them both.
It's a nice one.
I think we refer to that as a bad beat. I think so.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Sean 0.5. No, Deeb 0.5.
0.5, yeah.
Sean Deeb 0.5.
He's more of like a zero.
Okay, so we got nothing for Mike,
Deeb 0.0.
a pair for Helmuth, a call by Sean
I pretty much paid to call him whatever I want.
with Ace Jack, no spade. Definitely light
What do you
three-way,
think's
but
a bigger disparity between Tantali and Sean Deeb? Their looks or their intelligence? Their looks or their intelligence? Which is the bigger disparity? In your opinion, Jeremy.
Tantali wants to ask what disparity means.
Disparity on intelligence is massive, but not as massive as looks.
as what?
As looks.
Oh, I see.
Wham, bam.
You got the jock, the meathead, the best looking guy at the table.
Sean called again, huh?
And you got
Sean's not buying
stubborn.
it, and Phil Helmuth is just driving the value.
Genius.
He just looks like that.
You think Helmuth? You think the greatest poker player of all time
Wins lots of poker.
can sense where he's at enough here to go for a bet for value?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, is it that unreasonable? Like, he bet kind of small on the flop, kind of small on the turn, and like his opponent mainly has a 4 or a 3.
He is going to. Wow. Well,
That's a good Twitter poll.
This is
Phil. You might
this
wanna
is
put
like
that one
not this is not Doug approved. This is
he just faked that out and then checked.
that looks weak to me. But whatever.
I'm not showing first.
You win then.
I have 5s. You can
You
slow
win.
roll me. It's all right.
I said 6. I should have loved.
Until Sean's cards leave his hand, you can never be completely sure.
Jack high?
You win. You win. Could be quads.
I don't want you
It could also be like middle pair or nothing. It's really a very well balanced out slow roll game.
We need a I need a picture of you two guys and put up that poll. Who would win?
Damn it,
Which
Sean.
one would win?
Should have bet. I don't think
Yes,
you're gonna
Olivier
pay
did get wrecked
off.
kings against ace queen last night.
I did.
Why was your post flop game so bad?
I think I have to.
I thought you were working on your post flop game.
I was trying.
And
I've
then
been in
you
the
show
lab.
up-
I've been in the lab.
You show up
It's not
and
like
you
you're
don't
betting
even get kings to hold against ace queen.
Feels
I
like
mean,
winning, right?
Oh, God.
You're
you're not going to win if you do that.
You can breathe now.
It's gonna be hard.
It is.
I'm not good enough.
Don't speak too soon. You know how
I've
that
had
works.
aces and kings a bunch. You've been not involved, or you folded pre-flop. Gotten away.
Look,
So what happened here?
might be
Helmuth
figuring
limped and
his
then
game
Matt
out.
ISO'd and
You
then
guys know that sometimes
Buckalter's
I
gonna
want this
end
and something
everything.
like that, right?
You should have said that
not
before
this
the hand
time.
started.
Not this time.
And then Buckalter's going to get no action. Oh,
wow.
Matt.
Yeah.
Matt really
Matt
ambitious here.
Yeah, is actually out of position on like the tightest player with like one of the worst hands you'd
By the
isolate.
way, when he
Who
said
threw that to
sweat,
like
he
18%
I
of
mean,
his stack.
I mean, like this is some wow.
Jesus.
Oh my God, must be nice.
And no, so this is just a check here if you're Buckalter?
Yeah, I think so. What do you think's going to happen here?
Just check call, check, check. Oh, no, he put him all in? Oh, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This
is part of the reason that you jack if you have 2 jacks.
This is a mandatory. Okay, so this is a mandatory call with jacks.
I want to let you know.
Because
Do you
so
approve of this raise?
it's
Jared?
almost
Tell me the
never.
truth.
So okay, just listen for a second here.
Yeah.
Matt's almost never going to have king jack suited because you have jack jack and it's
Okay.
not the king on the board. So
Okay.
you can eliminate king jack suited.
Got it.
Matt's also not going to have ace king. Because he would forward pretty well, especially in the stack size.
I'm a fast player. I never.
So you're worried about king queen, which is fair. He has
I don't
king
really know what
queen.
I'm
You're in a
picking
bad
up.
place. But you don't have a club.
Just put it in.
So the overall flush draw frequency is going to be higher. I think you got to call.
What about the fact that you block queen jack?
That's
I don't
fair.
wanna repeat that one.
That is fair, but it's 2 combos versus
I will not.
Is that an actual website?
it's 2 combos versus all the other things going on. I think it's not. I think it's not
sounds like
relevant.
one,
I think you got. I think if you bet jacks here, you have to bet call. You just have to.
Someone would have that.
Jacks
URL.
and queens are actually, when they're behind, they're screwed. But given removal, they're actually. Oh, that's so
It's
bad.
hard, so I show 'em.
That was. Oh.
How do you not?
This one.
I love seeing the emotional component of your reaction.
I just.
Yeah.
I'm hurt.
It hurts you. I can tell.
It
hurts
does.
you.
I'm a favorite over queens.
Oh, Matt is so self-satisfied.
I mean, yeah, you
was
just
begging for
casually
his second
flat
call.
10-7 suited out of position against the 3
Get the
bet.
dream flop, still should get called,
Get
and then
the-
don't
yeah,
get called.
That's exact. And just man,
I had king jack suited.
Exactly. What suit?
unreal. People are way too squared of
Diamonds,
I guess
Man, I
I guess
so
top
wanted to
pair in that
call
spot.
back.
Because I know it
Yeah.
sucks. If they have top
Like
pair,
you do all the time.
you're
Will be
toast.
my
But
option.
it's not that likely. Queens are better than jacks, I think, to have there because
Matt, just
king
say
queen
I
off
learned,
is more likely to flat pre than king jack off.
Okay.
But also like if
And
you,
maybe slightly more likely to actually jam the flop?
Are these normal?
Or you
decks?
just think they're equally likely?
sorry, I'm talking about
Do we remember
for
the tip off?
jacks for the guy with
right down the
jacks
side.
for Buck Alter.
Are these
But I'm saying
all
if you're
decks
Matt,
in
like, do you
poker?
think if Matt has king jack
these
and
are
king
poker
queen,
decks. Oh, these are
both of
the
those hands are
decks.
equally likely to check
You should know
jam?
that. I mean,
You wouldn't even play
I was
this hand.
thinking.
You just think that's not
I
enough?
think that they're pretty close.
What?
I don't think it's a big
bad.
decision,
You would not have
a
played
big
my
deciding factor.
Why play your
But
hand?
also, jacks no club is like definitely your best jacks to bet call.
Yeah.
So queens no club, obviously the best of those pairs.
Yeah, like he's 10 of clubs or 10-9 of clubs or something like that.
John Blaze,
buddy.
this week on
10-7
Poker
of
Hands.
clubs.
That's exactly what's happening here. All right, so we got another
I
hand.
just know
Matt
game.
You didn't watch. You didn't watch.
feeling
that
good about
series?
himself, gets in there with the ace-7 suited, and Kaufman with just straight
Oh, I thought it was
You
Garbaggio
had the nut draw.
takes
I
it
thought
down
he
here
had-
on
I
the
didn't have a
flop.
club.
Oh
had
my
the
God! I
seven
thought he
Matt, you
had
didn't
2
win.
clubs. Oh, this is not queen 10.
He's the only one that had a club. I had no business in that hand.
I mean, that was like.
No, no clubs. He would tell you because you don't have
Jeremy
clubs,
loves
it's more likely
rocking the
that
C bet.
That's
I think I've
something
seen
Del
one
Poker said.
check and it was trips.
And it would be right for you to
Seriously,
fold, call,
right?
or
I think so. Have we seen a one check other
Hi
than that?
guys, it's Doug Polk here.
I have been pick. Hi guys, it's Doug Polk here
There's
indeed.
something missing.
He sounded so much.
Does this offend you, Jeremy, if I
more
double
feminine.
straddle? If
I am offended.
If I like big time
Yeah.
straddle?
Oh my
I'll
god.
take it back if you don't like it.
Oh my god.
Man Shaft.
Yeah, that's a great line.
Oh,
Man
baby.
Shaft. Hey Doug, who's the worst player on this table and why isn't Helmuth? Well, I don't want to be too mean to anyone, but I don't think Helmuth is the worst player this
Yeah, I
table.
think Phil's played pretty well today.
Oh, here it
Yeah,
comes.
actually, yeah. I mean, there's a few things I had to do a bit differently, but
I hope Alan shoves so I can just sweat these two and hope for a big one.
he got in there and he
No
went for it a
decision.
few times, and he made some big calls that were pretty good. That queen 9 was
This is
nuts.
the weakest fold
Yeah,
I've
queen
ever
9
seen.
was wild. I forgot about that hand. That hand
Whew.
was wild.
Embarrassing.
That turn lead in a river check call is just gangster city. That was just gangster
you would
city.
never
He just
pull that. Look
he
at
just
that.
straight thugged it up and doubled through that.
I mean,
hand.
if Richardson had just
Hundred
jammed
grand in my
the
hand
turn, it would not
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
been as a Gangster City,
That's
but
true.
the way it played out, that's
100,000%
pretty
I'd have your hand in my
That
hand.
turn lead is like amazing.
And
All right, so we got 9-5 of diamonds, queen 7 of hearts,
He's a lot easier to
5-2
beat than me.
of Bink's feet, and we got 10-4 deuce. So Deeb actually takes the lead here with bottom pair. And I think we're likely going to see this check there. But I've actually seen Sean do a decent amount of merged betting on the flop with a lot of his pairs, which makes me feel like his check range is a little too weak, and check raising against him is going to be a difficult strategy for him to deal with. So
I forgot to pause.
Not
Pretend
really
I
gonna
paused.
be an issue
Okay.
here
Pause.
because
Erase
both
my
players.
memory.
Wait.
Pause.
Jeremy called and gets the nut turn card.
I mean, all right, whatever.
That was an actual
So
pause.
anyway, I
it up.
imagine Deeb's
Pretend
gonna
pause.
check now.
Real pauses.
Does.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what's up, Jeremy? Back in the booth here. Yeah. So you have. Does it? So Deeb has trips, and Jeremy painfully has to bluff here because he's got nothing and called the flop. So you got to bluff, obviously.
1700.
And he does. And yeah, I mean, I think I'm okay with this. I might go for.
So if you're Sean here, how much do you raise to? Like 6,500, 7,500? More?
I think in that range is fine. I think anything in that range is like a reasonable sized raise. This is another spot, by the way, that people notoriously under bluff because you have to get creative for bluffs, and people are just not creative.
How much is that?
8,200.
How much is that?
How much you got left?
8,200.
Jeremy, I don't know what you're about to do, but you're reaching for chips, so I'm getting worried.
I'm going to guess this is posturing.
That's 10.
I'm gonna also guess this is posturing, but if he jams,
Do you think this would work?
I mean, it's a lot.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Oh my
Whoa. Didn't
God.
expect that.
Oh my
Somebody probably
God.
should
That's
even attest.
amazing.
Oh my
That is
God.
amazing.
Oh my God, Jeremy.
Oh, you want to know how much?
Unbelievable. All right, I'm gonna give you some
Oh
skin,
my
man.
God.
Holy shit.
He's got a 5 in his hand. Like, this is...
11.5 here. It's about 27,000.
All right. So,
There's not one person in this.
do you want me to do it or you?
That's
Anybody
incredible.
rooting for Sean?
So if you're deep here,
Oh, God. So good.
what deuces do you have? Well, where do you open from? Cutoff? Wow, Jeremy, the chat loves you, by the way. The chat, GOATs, greatest of all time, is getting boss mode caps lock
How do you
on.
feel about your hand?
11.6.
This is weird. This is a weird spot because you shouldn't really have a deuce that often in the cutoff.
Call?
But he could have 4s, right?
Ace, ace.
What'd you say?
Fours should bet turn probably. Fours should bet turns probably. Bet turn probably.
Wheel?
I'm not sure this is going to work.
You're gonna hurt our viewership, dog. Yo, Jeremy's like, yo, bros, nothing happens in 10 minutes. Take a breather. We'll see you later.
Tell me won't be invited back.
Just
Jeremy, you're honestly straight bossing it up
same
here.
thing as a wheel.
But
I mean, it's...
But I have to say,
Did you hear what Matt said? Matt Lance?
what do you say?
Matt said that Sean's hand is the
Not
same
in this
thing as a
case.
wheel.
I'm going to say yes, I have a
That
wheel.
seems
I mean, we're going to find
very
out.
inappropriate to say.
20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Tell him he can ask Phil how much money he got.
Yeah, that is inappropriate to say. Pretty
I mean,
gross.
regardless of how obvious it
One of
is,
the cards?
No,
'cause
that's
I'm sure that would be his response, and everybody knows that already. But still,
Yeah.
this is not a thing to
No,
say.
you don't say that at the table.
$2,000.
This is a big pot.
You can go fuck yourself.
Amazing! Amazing!
The best part about that was that Matt wasn't even in the shot, so you just hear a random hand come and slap
I'm
him.
going to charge you for that.
That was amazing.
Jeremy, I had a read on you going into this hand that you talk a lot when you have the goods on the river.
It's true. Doug's been saying
And
that.
I've been saying that. And you were quiet for the first few minutes, and I was like, oh, I'm getting a little scared for him. And then, oh! You might have got. Oh my God! Oh my God, please!
I always get myself in this exact spot and always end up falling. Been wrong the last 3 times. But they were against poker players, not Jeremy.
He chops with all the good deuces, like
should call
deuce
the clock
3,
on the
deuce
way.
6,
Unbelievable.
deuce
Yeah,
7,
right.
deuce
This is
8,
TV.
deuce 9.
Do you hear what Matt is saying? He's saying he chops with all the good dudes. Like, he's talking through thought process. This is ridiculous.
Hopefully you have Deuce Jack.
Yeah,
That would be the ultimate.
Matt needs to shut the fuck up.
Seriously, that is not
And
cool at all.
I love Matt, but like, there's a line. There's a line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Contemplating calling 25K off, and you're just floating out hands that maybe they're not thinking about.
Yeah, Mike's right.
Yeah, he hasn't
Mike
thought
is
about
right
those
here.
hands.
Mike is totally right. Good. Someone should. Mike is totally right. $29,000
If I
just
fold
and
you
he's
show me bluff, I'm still gonna like you.
Jeremy, you can call it however you
I
want
might like
in
you
general,
even more.
but I mean the thing is like
Everyone keeps bluffing on the river though.
Lance, that was not cool.
Especially to like Matt. It's not even like Matt and Jeremy have a relationship really. Like they haven't known each other like a long time. It's not like they're old buddies, and he's just like knows him and he can do that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that context.
The guy doesn't know when to stop bluffing. The guy does not know when to stop bluffing over here.
Sorry guys, it's gonna take me a while.
I mean, to be totally,
All right, so let's just walk through really quickly. If you're Sean,
totally fair to deep, serious decision.
Yeah, no, okay.
So I mean, if you
totally-
want to take 10 minutes here, I think that's.
But let's go through it. If you're Sean, how are you trying to evaluate what you're doing here?
Well, the thing is, I know Sean, and what I'm going to say isn't what he would do.
Okay.
But I'll say it for the lulz.
Everybody has such interesting comments. You're missing some good stuff.
That's definitely true.
You're missing some good stuff.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not doing the best at listening to them.
You haven't missed it.
Okay, but anyway, he should. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna give like the Doug answer, which is he should consider his entire open range, which I don't think he knows because I think he just picks hands and just raises them.
Okay.
And then think about his flop bet, check turn range, and now he's getting a pretty bad price on his call, so he's probably bet call around 35-40% of his hands. And that means that he's going to have to call.
He folded.
That's a good fold. That's a good fold.
You're not even gonna show that one. I'm very surprised.
Oh, up top.
Oh my.
Oh, he got him. He got him. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. All right, that's going on
Wow.
poker hands.
Wow.
You earned it. You earned it.
Wow.
And it's
Whew.
the same.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you earned it. You earned it. Awesome. That's amazing. That was amazing.
That is so.
That was absolutely amazing.
God, it was hard to imagine.
He just had enough of. He had enough.
Man,
of Sean. He
how
just went
sad
down,
are
like,
you of
ready
your
to
deep
fold.
right now?
He goes, you know what? I've had enough
Sean
of
always
this
makes
guy.
the hands.
Look at the chat. They're going nuts. Look at this.
Sad.
Goat. Wrecked.
Wrecked.
Wrecked. Unbelievable. The king. Jeremy, they love you, man.
Protecting his chips.
Oh
Well done.
my God.
I just
Amazing.
one teeth.
9 high like a boss. 9 high like a boss, man.
Wow. What in the world? That was amazing.
No, you got him.
Definitely
Keep
make TV.
getting
You
him.
gotta make
That was amazing. Oh my God.
Put it back to my bluff hand, will you? Back.
Wow. And that is why you don't go with your reads.
I wonder what Doug.
Or whatever.
I gotta wonder what the
Anyway, but yeah, the river spot.
Did I look
Oh
nervous?
shit, we're right into a hand, by the way.
Nervous?
Ace queen to ace king. Wow.
Mike goes for his first 3-bet
I
today,
didn't
I
want you
think.
to call. I don't know if you know that, but I wanted you to fold. I did not want to
Jeremy,
have
can
to
he
reach into
resist
the well.
ace 10
folded
suited?
too.
I love the way Jeremy's playing
He knew
poker,
that
man.
Sean couldn't have a straight. or
How
a
much
full
is that?
He could have a straight.
How much is that? How much is that? Hey, you, how much is over there?
You give him too much credit.
Oh,
Well, I tried to
Oh,
bet him
God.
last night and you wouldn't do it.
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What?
What?
You know that's a real
I'm with Matt.
Ace.
He just went all in. Wow, Sean just goes all in
Ten of
again with ace
diamonds.
queen. Sean really likes ace queen.
Well,
God,
they're-
I'm
Turn him
they're-
up.
playing beautifully.
Turn him
Oh,
up. You have
Dentale
to-
only
it
has
has to.
2,000.
He's
That's part
trying
of
to
the rules.
slow roll, I think.
He really
Yeah, he's the same
flashback
hand.
to yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't worry, the queen's coming, guys.
How good are you playing right
Wow, I am honestly
Now,
stunned.
now,
Now you'll flop a 10.
Stunned.
No, just a 10. Just a 10.
Ace 10 of diamonds.
You had ace 10, right?
yeah, ace 10.
Yeah, just a 10 now. You win the whole pot.
10 on the
Oh my
river.
God. 10 on the river.
Good chop.
No.
Doesn't. I mean, for what it's worth, guys, like, I think Matt's a really
I haven't
cool
really
guy.
seen somebody 3-bet bluffs in the river like that.
I've always had great exchanges with
You
him.
didn't invite me
I just
for
think
my
in
pretty
this
face.
exact moment, that was over the line.
That was pretty impressive.
When's the last time you saw that?
Yeah, I mean, I
That
agree with
one
the
is
second
going
part.
to make the cut.
No, I think
there you have it, guys.
I think Matt's a decent
Olivier,
guy.
Olivier.
I just,
You don't see that.
there have been some, come on, his
Phil, you own
exchanges
the
on
dealer.
Twitter are not.
Yeah,
He's a troll.
he definitely
Whose chips
side
are
straddles the line a little bit.
They got his chips back.
They're my chips. I don't
Yeah,
have
I mean,
enough.
Just loaned into Sean for a little bit.
Sean, what was your
Whatever, we
raise?
can move past it.
8,000.
8,200.
He raised to see where he was at. He found out.
But you know
This
what?
is the one thing I'll
Didn't
say
even
about
matter.
that hand.
Didn't even matter because Jeremy just had just like laughing, telling jokes with bet jamming 500 big blinds on the river.
That was insane.
Was that straddle pot or not? It might have been 250.
I would be
whatever.
a little bit richer.
You guys got it. Come on, chat. Press one in the chat if you got to give Jeremy some respect for having the balls to go for the bet 3 bet all in. Press 1.
That was really
Press 2
You played off well, too.
if you
did
think
not look nervous at all.
it was a bad play and you just stick to premium holdings. Let's see what we got here. I think we're
had
going
to
to a lot of
remember,
twos.
Relative value. I can afford that bluff.
We got. Oh my God, so many twos.
A lot of ones. A lot of ones.
Well,
said ones.
I can't even see any
I had
ones.
to, like, it was
I can't even
like
see.
mind
They're all
over
twos.
matter to not get
Someone's gonna say
nervous.
put a 3 in here pretty soon. I guarantee. Oh, 4. There we go.
40's pretty impressive.
There we go. All right, so you guys like Jeremy's play style. I'm with you. Let's see some more Jeremy. Ooh, we have a hand developing, by the way. We got a boat for Deep, classic Deep. Trips for Mike.
Oh,
That's
wow.
going to be expensive. Body pair from Matt, and Helmuth's in there with second
Pair and a
second
gotcha.
pair. Yeah. Yeah, it was the wrong hand, but whatever. I mean, you got to give Jeremy some
right now.
guys.
Okay, great.
Poker
but
needs
I
more people like
can't
Jeremy.
wait for
People that like get in
I
there,
should get in the
aren't
booth.
You should
pros,
be in
but
the
they're
booth. We-
just
we're
swinging
both
the
gonna go in
bat.
the
You
booth
know,
for that one.
that's so
I don't
good
think
for
so.
the
I think
game.
it's better to
It
have
really
it
is.
commentated.
Okay.
It's
so
probably
right.
it's
You're
it's,
so
it's
right.
just
It's
better
so
to have it
right.
because I don't want him to know about it. It's
Right.
best if he doesn't know about it before it happens.
Right.
It's got to be totally legit.
Ooh,
And
that's
he's
gonna
gonna be
be.
like,
He's gonna be so
That's gonna be
impressed.
well, there's it.
Raise of 15.
22% chance that he should be.
JB Darts asks if you're not in the hand, should you stay quiet? Well, it's like this: you're allowed to talk in a hand, but not about
to him.
the hand. Like it's fine
I'm not
in a
good
game like this. If people are in a big
play
pot, I think it's fine to have a conversation with somebody about whatever on the side.
I
He's a
need-
scientist.
But saying out loud hands they might or might not have, what chops, what
I
doesn't
agree.
chop, any strategy is just too much.
Well,
So fucking sick.
This is actually a really great card for Mike on the river.
Great, because he can get away from his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't realize it's great. Like, he's got to be pretty upset with the situation.
Nothing but a bluff now.
But
Obviously, you never bluff.
this is actually a really good card for him because
so can I get
it's
invited back?
it's kind of hard
You're
for
auto
Deep
invite.
to have.
I might
too
even
many-
get the seat next to Phil.
You want
Like,
that seat?
what can Mike beat?
Oh, I like the ends. The ends are good because you can see
Yeah.
everything.
You're
You can't
The
beat really
next time
anything.
he's on the show and I'm on the show, he's
It
on
would
my
have to
fucking
be-
right. This
it's
is 2
4-way in the
sessions
turn,
a row.
right?
They ran.
Yeah, like
randomly
I don't know what he can
That
even
was
beat.
across the table. 3 seats in a 7-hand game. Was
And it's
record
tough because
frost.
sometimes when you're getting run over like this, and you're having a bad session,
I really like Phil.
you kind of want to just like
Get it all. You know what I like?
you kind of want to make them have to show you it. So on this board,
Right? But when you hear it, the moment you say it, you're like, yeah, that's good. That's twice in 2 days. People don't do that. People don't back down.
I love the picking up of the chips before.
You get it all. And then
He's like, oh, you king jack. All right, I'll take that back.
If you only knew how bad you got stuck in on the turn.
He was to the left of Doug. It didn't seem to matter to Doug yesterday.
Yeah, Doug
Oh man,
was a luck box. And
Doug was a luck box.
plays a lot better than I did.
He's a very good player.
He's a very good player.
Thanks, Matt.
And much like
But I'll tell you one thing.
0.0.
What did Deep tilt off with? You were drawing dead in the turn?
You have one thing that Doug does not have, though.
You're drawing dead.
You have a ton of heart. You have a lot of
Doug
heart.
has no heart.
Doug doesn't
He
have
has heart, but not heart like you. You have heart of a lion.
Totally true.
You just watched him raise
Confirmed. Do not have Jeremy's heart. I think that's. I
Sean
think
Davis
that's
all
true.
in.
I mean, I'm not even insulted by that. Jeremy has like the most heart of anyone.
Trips.
How many people? How many
How
hands
can
have
you
you seen like
raise
that in poker?
You can't raise
I've
Jeremy.
Yeah,
seen-
very, very few.
Like
Got
to
better than
bluff
that.
the first time on the river and then just rip it over a raise.
Incorrectly.
Man, you just don't see that. That is
Thank you for it.
takes some gusto there.
You should now try that on me.
I probably will try that
All
on
right,
you.
so what do we got going here? Mike wakes
Mike
up.
limped
probably
with
have a
queens,
full
and then Kaufman
You know what
looks
Sean's
like
going to say every time
raised with
we invite
7-5
Sean to the
diamonds,
game from now?
Propelter
He's
called,
gonna
and
say,
now
"Is
Mike
Jeremy
is
there?"
going to punish.
Ah,
No. We're a tag team. We work well
And
together.
like- In general, I'm not a big fan of limp strategies, but you know, at this table, and given that Jeremy's on the button, it might. I mean, this might be a good play.
I've never seen you get bluffed so much on a show.
If you're gonna limp, okay,
in a day,
say
in
this,
anything.
you're gonna have limp.
And I'm winning. That's like
you gotta have
always
limp
calls,
raises
too.
as
It's so
part of
sick.
it.
I'm
not
making every wrong
defending
river.
it.
Why would people
but-
try to bluff you when you always call?
Dougie, look at this. Wow. Dougie is really going to be angry with me.
Yeah.
It's just tough for
that's-
Dekai to get
that's a good
action
fold.
because he's so short,
Be
right?
happy. I meant he's,
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to be
definitely.
surprised.
That's a disciplined fold.
I would be.
Buchalter's just
I would be.
always had the second best hand.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
By the way, you
if-
could have got
from a
insurance.
call-
If you,
call here.
I would have gave you
Buck Alter call
5,000.
here.
He was not bluffing.
I think.
What?
I would have. You could have got insurance. I would
He's
have
out
gave
of
you 5,000.
position.
He's not
He's
bluffing.
playing
It's pretty
conservative.
Yeah, but you're
Ace
an
10's
idiot.
one of the.
I don't think anybody thought he was bluffing.
Oh no, he's big blind,
Why
right?
Alan, who looked at his hand, thought he was bluffing.
You can just tell he's just
No,
tired
Alan
of
knew.
folding all
Yeah.
the time. He's been
Oh,
making
you
some
saw
good
Yeah,
folds.
Alan saw his head.
I just
Alan
kept
Just
straight
like had
betting.
enough, I think.
I was the best sweater in the world. Are
Alan
you
kept
kidding?
an even
But,
better
like, it's
poker
against
face than
light.
you.
Glad that you did.
Like, if there's
That
anyone
makes
I
me
would
feel
not
like
want
yours,
to call
right?
light
Just
versus 3 bet,
gloves
it's
and
probably
then right-
Mike.
Yeah.
It's
Especially
so
a
much
limp
better.
3-bet.
Maybe Buck Alter,
He
actually.
was trying to get a read on me.
Yeah.
I looked at him a couple
fold.
times. He couldn't figure it out.
Huh?
And now he's got the ace of hearts.
Oh boy. I mean, he's
Top
gonna have
and
to
bottom.
call, I think.
Not that. No, he had.
I mean, maybe not. I don't. It's close, man. Ace of hearts.
Mike's actually trying to be nice here. He's telling him to fold and he's being sincere. I think he actually feels a little bit bad because Buchalter
A lot of outs. A lot of outs. A lot of
You're in good
backdoors.
shape.
Mike's flopped trips twice and Buchalter's had an overpair. He's
You know what I will say about
crushed
Mike?
it.
Because like I followed the Twitter exchanges
Yeah.
and like he got way more aggro than I would
See
get.
it.
But he actually does seem like a genuinely pretty nice guy.
Story checks out.
But not far.
I
From-
think it
from my
depends on the
interaction- from my
context. I
interaction
think it
with
depends on the context. I agree. He's always been really nice to me.
Not far away.
But he, yeah, I can see in
Tyler,
certain
adding 5
circumstances
over
that
here.
he
I
gets
think I like you better
real
now.
aggro.
I could only continue
Yeah,
to.
real aggro.
I mean, Twitter.
But to be fair, I mean,
cost my family about
I thought Kate was pretty aggro
$60,000
too.
there.
They were both. That was. I've said this before,
much was
but
it- how much was this
that
for
was
you?
one of the most aggressive Twitter exchanges I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
There was some money in
Like
there.
they both
Probably
like just like they just were
much
saying
above
whatever it
the
took to
8200?
just like
That's 17?
say the meanest, nastiest thing to each other on
That's
Twitter.
That's a pretty tight fold.
Like she kept saying like ending each tweet with
pretty tight
tweet
fold
with
right there.
bitch, and he kept
I'm a
calling
tight
her a
player.
You're
crackhead,
getting
and
2
it
to
just
1 on your money.
good stuff.
Hey,
Good stuff.
You were more
I thought
than-
she was a little
saying
funnier.
that in that spot,
Yeah,
you were more
I
than
think in
2
terms of
that I
wit.
haven't.
Yes. You may want to tell Cam to
You
turn
never
on the
asked
stream
me.
right now so he can watch that
If I
hand.
could think
that's
about
like-
that
Make
again,
his day.
I think that was a bad.
I would expect that. I think.
Yeah, no, not
Kinda
surprising.
give it back.
Not surprising.
It is funny to me that you know they're both pretty polarizing people. Obviously, she's on the very far left. He's on the far right, like politically, and they're both like definitely down to say things publicly that are like in pretty gray areas and be aggressive about it. And so I think this is like
No.
there are a lot of
I
people that
did
really
not
want
call the
one to
bluff I
win.
should have called.
You know,
Yep.
that know.
And that's
other
part of
than-
what makes the match
It is
interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so for sure.
He's
But I
texting
also-
Cam to right now to turn on the stream so he can watch
I'm
that.
always hesitant to like with the idea that there's so many like equivalencies. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think they're equivalent in terms of their attitudes or their political points of view. Or their,
Obviously, they're polar opposites. So.
but I mean, that's the thing. What I mean, I don't think they're like equivalent on opposite sides.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm biased because I sympathize more with Kate's point of view, but I think Kate is also has a much more intellectual
Really,
basis
always
for her
have the
points of view.
versatility.
Yeah,
good right now,
yeah,
thank
but I think what a lot of people
Tell
feel
her,
like
get all
is
the
she
run
comes
bit out
off
today.
as very elitist,
You know what? I was just saying
and that she has like a tone that makes like she talks like she thinks she's
Come in
better than
really
people.
angry
That's
and
I mean
focused
I'm not
tomorrow.
taking a side here. That's like a common viewpoint about Kate.
Sure.
So yeah, it should be interesting. By the way, I do want to say quickly, I want to say thank you to SugarHouse for having us here for the weekend, Poker Night in
Totally.
America, having me
been a
here.
great
obviously.
weekend.
And I've always had really good experiences at the Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh. I believe it is the, I believe it is part of their latest SugarHouse in some way. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but the Rivers I've been to a couple of times for the Brazers AI Challenge. Always treated us well. A lot of cool people that I met there, and I just want to say thank you for hosting the event. It's nice here too, man. Like I would have thought poker in Pennsylvania I mean,
Sean,
you know, I'm on the West
when we get
Coast.
to the
Yeah.
point
You
where
know,
I
a little
have to
West Coast
tell you
bias,
100,
obviously, but
that's
I was
when
not picturing it being
the
like, you know,
joy
nice casinos.
No, when I
Back
start
into my
adding
life.
grays, that's when you
No,
should
they've done a
really
good job
get
here.
the joy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're close to that point.
No.
All right, so we got D with King Jack. Mike's in there. Ooh, we got a little action flop going here. We got a flush draw from Mike. The nizzles for Deeb, that's new. Deeb not had the nuts at all tonight.
It's on you, bro.
Oh, I forgot I was in the
I thought
hand.
you were betting
He
4.
forgot I had pocket fours and the flop was queen set 9. Oh my god,
Yeah,
don't do it.
Yeah. 35.
Okay,
There.
he checked, right?
Check it.
And what do you think of Deep's check?
It's okay, he's out of position 4-way. I mean, I think it's fine. He called an open too, right? Yeah, I think it's standard.
Got king of diamonds.
Oh, on the turn.
On the turn, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Tried to spring the trap and will be punished for it.
So it's in PLO.
Mike should probably have bet the river, I think. But check raise is okay.
If I had king high flush,
Wow.
I would push
He
it.
just calls here.
Yeah, that would be great.
That was good.
That seems pretty nitty.
It
I
is.
can't see it how it was in the sand.
I have no pair.
Oh,
Deep tried.
Sean tried to slow roll and was
Tried to
wrong.
slow roll. He
should've
tried
said
to
you had no
slow
pair
roll
either.
and he got wrecked. Oh, I have no pair. You also get no chips.
Yeah, but that's how I didn't even see that
Nobody
he had a
was
straight.
folding
He's
like
playing a king high.
Amazing.
Nobody was folding.
Well, everything's
It's
going
funny
off
because
the
that
side.
move could even be like a no pair and then have a flush, which would be
Failed
bad.
slow rolls.
That's
But
true.
it wasn't. This is good.
Although, if I'm Sean,
Like
I feel pretty good
I had one
when I
backfire
bet
on
that
West.
river.
Yeah, and just get
He's like,
called.
no,
Yeah,
I have no
it's pretty.
pair.
It seems impossible for the blues.
Yeah, he got wrecked. That's right, guys. Wrecked.
Yeah.
greens.
I didn't think I was good when you called. I was hoping one didn't call it out. I didn't think you had aces up, so I didn't think you'd be calling.
Yeah, Sean's a dick on stream. That's pretty standard
I
for
had to
Sean.
pay my
I didn't know that.
straddle.
You didn't know that at first, but you know you learned. And Jeremy's not raising blind. He's just selling some chips to someone. So what do you think? Do you think Jeremy, now that he's pulled off his big bluff, do you think he's going to kind of like go back into his shell, or do you think Jeremy has that kind of gear? Do you think he's just
I'm not
always in
sure
sixth
Jeremy
gear?
has a shell gear.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That is a strap.
I feel like, yeah,
it is live.
especially not when he's like winning and doing well. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe, I don't know if it's
I-
more likely if he's losing or winning. but-
His image, by the way, for that jam
Then 9 grand.
was not, I mean,
How did that happen?
and I don't want to be
so
the image guy,
let me just
but
get
like when
clear
someone
here.
is constantly showing down bluffs,
Phil made the raise.
and like,
Which is
you
why
know,
the chips
clearly
are in
not
front
trying
of
to use a balanced strategy, and then they just bet rip. I don't know. It's tough because I would say for most
So do you
people,
think I should
obviously
call?
they just don't have they don't even have the ability to do that. But Jeremy is one of a kind.
But do you think Jeremy would have jammed force? Like, do you think that's
my big brother.
I
definitely?
think so.
I'm not sure he would have.
I think he would for sure. I think for sure. This guy, this guy's
He might have
jamming.
just called.
This guy's jamming for us.
I don't know.
It
I
worked
like
last
it.
time.
I like it.
What's weird is the cutoff open, so you can't imagine the cutoff has too many deuces, which makes it the whole thing weird. If that's true, then yeah, calling fours is more reasonable. If you're calling fours, what are you jamming?
I'm just saying that would
Right.
be a
So I see where you're
terrible
going with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
By
Good ball.
jamming there,
idea.
he's
That would
saying
be a terrible.
That's a
idea.
well,
ball, right?
theoretically
So
he's
it's
saying
not
I
ball.
know
No,
where
it's
this is
not
going,
ball over
but he's saying that he's going to jam fours. So yeah, okay. So we got a little mid pair versus like second-ish pair type of hand. Helmuth lead with pocket eights.
This has been the situation I think where Helmuth has, like, done the best. You know,
I
he's got-
actually think
Okay, go ahead.
Helmuth has been playing quite good today.
Yeah.
2000.
Well,
I mean, this is like, he's not bluffing here. I mean,
what?
he's
what is
just
this-
confident that he has the best hand.
Right when I say that,
So you're stacking the fours.
I mean, I think Phil is just straight betting for
Totally
value
messing
here.
with him.
You know, you have to remember, like, Phil played with Jeremy for a long time before yesterday, right? They played one session for a long time. I think Phil gets better when he plays with people like this that he's played for a while. I'm not saying this is like
Yeah.
a great play. Obviously, theoretically, this is a check.
yeah.
But I think Phil has a very strong sense of where he is in this hand.
Jacks, would you have ace queen?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but then again, he has eights. And he's betting 2,000 on the turn here.
Phil, if I go all in, will you fold like Sean?
Yeah, it was pretty full call.
Oh my God, if Jeremy jams here.
You got it. I'm folding my pair to you.
A little wider than I had.
And like, if Jeremy's gonna fold a 6, that's kind of devastation for Phil Huggins' strategy, I think. Right? I mean, that has to be bad.
Unless Jeremy never has better than a 6.
But he raised him c-bet the flop. He's obviously going to be able to have a king or a jack. Those are both hands. Those are both cards he would always play like that. Maybe he would check many kings, but he could definitely have a jack. Jeremy's not going to fold a jack.
You can have
I just can't get behind that. That bet was bad. I know he won the pot, but I think he's been playing great today. I've been.
Wait a minute.
Man, like his plays, like a lot of them, super unorthodox stuff, and it's worked out in a big way. I mean, Queen 9.
Yeah.
The loose ace deuce 3-bet, you know, I think Phil thought that was good.
Hey, I did my best. I did my best to make the argument.
I
might be falling apart. I don't know. I'm trying.
I see what you're saying, but like that would probably be one of my least favorite Hellmuth hands today. He's played good, man.
No, he's played pretty well.
He's played good. Like in some ways, I like how he's played more today than Deeb. Deeb's played a few questionable hands today.
I'm folding, even though they're middling.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk about the quality of Jeremy's play, but I think Phil's probably played the best today.
It's close. I think it's either Phil or Deeb. I mean, one thing that's good about Deeb, I think, is like Deeb's overall like VPIP or like how much he's played hands has been more in line with kind of what you'd want with what you'd want to be in this game. So I like that the most, And yeah, I mean, I think Deeb has probably played the best today, but Hellmuth has played really good. I've been a fan of what's been happening. Okay, so this pot's 3,400. No one has anything. What? Raise 900, call. Bet 700, call. Check.
Was this a double straddle?
I mean, I wasn't going to have to fire if I didn't have that card.
Ah, I folded the 7-9. Where's my cards? Could have won a monster.
Oh, he's not going to like that.
Oh my God. How come you didn't value bet?
He gets so
I don't
mad.
have to fire anymore now. That card.
That's the type of hand that would annoys you, though. Like, if you're going to get mad at something, that's the type of hand that you're just like, come on.
I mean, how do you allow that?
I don't know.
I mean, I agree you should get so mad, but...
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it just...
10 clean outs. What are you guys talking about?
And he knew that they were all clean because he was very confident in the river.
I was firing the river.
I don't know how you tabled your hand. You knew he had an 8, Phil. I don't know why you just wouldn't
How
muck.
do they put it in so bad against you? Honestly, they're just like...
Eventually, he's going to catch up with me.
He's just trying to gamble. Oh, it will. Like, I fed you screwed last time.
This is a substantially softer game than yesterday.
Well, especially towards the end of the day yesterday.
Oh yeah, it got.
It really wasn't a great game at the end.
Don't worry, Matt. You've gotten away with a lot for a long time against me.
And Jeremy crushed me, which is not
But when I
fun.
play like this, like completely unstable.
Yeah, when you're on the
just gonna
losing
get
end
you.
of it, it does suck.
And you're gonna give it to me.
I'm trying to get you.
All right, so Richardson with the ace here in this one. He's actually been pretty snug in the second half. We haven't seen too many Richardson hands.
I like you, that's why. I like playing hands with you. It's fun.
You really do.
The reactions are what I go for.
Was that an open
It's not
and
really
a
the hands.
call? Yeah, open and a
I'll
call
give you
by-
more
by
reactions.
Matt.
Just keep
All
playing
right, a
against
couple of kind of hands, and Richardson improves to bottom pair.
My knee's getting kicked. I don't know if that means fold or bet. I'm not sure.
You picked his name? Oh my
That
God.
was Phil. That was Phil.
Jeremy, you know the problem is, I'm not
What do you
gonna
think
lie,
is
this
bet
way I
by
like
Matt?
these
I'm
hands,
assuming you would check
'cause
back
you
here,
fold,
or you think
can
it's
still
okay?
play
Well,
along
he's out of
if you
position,
sweat.
so I
If you
think
don't have
check.
cards, you're gonna be more tempted to play.
No, didn't Richardson check?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Very
must have misread the
interesting.
action. Oh yeah, you're right.
Can't
Yeah,
imagine
so I
that
like check call.
That would nearly be
From
as powerful as my
Matt, it's
desire
also
to play every
okay. I think.
Do you think it's fine?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
And this is a
It's
good
that
turn to
voice
barrel.
in my head.
Yes, definitely.
The voice is,
Color red,
you have
color
more
red.
than-
And
Color raise,
Richardson
choice,
should probably just
color
lay
raise,
this
color
down
raise,
and
oh
move
God,
on
I just
to
scored.
fight another day.
This is probably one of the worst cards for Richardson to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the ace deuce here on the flop, you're really just hoping turn goes check check. And sometimes you have to call hands on the flop that you're going to fold the turn, but if you don't have hands that do that, then you can be exploitable by just having them value bet you. So you have to fold sometimes.
And not to mention every once in a while, you turn a deuce, you turn an
Yeah,
ace.
for sure.
Very big card.
You obviously your opponent can check back.
Take it on your
Totally
little
for
draw. I was ahead.
Wow, the other card is the Queen of Spades.
King of spades.
I was
I don't think it was a spade, though. I think it was like a diamond.
I was
Heart.
going to just ship on
Not
you
really
there
sure.
and watch you run away.
It was a red one, I think.
No, it wasn't. You would have started if it was red.
100% you would have showed it. If it was red.
Matt sets some stuff up.
Really
He'll
does.
put in 10K with one pair. Matt's the only guy at the table.
Dee's
Matt
got-
really gets off on just like irking people.
He's the only guy.
It's funny.
Yeah, he likes to troll.
Are we not? We're just doing single
For
pick?
sure.
Oh, I
You can
should
deal
just
him
ship on
in
you there.
every
You're
hand.
betting
We'll just muck his hands.
way
Jeremy
over
is
bet.
currently back here in the delayed time, so he's not going to be at the table. He's going to be back here gloating.
Every hand.
150?
100% gloating.
Try the shit against me and keep trying.
Although
to
he's
knock these other
balanced,
guys.
when he got
I won't
stacked, he
try
also came
against
back
you,
here.
so I don't run good
And
against
his
you.
general demeanor was the same both times.
Pretty similar.
So I wasn't sure what to expect, honestly. It was the first time I actually thought he stacked him because his demeanor was so happy.
Okay.
And then the second time, I was like,
He was waiting just to see it play out and see our reaction.
he was. All right, so Deeb, backdoor strips, classic Deeb today. Question is,
Why would you try to value bet this? I mean, I guess if it goes to check, wait.
yeah, he's in position, so he has to value
So
bet.
fucking
Oh no,
If you're Matt.
value. Yeah, I don't know why you do that. I mean, he's gonna get raised here.
I hope Matt jams when he gets raised.
That would be nuts. Yeah, so 7-3 with the 7 of clubs. If you were gonna have some 3x hands called, not a hand you want. You want to have something that could block 8-7
If you
suited,
call, I won't slow
but I mean,
roll you.
Deeb opens whatever anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. People are just opening hands and playing poker. Basically, guys, welcome to the stream. Players have been dealt cards and played poker. Glad to have you here today.
Wide variety of strategies being employed.
We've got a wide variety of people at the table, that is for sure. All right, so what? Oh, he raised that. Oh, I see. 2,200.
See, Phil, sometimes when the 8 gets there, you got to check back.
Have we seen Deeb do much bluffing? I feel like we
another
really
8
haven't.
comes.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Deeb having good stuff and stacking people.
No good. Yep.
What's the line for you? King 9. Yeah, but you're gonna fold the turn, right?
I went for a little value on the river.
2 5s.
Worse.
Daniel Bugney, do either of you know any good plays? I believe you're referencing the Gabe Kaplan moment. Shout out to Daniel Bugney. Confirmed poker after dark.
Did he go bathroom or smoke?
Smoke.
He's gone for a while when he smoked. Don't bother dealing with me.
Nothing we're going to do.
Yeah.
They think Jeremy went,
I mean, we could give away a
went to
seat
go
if you
smoke,
want.
but he really went to just gloat in the booth with
Find someone
us.
else.
He went to gloat. He came in the
Plenty of
booth.
people in the audience.
He's a
And
step
just
ahead. I
gloat.
mean, they're not even thinking that
But-
it's 30 minutes from that hand.
But like on the scale of gloating, that was a gloatable hand.
For sure.
So
No,
I
that
don't
was an
mind
epic
it.
moment.
Don't mind it at
I
all.
loved it.
It was fantastic.
7. 7.
All right, so let's do something here.
Would you win a big pot? What's that? Would you win a big pot?
1 sec, guys.
But you only added 5, so.
I had a 10. You said 5 and I decided.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I want to know your guys' thoughts on this table. Who's playing the best? Who's playing the worst? What do you think is going on? Tweet at Doug Poker. I'm going to read off some
Camera
tweets
voice
here. If I think your answer is funny or true
You
or a
have to call
good
your
analysis
answer.
or whatever, I will read it
fold
right here on the stream. So tweet at Doug Poker. Let's
If
see
you
what we
wanna
get. Let's
see
see if
No,
people
show them your
are
hand first. They can decide
want
after.
to throw their
after.
name
There's
into the
only
ring.
75, right?
Oh, this could be an interesting hand. Deeb with open ender and Richardson with a
Now,
gut flush draw.
now he's got a call.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. We got some hands here. Richardson involved for the first time in a while.
Deeb pumped it up 3.
Who's ahead, Phil?
Oh, looks like they're all in already.
Oh, he was short.
I think it's very that beautiful queen of
All right, well,
Well,
let's
it's a
see.
10K pot, so.
7 of clubs.
Okay, well, it's good for Deeb.
That's actually very good for Deeb.
And
Finally,
Sean
Deeb
Deeb never
catches
runs
a break
bad for
today. Oh, God. The sick thing is, like, I feel like he's running so good, but, like, I had to have run so much better yesterday that it's kind of like,
well, the difference is that, like,
Sean's been left out
The
of
pots
a
are
lot
way
of
bigger.
I could have.
Yeah, I don't know.
made the joke that I'm gonna win
That
more than
one
Doug
pot
yesterday.
with
If I just
your
click
set of
call,
cake, those
You
I
would have.
actually
You
would
would
have.
have. He said it was
Yeah, it was a
impossible. You
huge
really
pot.
would have.
That was a huge pot.
And
That was like a
instead he hits
60K pot or something?
runner, gets all that money in there to hit runner.
Yeah,
gets all the
60K
money
pot.
in there.
But the thing
Gets
is,
a flip over here.
All right, so we have a tweet here from Tyler Niddle
How does he?
talking about the game. Says, "Who cares? Look
Sandy
at
raised-
Olivier's hair."
He raised
Is that good or bad?
Well, it's a tweet, so
I'm gonna guess bad.
I'm assuming he's needling you,
the
but
last 3
I
times
don't
I
know.
said I called.
You never know on
every
Twitter.
time.
Really?
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
it's a
raising
crazy
it.
Hammer's
place.
Jaffe and the other
No,
one.
no, but nobody
Christian
three-bet
Soto
bluffed you in
tweets,
the river. I'm
Matt
saying, when's
Glantz's
the last time
mouth
that
is
happened?
playing the
I know,
worst.
That's why
It's like a
I've
never
called the last
happened.
3
The fans are
times
mad.
until today.
It's like a unicorn.
You know why?
It never happens.
Because Matt was screwing with their boy Jeremy,
It's true.
right?
The legend.
He just has so much heart.
The legend. I didn't even know Jeremy until 2 days ago, and my God, I will never forget
How
it.
does he just?
Yesterday, though.
For a minute,
Oh,
you
I
would
guess,
never
yeah,
made
I
that
guess.
call. I would never made that
That
call.
all
The
puts
best
together.
deuce to call with too.
That was a tough call.
Sean Fitzgerald
pretty
tweets
tough. I'm not
at
saying
me,
I would've called.
I don't know who's playing the best, but Deeb is definitely folding the best. What folds is Deeb? Oh,
I have some
I
history
see.
with the
Oh,
bluffing
there you go.
Needle,
away with it,
nice.
so I
Got
have to
him.
really
Well played. I'm
consider
going to go ahead and like
Three
that
bet
one.
bluff on the
Thank you,
river,
Shane
and you don't see
Fitzgerald.
that too often.
Tough, yeah.
Anthony Byberg says, Deeb seems like an active player pre-flop, but more passive post-flop. As you mentioned, you need heart to win at poker. That's true. And we've seen a lot of that. Deeb's strategy seems to get in there loose pre, have a pretty merged flop bet strategy, and then generally play kind of close to the vest on later streets. So decent amount of that. Richardson here with top pair gets called by Deeb, who has third pair, and I assume we're going to see this go bet fold. It's kind of hard to imagine. It's kind of hard to imagine anything else. Wait, bet call?
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Huh?
Straight on the turn.
There you have
Dead
it.
on the turn with the club.
Matt
Yeah.
Uber Zombie M says, does it count as
No,
good
no.
play if
Club
Deeb
comes
just
in turn,
hits
he has three
everything?
clubs. He could have- he has
Winner of the
three
night
clubs.
is definitely the dealer. For Deeb? Hashtag poker night in America. Yeah, I mean, he definitely, I guess now that you think about it,
Go blank, blank, blank. I hit the river
Deeb
for a
did
pair.
lose a few big pots that he could have avoided, and all the ones he won were
I think 45.
standard-ish.
What do you think? I think
So-
45%, but I think it's just on.
But overall, I think Deeb is like his general strategy is
45,
like
right?
the most sound, I would say.
Yeah.
It's a flip, whatever.
Brad Laidman says Deeb can win 100K and still not live down folding
I
trip
would like
twos
to
to
have.
9 high like a boss.
Yeah, but you can't expect to.
Shout out to Brad Laidman. That is very true. That hand is going to make it onto some forums.
Flip on deep, just lose.
In fact,
The only way to
I
speed on Deeb
just
is
have a
bluff
hunch
him
that's going to be
apparently.
a Poker Hands episode.
I did.
Let's call it
I'm
a
winning
hunch.
the
How
opposite
did
of
Book
every
Elder
other
get
way.
12K?
I
Did
We got it all back though.
That I missed?
He must have added on it.
Yeah, I
I
guess.
mean, usually I just get it all in pre-flop and
All
suck
right, we have no
out.
hands on the
You got
flop
it
here.
all
so
back.
I'm
I've
gonna
seen somebody get
tweets.
so run over in a game.
R2R says Jeremy, the goat of Chicago, in God River mode. He's
Who hasn't
aggro,
bluffed you
man,
here?
on the river. He
Alright.
likes to throw punches, but
Natali
you too.
Natali hasn't bluffed me.
I think people are going to catch on. It's just
Three
been
of these guys all
so
Oh, I
many
know.
bluffs.
For all ins, I've been
It's
like
been
small,
like
you know,
he's
2K.
so bluff heavy on the river.
I'll go all in.
Like the
Only
ratio is
chances
totally
that would
whack.
happen
Yeah.
coming in today.
And I think people, I think in that hand in deep spot,
Like,
it's like
often
you
people
know
bluff me all in, they
Jeremy's
have me beat
pretty
anyway.
sick, but is he like that sick?
Nope, I just have it every
It's
time.
hard to know sometimes. Yeah, that's why that was a weird hand.
Fire, fire, fire.
So you've had it all 3 times, right?
I've had everyone
You've
beat.
had it all 3
Yeah,
times,
of course.
John
Every
Ed
time
Berryman
I've
says
left them,
Dentali playing
and
the
like,
worst,
top
deep
pair,
the luckiest,
every
Hummy's the best.
No, I've had
Matt,
no, I've had top
and it
pair.
just says
Middle pair
boo.
versus, I had third pair versus out. I had second pair versus you.
I don't like that one as well. Thank you, John Ed Berryman. What else we got going here? Cade Murphy says the worst player is the guy with the faux hawk misreading every player from under the stairs. Well played. I'm gonna like that one as
And
well.
the funny thing is, like, they've all been close.
Yeah,
to
man.
me.
We are straight up under this. Like this, you guys. That's a stair.
I think
We're under the stairs.
if you would have called Alan, that would have been impressive. But if you would have called
ZZ
Jeremy,
Top
that
thinks
would
it's a
have been really
conspiracy.
impressive.
Maybe Mike's playing bad to drive the
You had
odds
the
up for
money on
tomorrow.
both.
I've heard this
Faces in your
conspiracy
hand.
theory. It's an
I was
expensive
closer calling the
proposition.
Allen than the Jeremy, which is really shocking.
I'm gonna take the under.
He's got a lot of heart.
Miles Brown says
You would
hard to
never
say,
call,
bunch
right?
of nits,
Never.
Never.
but Helmuth is playing better than
Still throw
usual.
about it.
Jeremy is entertaining as hell. I could agree in general with the
The
premise.
hamstring flip.
The play has been kind of
To watch
tight,
both
other
of them.
than
Yeah.
Jeremy. I think deep
way,
in the
Sean
mix
just
too,
won a
I
big
guess.
pot.
So here Sean
Bucks
opens
it down.
with ace deuce on the button, and Mike
Temporarily
just
bucketed
calls
and
from the
loaded.
small blind with queen jack. You just like folding the queen jack here?
I think the better fold. I think they're both okay.
But you're fine with 3-betting queen jack offsuit?
Yeah, you should probably just fold.
Okay. What about
I'm just saying if
king jack
I was
offsuit?
going to play, I would
Sure.
play.
King jack offsuit?
The most I could take.
Same?
It was a 4-blind open.
I think he made it 300 with the
That was
straddle.
amazing. I die right
Oh.
Well, you were in
Yeah, I
the
think
commentating booth for the hand?
King Queen, I'm okay with the call.
Were you-
Anyway, so
were
we
you
do
with
have.
the headphones on, or were you
No,
just
I was
watching?
behind them. I'm sure they could, pick
Oh,
up the
straddle.
Were they the love?
Check,
All
check,
right, so
deep
Mike
bet
should bet
5-1.
turn.
They're like,
Checks
look at
through.
his chips.
And I think Mike should take a stab here, and he does. You might have noticed a lot, Mike likes to wait until the river to take a lot of these stabs. He doesn't seem to bet the turn. And it worked out for him. It worked out for him there, but I think he should start trying to work in
I
a
can
few more
imagine.
bets
You didn't tell
on
them
earlier
what
streets
was
with
coming.
equity, because you just make more by betting in those spots because you have the fold equity still, but then of course out street creep as well.
Do you think he's doing that to try to minimize the amount that he loses if he gets called, like by having multi-street bluffs?
That was one of the most amazing hands in this show.
I don't
I'm
know.
not saying it's part of the sound
Yeah,
strategy.
no, I see what you're saying. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to get raised. Maybe he's like, if I bet this, I get raised.
Then I have to play a big pot on the draws.
Or you have to
Don't say
fold,
insane
right?
bluff,
I mean,
because it ruins it for the audience.
I don't know. It's close.
I don't have iPhone.
Richard Schwendeman says, can you give your analysis? You were deep in position with the all-in bet. I think that's a really tough spot. What makes it especially weird is
I already got
that
dealt the cards, but I don't want. I wouldn't feel right.
you should not have that many
I wouldn't feel right.
juices.
Just in
But
case
if
I
you've
had,
been doing it every
but
time,
just in case I had aces, like it would
So
look,
your
look
raise
bad.
range is
I
weird.
don't. If you double straddle,
Like, if
all
you can
that
have a
time,
bunch of deuces there, and given that he had 5
I don't
deuce
think it
suited,
looks
I
bad
think
at all.
that it's kind of likely that he could have a bunch
your
of deuces.
reputation's pretty solid. You don't
Then
owe money
all of
to
a sudden
anybody.
you're going to have to call some deuces. But if your range doesn't
Jeremy's
have
back,
many
guys. I don't
deuces,
even
you don't
notice.
have to call it deuce because as a portion of your range, or as a percentage of your range,
Wow.
it's actually kind of small.
Wow.
And you can have a hand like
Wow.
aces.
Oh, wow.
maybe
I saw
10.
ace. I saw three.
So
And a
I
paint.
prefer to just
No.
bet text on the turn if I bet the flop. So
Look like ace jack of hearts or something.
I guess I would say that it really depends on the way your pre-out range is structured. And I think that's another problem with just like raising whatever because you feel like it. Then you get into spots like that and you don't really know what your range
all
looks
of a
like.
sudden,
You
you know,
know,
they all- you
like
said
you
they
don't know
all
how
thought
many
you were a
deuces
terrible
you have
poker
there. Like,
player? Now they know you.
if you have many deuces, you have to call some, right? And then within those, what are the best ones to call?
And the reason is
That
because
doesn't
your
happen too
range
often.
gets wider, and so as you as you're calling with a certain percentage of it, that percentage is going to necessarily start to include some deuces.
Definitely. And so at that point, you're like, okay, well, I don't want a diamond, which he didn't have. I would.
Why is a diamond relevant? Because it's a backdoor flush.
Because that's a hand
It just
that
didn't work.
could be check calling the flop. That
Because of
would
its
buffer-
backdoor potential.
Yeah, because it's backdoor.
But that's true of the other two suits as well, obviously.
My
Yeah,
wife
I
probably
guess
won't
it's not
sleep with
that
me for the
relevant.
next month out of punishment.
And then 5-3 doesn't matter.
The odds of you getting any
It's not going to be a wheel. I mean, a wheel's just going to bet call. I mean,
right.
My point is this: you're going to have to figure out a way to decide which deuces you call and which ones you fold. And you can fold like you can fold a bunch of hands there. You know, you can fold your bluff raises, which Sean might not have, but you can fold them. You can fold some of your deuces, and then if you have a lot of deuces, you have to call some, and then your boats. If his raise range there pre is like he only has 5 deuce and 3 deuce, and he can have a hand like aces or tens, then it's not that bad to raise fold 5 deuce because you're getting a bad price. But when you add in bluffs and you add in like king deuce or queen deuce or 3 deuce
Scares
or
me for a second.
whatever, all of a sudden you just get kind of owned. So yeah, I think in general, if I'm deep and I have trips there and I'm playing against Jeremy, I'm probably widening my call range slightly because of what I've seen happen on the river.
This could be an interesting hand. This was like, I don't know, limped or something, and then
Sure.
Matt raised it up pretty big with queen 10 of diamonds.
So Matt has a straight monster right now.
Yeah,
He's got the
and
open and a straight flush draw.
Buchalter
We
has a
could
big
see
hand.
we could see a royal flush tonight on Poker Night in America. That could happen. Now Buchalter's going to have to call, which he does.
Yeah.
Christian folds, and yeah, and Jeremy's going to easily lay this down. All right, so here we go. Apparently Buchalter has 21 outs.
Plus the best hand.
Plus the best hand. Wait, no. Matt is 64%?
Wow.
Oh my
Royal
God!
Flush.
Called it.
Holy
Called it.
Wow.
called that shit. Yo,
Look at Matt.
let me get some love in the
Can
chat.
we just like focus on Matt's face as he has a royal flush?
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now?
Can we get a zoom in on Matt's face? Is that a thing? Can we get a zoom in? That's the face of a man with a royal flush right there.
And we're getting points.
But he is not.
And this is just a terrible card for Buckalter, right? I mean, he just hates to see this particular card.
I noticed those teams are both 30 and 4.
I would strongly consider checking the turn as Matt.
Really? Why is that?
Because you have it just stone locked up. You know that this turn card was not good for him. And like, give him a chance either turn something into a bluff. I know it's not likely from Buckalter. Give him a chance to, or maybe improve on the river. Yeah, guys. Yeah, bros. Bros, if you want to know what it takes to get to the top of poker, it's not all that trait bullshit. It's knowing when the royals are coming. Straight up. Heard it here first. Called the royal.
Whatever you want to bet, I don't care. Don't
Pretty
make
good
it
at this
big,
game.
though. Like, no more than 1,000. How much you want to bet? I got it. All right, I got it.
Let's see if we have any other good tweets here. We actually got quite a few tweets. Let's see if we got.
Wow,
any
Matt
other
didn't
good
even show it. Matt was trying to get a bet that he had a royal flush. No one would bet him, so he didn't show.
Yeah.
That's a dedication to the hustle right there.
Yeah, that is.
So,
You got to make the side money, you know.
I don't know how you just called a royal flush, by the way. That's some voodoo stuff going on.
It was some voodoo stuff going on.
Watch them, and they're just so proud of you. That's how you know they don't play poker.
Stanislaus says Phil Hellmuth playing the best as always, but Jeremy is playing fun poker. Could you explain GTO versus removal? We've done so much GTO and removal stuff. I don't want to go down the road.
I'll send you Christmas.
I'll take half.
Thank you.
Blaine Toms, this is a good point actually. Deeb,
but not before.
more Deeb news, but he is 100% the most tilted at the table, regardless of winning. He's been river bluffed like 3+ times, and actually, okay, I remember 2. There was the Hellmuth Ace Deuce hand. There was
one with Jeremy.
One with Jeremy. What was the third hand?
The one where you missed with Richardson had 9-6
Oh yeah,
spades.
that's right. Yeah, he's getting pummeled on the river. He's getting pummeled.
Mike, you think I would tell you to bet?
Steven says Hellmuth playing the best. Been setting the trap for hours. He's gonna win it all. Hashtag trapgate.
I tried
Throwing
to bet
gate in
them,
there.
They didn't believe me, and they wouldn't bet me. I had queen 10 of diamonds. It was king jack of diamonds, ace of diamonds.
Lebradas just tweeted at me.
Oh yeah?
I blew a circuit on the 9-5 hand from Jeremy. Everyone else may need some Coach Doug motivation. And shout out to Lebradas. Fantastic Twitter account. Thanks for tuning in from whatever connection your computer hooked up to the stream, man. Caitlin Kiska says, I don't care who is the best, but Jeremy's play is by far the most entertaining. Perfect accompaniment for my hangover. Awesome, and I agree. It really is. All right, that's it for tweets, guys. Thanks for all of the submissions. Always appreciate the feedback from you guys.
How'd you on the flop?
The girl that came never gave me
Not really.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so I'm looking. I see 2 pair against top here.
Not equity-wise.
Not really.
but if the hand
I was going to
ended-
put it in
the
with
hand-
everybody on the flop.
The hand ended on the flop. No, yeah.
1,000 straight.
Didn't love that turn.
Oh man, D was just having problems today.
What's that?
Sean's made some odd, like
Yeah,
small,
king jack of diamonds.
like in small pots, river
I bet
calls
eight-
with
I
like
bet
some
eight
hands
times.
that just seem
Yes.
like pretty
And
straightforward
some bigger
folds.
pots.
Oh yeah, the
hand
ace
was
king,
good,
yeah. But then he's made a bunch of folds that turned out to be wrong.
I honestly,
Which is, I mean,
it
sample size, right?
it shows a lot about poker. I think that a lot of the sessions you win, you can definitely make a lot of mistakes in the river, or in general. And a lot of the sessions you lose, you can play great.
Right.
And I think today we're seeing Deeb just smash. Ooh, good lay down here though.
The relationship in, especially in live poker, between like individual session winning and how well you've played or results in how well you played is just like so uncorrelated.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be unbiased in that assessment as well. I feel like people like
it's almost impossible.
when they win, they walk away like I played great today. You know, like I did yesterday. But like
you know.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, there's just so much bias going on there.
There really is a ton of bias.
I wouldn't fold the flop.
And so she's like,
Finance Prodigy says, Olivier, are your Twitter DMs open? Someone's trying to slide in.
Oh, yeah?
We got someone trying to slide into your DMs. Probably a dude. But, you know, 3% of our audience is female, so we welcome them as well.
that's right with the
I
delay.
can't lie.
Yep.
So. But I thought maybe you had nothing. So.
Jeremy's going to be back in here. I don't know. Wait, he's at the table. Yeah, he's right there.
There he is.
Don't worry, guys. Jeremy is going to give some action.
He's here
And
to
as I
play.
say that, he 3-bets Queen 9 against a pocket 8s open from a player that has
Tightest player at the
been
table by far.
playing. You think he's higher than Buck Alter?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at Buck Alter, so I thought he was the opener. No, you're right. Buck
Ooh,
Alter.
and Buck Alter cold
So
calls
he must have a hand
after
here.
being called the most conservative player at the table.
There we go.
With pocket 10s. Reasonable. It's always awkward with 10s and 9s and ace queen
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
spot.
You mix up 4-bets and calls.
I mix up all of it. Yeah. With a
Does
hand
that
like
mean that you're also flatting like aces and kings sometimes?
Yeah, occasionally.
Even in a multi-way potential
Yeah,
pot?
you kind of have to. I think in general you should be 4-betting it, but
Whoa.
mixing it in should happen. And we have a set here for Buck Alter. Richardson is out. And I really hope Jeremy checks.
I don't like the way I played that hand.
Oh, Jeremy. Jeremy, this is just money.
Wow, he did check.
Whew. Reined it in. Good job. He's learning. Reined it in. The poker hands apps must have helped out a bit. So now Buck Alter is thinking about, I believe the expression is Vegas and the fucking Mirage. I believe that. Is that an expression? I think it is. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, Richardson is, I don't know, I mean.
3,000.
Oh, I thought you already bet. And now Jeremy is going to have
Jeremy
to.
could fold here. I wouldn't put it past him.
It's a big bet.
And from a guy, he does make some like player adjustments. Sometimes I think he goes to like overboard.
Jacks. 10s.
He's called 10s.
10s.
He's a 10s twice. Did he say 10s again?
Yeah.
Jacks or 10s.
I don't think he has jacks
Or
here.
something entirely different.
Don't think he has anything entirely different. Go with your read. Use the force, Jeremy.
Right?
I mean, if the range is jacks and 10s, I mean, you got to call here, right?
I guess.
I mean, it's incredible to see him like jam the 9-10 versus you, and then like be considering folding here.
I think image is actually really important.
I agree.
In terms of the way people respond to you.
Yeah, totally.
I think
especially the way people with less experience respond.
Yeah, definitely.
Look
But
at
I
that
mean,
fold.
I mean,
it's a good fold.
That was.
Jacks or 10s?
Can't show either of those hands.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm a
You
huge
have to
fan
tell us
of
half
3-betting.
The queen 9
I'll
offsuit.
tell you in 29
Well, the
minutes
hand
and 30
selection
seconds
in
for
general,
$50.
I guess I'm okay with.
Oh, you want to charge us?
Because cutoff is button,
Come back. You
whatever.
can't be on the show again.
It's a little loose, but whatever. I think that hand selection against a player like Richardson is kind of bad.
Everybody tells her.
You guys have similar style hair?
But he played that post flop like just great.
Yeah.
He played that fantastic.
Why specifically against Richardson? Is it bad?
I think Richardson's open frequency is just
Like you
lower.
already
than
got
It's just a little bit lower, okay.
Yeah.
Huh?
So you're just up against a stronger range, so you just have to be more selective.
Exactly. Exactly. Damn.
You want to straddle?
He even called out 10s a few times there. That was well played.
No.
It really did feel like a strong bet too when he bet 3,000.
It did. It was a huge
Calling
bet.
over the gun,
Yeah.
you should have straddled.
All right, so Mike has queens. I think he
Last time he had queens, he limped, right?
Well, so that's a raise.
just min raised. I think.
Let's make it like a live straddle.
Jeremy, super cash 3-bet with the 10-9 suited.
No, I think did he limp again?
I think Mike claimed it was 100.
You got him right where you want him.
Was live.
Mike does have a few more chips though now.
I'm a little
I'm
confused at what happened here
I'm
pre-flop.
confused.
But
Stop showing Matt plans. Because he wants to, like, if he's
I didn't ask this.
Pretty tough for Mike to lose this.
I
one.
think
But
I
shouldn't
think
have
that
anyway.
on this flop,
That's true. I am less likely to
What's the
play.
matter?
I think we gotta see.
If
I think
he shows his
I just
hands, I'm
can't
less likely
imagine
to play my
anything
hands
happening
because I
here.
can have somebody do it.
Lose small blind flop, by the way.
Nice line. I
From
like
the
it.
golfer.
It's so true, though. I know it's true.
Maybe he's a little tilted that.
How great is
That
that?
the guy called his hand out exactly.
Okay, so maybe all right. So just to engage in this type of thought process
goes
for a
to
little
Matt,
bit
you
because
know.
I don't really usually go down
You
this
gotta stop
process,
showing
but
your hands to Matt.
do you think he called here because when his opponent was just like, "Oh, you have a set,"
I don't have to play as many hands.
he was
as
like,
back.
"Wow, people must think I'm a huge net."
That's
So I
how
got to
Phil's
play a little
mind
looser,
works.
and then he just got in there. Or do you think maybe it's because he's a little tilted? Like,
I
this
think
is
it could definitely be a combination of those two. Both of those seem pretty reasonable. I don't
'Cause-
understand what just happened here though.
I can't even believe I'm having
He
down.
oh
Yeah, just muck that hand. How much is it?
oh this is like a bet check raise. That's what happened.
why did
Yeah,
Mike
check.
jam?
So, that's 58. It's about what? 7.
What's going on? What is going? Yo,
He's got 3 cards to a straight flush, and he's trying to figure out some percentages.
Probably have 2 overs also.
Yeah.
probably, yeah, probably.
He thinks Mike has ace 5. He calls.
6-7? No.
I have 2
That's why he jams.
Wait,
Wait,
before you
hold
put
up.
out there,
Mind
The
blown.
reaction.
sorry.
Olivier,
The
whenever I
reaction
whenever I
is gonna be
compliment
so
someone,
good.
seriously, it's all night.
This is
I'm like,
the-
hey, Mick, you know what, man?
Hold up.
Oh my God, please,
Come on.
please,
Well, he didn't come back in the booth.
please.
He didn't come back in the booth.
Oh, that's true.
I don't think it's
That's
gonna hit.
you're ruining it for our viewers.
Sorry. I mean, I could be wrong.
You want to just take the big bets back and play for the little pot? You know it's coming. Giving you an out.
Come on. Seriously.
Please,
Matt, I'm putting
please,
at least 100 up if
please. If he hits it,
Are you matching?
I like how they took some time here.
6 or jack. 6 or jack.
Wow.
Got all the draws.
Good.
He's ready to blow his casket.
all the draws. The river was a club. Oh man. How do you think Mike was feeling the heat on the turn a little bit there?
Yeah, a little. He got up from his seat.
Well played.
All right. Well, I mean, Mike got the deserved double on that flop. I just don't see how both hands just don't get all in.
This game is amazing.
I feel like I shouldn't have called.
But no, the chance of winning was well worth the money.
Oh, no re-raise pre-flop, but you were so cagey when you put that $100 out there. You felt
What?
He trapped you where you couldn't
What?
go anywhere.
So that's it, man. Me and you no hellos no more, bro.
Maybe I'm falling behind the times, man. Maybe like pot odds are just different than I thought the whole time. That could be happening.
200, 400.
Wow. That was bold.
Alan, put out the 2. Come on.
That was the bold. And sometimes
Jeremy,
bold
put out
plays
the
get
4.
rewarded. That happens sometimes.
Oh, this is a line stolen straight from you. How does 9, 10, and queen run into each other on that flop?
It is unbelievably sick.
Yeah?
And that is the Jared Gray. I think also started streaming recently, man.
I was willing.
Good luck on your journey. Seen you on
I
Twitter
was
as well.
willing.
Is it too late to fold? I'm sorry, Dougie. I have impulse control issues.
Well, one of them won you a 20K pot. Plus,
I now regret it, by the way. I now regret not putting up.
We are pre-flop. Anything can happen.
That's true. I've seen that.
1,000.
Damn, that was a call, man. That was a call.
Is this a straddle to 400? Looks like it.
What do you think? You've straddled 400. You have 8-3 off. You're going to see a flop, right?
Ooh, Butler. Yes.
Wow, Doyle gave you the good luck, Mikey.
Oh,
Doyle
wait,
gave you the good luck.
He gave him the good luck and the follow.
You
He
have the
showed me
blackjack
immediately.
draw, but I had blackjack already.
12. I mean, 10 points.
Sure you know me? I never get
Okay, so I like actually what's happened, like in terms of money at the table. The money has there's been some add-ons and some double ups, and we don't have anyone short anymore.
Totally.
So we're looking at 200 big plus poker, kind of no matter what. I think that should be a lot better for driving some big pots.
Agreed.
Particularly with Jeremy in there on 30K. That's going to drive some action.
We've always missed in Vegas, but Like she secretly stole one number on my phone. It was Doyle.
That's funny.
Except your children look a lot like Doyle.
Doug, what did you blow your winnings on yesterday? I blew it on my percentage of or my amount of
Jeremy, another funny
Bitcoin
one, when I had my
that went
first
down
son,
was actually more than what
Doyle
I won.
said if you
So I
name your
net
kid
lost in the
Doyle,
last 24
he'll never
hours.
have to work a day in his life.
whatever,
My wife
30
goes,
hours.
"Do you want to be called Doyle? We're gonna go with Evan," and he screamed for the first time in 3 days, so he didn't get named Doyle. But it was close.
I would never name my kid Doyle. Is that what it was saying?
Yeah, I agree.
It's a straddle.
It's not anything. Doyle's a great guy. Done a lot for poker. Not name my kid Doyle.
I think Doyle will come to the show if we had Jeremy. We're gonna do a Vegas one. Get Doyle.
Yeah, it has to be in Vegas. It has to be like really comfortable.
Yeah.
Is that 6? Phil, I'm not calling because of the value of my hand. I'm calling because of my impulse control issues. I got quads. Upshot. Take it.
Okay, so we got a whole lot of nothing here.
Nice bluff, Phil.
Oh, I had him beat.
Shocking. It's real tough to have Jeremy beat.
It's not tough to have you beat. It's just tough to make the call.
I had the paint cards.
I know.
They were talking about why, what was going on in your head.
I did not know about the fork in
we all
Bitcoin.
decided
I don't know
that
about anything.
In the end,
I'm long-term
since it
holding,
was-
basically. I sold a lot off right
I
before.
could
I sold a
not
lot at like 1,100, 1,200. So I got out a decent chunk, like
$40,000
40% of my Bitcoin or something. But let's just say I had a very hefty percentage
It
of my
was
net worth
part
in
of my
Bitcoin.
concern.
Really?
That, you
Yeah,
know,
I still do. Yeah.
It's aggressive.
yeah, my my
Yeah,
Poker
it
Pro
is
card.
aggressive.
Diversification is this,
In my-
is this
in my
not
gr-
a
in my group-
concept that you employ?
No, I do. Actually, in my group of friends, I would say that
You're the least percentage.
Not the least, but I'm
I know Ryan's a big fan.
I'm in the middle of the pack. There's there's a lot of fans in
don't
my
revoke
group
many
of
cards.
friends that
Wow, I've
are
got
pretty heavy in there.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
The evil empire heavily invested in the underground money.
You know how we roll. You know how we roll.
6?
All right, Kaufman here, dominated by Deep. This could get expensive.
1675.
Yeah, he's 4-betting here
Just
with
so it's not
Queen Jack offsuit.
easy. Nothing's gonna be easy.
Or just 3-betting after a straddle? Okay.
I'll
And
make it
Deeb
easy.
is,
5,000.
Jamarama.
and I was gonna say Deeb is going to 4-bet.
Hello.
Jeremy is all over the place right now.
And so if Jeremy,
and you're really
let's say
deep.
Jeremy jams here. What do you do? You just fold?
What do you think?
I don't know.
the way this is going,
Better hand.
I don't even think you can fold. Dude,
Part of the
I mean,
second time.
I don't know. Think of how much worse it's gonna look.
I just like there's just too
Well,
much
that
of a
one
chance of
looks worse either
shenanigans.
way.
So you like this play by Deep. You would be 4-betting this hand in the spot.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're massively ahead of the range. I mean, if you got jammed on, it would suck, and maybe you have to fold because you can just have ace king and queens plus. But at the same time, you are so far ahead of this 3-bet range that you just simply have to do it. Now, Jeremy remembers when Mike 4-bet him with 9-5 suited before and doesn't want that to happen again. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think Deeb's going to fold. What do you think? What do you think?
All right, Deep snap called 15K with ace queen off, and that was against me.
I have the hand that I always get in with.
Yeah. What is it?
Ace queen? Yeah.
Oh God, I was dominated.
I was not folding.
Jack queen.
I believe him. I don't know. I believe him.
I believe him.
I believe him. He put in like 1,000 big blinds with
I-
ace queen.
I generally feel like
Never
people
been
say
the best
that
hand since I've
they
ever
tend to
watched
be
him.
lying.
He was jamming it in there.
Yeah, disproportionately.
Yeah, but
That particular instance.
I believe Deeb.
Yeah, me too.
I've gotten in good with ace queen a few times.
When I was watching,
No.
Thank you.
You were not in the game. They were softer games. You make people try to play their A game, Phil. They want to.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a water and a
Jeremy's
drink.
definitely playing
Do you want
his A
anything, or are you gonna be
Water
good
would
here
be
for a little bit? All right, cool. Yeah, I got you. I'll be back shortly, guys. Right back.
The $5,000 call
What?
with 2
Jeremy, I didn't say your
overcards.
A game was good. That's still your A game.
I'm playing what is the A
All right, guys, and we're back.
Yes.
We can
Olivier
all agree
Bousquet
that's
here.
it. A game or A game?
Taking over for Doug.
It's a good one too. You finally came up with a comment. It only took you 7 hours.
I think you're making a few.
When does this broadcast finish? I think it'll be about another hour and a half.
Jeremy, hey,
That's my
Doug,
best
you know,
guess.
I made a good joke. Remember that one.
Flush draw here for Richardson. Gutter for Matt. Not too much else for anyone else, but Phil with just the king of clubs decides to bet. Is that what happened? Let me see. I can't imagine Phil called. He must have been the one betting.
Check.
Good card for Phil, even better for Matt. Matt leads here. For high flush draw, I think it's time to get away here. Matt's lead looks really strong, and out of position, your hand will be pretty transparent. Good fold. Good disciplined fold there.
Yeah.
G Salas 777. Any more fights in my future? I doubt it. The anxiety and anticipation and preparation required to actually get in a cage and fight someone is pretty epic. So without any sort of added incentive like a big bet, I doubt I'll fight again. I'll still train, probably for as long as I can physically train, but I doubt I'll fight again. Lock 178, do I still play online? I do. I moved to New Jersey and play online in New Jersey, and New Jersey sites. Not the biggest stakes, but still good for me to keep improving and keep working on my game. So, yep.
Matt, how's it feel to be the second youngest guy at the table?
Really?
No. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a good game when I'm the second youngest guy at the table. Wow.
Tom wins 99. Did I take steroids? No, I didn't.
Wow.
Never taken steroids. Never even thought about it.
No one respects
By the way, if
my
I did,
rating.
I would be a lot bigger.
There's so much
But
money
no.
to make it 1,000.
I didn't.
I have aces right now.
Just make it 1,000.
I'm just gonna call.
Let's get to the hand here. Deep raised. And has a bunch
You want your
of
hand back?
callers.
Last time you won.
Last time I made the nuts.
Kaufman and Tally. Helmuth and Richardson. Helmuth with the only real premium hand. Kaufman with an interesting 7-6 suited. And Richardson flops backdoor flush draw open ender. Kaufman with second pair. Not too much of anything else. Checks around.
That is the one card I wanted to say.
And that deuce helps no one. I think Richardson could have definitely taken a shot here. But he decided to check back. And now Matt is going after the spot. Is that what's happening? Did Matt just bet here? Wow, that's odd.
Just leave it. Leave it. Oh, he's in the hand. I'm sorry. If we're heads up, you just leave it.
Kaufman does have a pair here. Pretty reasonable to call. A deuce, very unlikely to be in anyone's hand.
So can you break that chip?
So the value of your pair goes up.
I'd say Phil's got more small chip.
Holly or Hall in their match. I'm gonna have to give the edge to Kate.
Okay.
I think
Just
she
kill the river, we can do the action, then we'll get there.
is likely working on her game and trying to improve.
14 and 6.
But anything can happen. Kaufman does call. The river is the 4 of hearts. And Matt decides to give up this odd played
I got a big
10-5
improvement
off.
on our announcer
And
for a little
nice little steal here from Richardson. Missed his draw, but still managed to win the pot with a nice bet. 9-6 suited. That seems like it's Richardson's hand. First it was spades, now diamonds.
Got me incinerated. I had
Won both hands with the worst hand.
All right, tip out, guys. And
Well played.
I did not want to see that hard shot.
No, neither did I.
I had a much better shot at winning without that hard.
Hey Olivier, are you still passionate with the game? I actually have rediscovered a passion for poker.
I smooth called with ace queen
I
of spades 'cause I thought Jeremy might ace queen just now. Ace queen suited.
I was going through a time where I was not so excited about it, but I love it again. I'm excited to play. I'm excited for live tournaments. Playing online in a different format has re-energized me, and I'm just super, super grateful to be able to play for a living. I just like the freedom and lifestyle and the ability to kind of pursue other interests. It's just like so invaluable. So I'm just like so happy to be able to play poker for a living. So yeah, I'm super excited about playing poker now.
Jeremy was the 100.
And how did I do with mine? I lost 150.
I had 10.
His slap 11. Do I supplement exogenous ketones? I'm actually not ketonic anymore. I just try to limit my carbs, but I experimented with ketosis for a few weeks. Felt like it was too restrictive. That I could still get most of the benefits by just not eating too many carbs. But I love fruit, and
King. What was it?
so I still
The King Queen 10 board.
still eat a bit of carbs.
What?
29 minutes.
Bottom set.
So that was 10.
Sorry about that.
You turned a set of threes?
You mean
the 10s?
The 10s, right?
Yeah, set of 10s.
Well,
Big flop for Buchalter. Kaufman also with top pair, so we could see some action here. But it checks around, and the turn is a jack, which is not a great card
If that makes the cut.
for either player. It is the jack of clubs, though, so Buchalter has a flush draw. And Kaufman has a straight draw to the low end of the straight. About time Buchalter bets.
How much? Pretend I snap called. I meant to do that quicker.
You got credit for the snap call.
Kaufman calls, nothing else really to do.
Doug is so mad at you.
Duly impressed by the snap call.
And the turn, the river is another jack. So Buchalter's still with the best hand. Kaufman's still with top pair. But neither card probably loving. Man, that is just not. You got to try to go for some value.
Great.
Winner.
Nice hand.
Straight?
Ray, king.
Oh,
I
nice
heard
slow roll.
straight. No,
Nice
I
slow
actually heard
roll.
straight.
I love it.
You were holding the cards like this at an angle. I couldn't see them. I heard straight.
Buchalter with the unintentional slow roll.
Means king.
Definitely did not mean to do that. Seems like a really decent guy.
I didn't expect a slow roll from him.
I lost the absolute minimum.
A little too passive, a little too nitty, I think, his strategy, but assuming he's not a pro,
One for a beginner.
can't really hold it
He
against
did
him.
not see it coming. He thought
Really
maybe
has
a chop
not run
slow,
well
but not
at
a
all
stone,
today.
You lose.
So not much you can do.
And I saw some cards.
Do I think New York will pass online poker legislation this year? I really hope so. I really hope so. It looks like it has the best chance it's ever had. I followed it a bit. Seems like a key player in this situation has said that he doesn't see any real obstacles to it passing. But, you know, politics is fickle and hard to predict. So
Yeah, but you have still no chance.
I really don't know, but I genuinely
Hey, you still
very
got
much
the
hope it
after
does.
dinner game.
The real game.
If you stay close
the
enough.
real game, buddy.
But this
Look at
time we're
this
not
game.
kicking it down for Phil.
Right here,
Unless
right
he
now.
better show up this time.
Later.
Nice hand, Matt.
My favorite hand is pocket aces. I know it's a little bit obvious, a little bit
Nice 3-bet.
uninteresting,
Make
but
1,000, you're gonna fold.
every time I get aces, I get a
1100.
chill up my spine. I
He wants to
love
let you
it.
in.
I've also won a bunch of big hands with aces. People like to give me action.
I did almost 3-bet it. But you don't
Ace
believe
King
me
is one of
anyway.
my least favorite hands. I've gotten absolutely
making a great job
annihilated
up
with Ace King. Just destroyed. But still play it,
1,000.
you know. Still a good hand. Drawing hand, but a good hand. Matt here with second pair, his kicker. Helmuth betting 2 6s on this flop. I think it's pretty reasonable. I think you can check back, but protection is also pretty valuable here. Also, this flop is very strong for the pre-flop raiser. Deuces and trays unlikely to be in either player's range, and overpair is more likely to be in the opener's range. Deuce is not a card that's likely to help anyone, Matt. Still calling
Sorry,
here.
Matt, I'm only going to bet about, I think,
Phil Hellmuth getting max value here from pocket
I'll check
sixes,
that,
and
that's scary.
he gets very unlucky. But it's a card that does make a straight and a flush. Matt still has to bet for value, I think. But easier for Phil to get away since that card brings in virtually all the draws. Matty Buns, I've only played like 3 or 4 tournaments in New Jersey. I really mostly play cash. And Phil does call.
Which is the good one? Which is the good one?
Oh, Phil. Fell for that slow roll.
so bad.
He does.
Oh, he's so dead.
That was nice.
How does
Mac
he fall
Lance.
to that one?
Fuck, I don't care about the slow.
Ah, man, these guys and their slow rolls,
They're
brutal.
so bad against me every game.
Really? You do it every fucking
I
hand.
mean, I told you to make
You're
it
like-
11,000 per
you're
game.
like-
Why would I want to? I've got him fucking trapped. He's paying me off with.
You know, I think there's kind of 2 points of view on these slow rolls. You know, one is
sixes.
that they're good for the game. You know, they're a little bit irritating, but they're somewhat harmless. And they're fun, and you know, people laugh and like them.
You want me to put my
There's another point of view that is just, you know, not the classiest move, not the greatest etiquette. I would never do that, even as a joke. It's just not my style. But at the same time, you know, these guys are having fun and they're
That's
friends.
what it looks
And
like from the amateur side, guys. I understand.
10 years against.
He's calling it.
I think specifically trying to irritate players who are somewhat sensitive is bad form. But this is a TV show and they are trying to make it fun. So.
Once you check back the turn, he knew he had the best hand. You're ripping.
No, he didn't check the. No, I bet on the fucking. I made him put in money every street.
He also, well, one of the streets you put in money, it wasn't good for you.
Moron. What the fuck, man? Why come here and tilt me with your bad fucking.
Did I get the max in the
Goddamn.
river though? Could I have got 1,100? I only went for 9. I thought 9 was the
I'm
max.
not going to give
let's
one.
get
I'm
him.
just going to wait till I have you dead again, Matt.
All right, a couple more hands.
What? Why do you?
Playable
what do
hands
you
here.
think?
Bagalter with Jack 10 off.
Jesus.
3-betting here.
Listen, I'll tell you what I want to do with you, Matt.
It's an
From
aggressive
now on,
3-bet.
whenever we play pots, it's
Maybe Doug was
5x
right.
as much money
Bagalter
at the end of the pot, between you and I.
a little bit more aware that the players now perceive him as very tight, so opening up a little bit.
I didn't say
Jack
that.
10,
I limped
still
in
pretty
with my
loose,
fucking
but
King 10 suited, and you raised with Jack 8 every hand. And
not totally unreasonable as a 3-bet.
wow, that was really
Kaufman, though,
bad.
here
You were
with Ace
paying
King
off
offsuit.
for no reason either. How bad are you? Why?
And again, just a bit unlucky, you know. The one time Bagalter makes a move, he runs into a big hand.
I've been showing you the nuts for like 5 years.
You've been tight for a while, and I've been loose for a while.
True. Oh.
2,700 from Kaufman.
Can't just be folding hands like that.
I want to spit in my fucking
There's
water.
one.
I still love you. I don't
I
care.
know,
I'm behind.
senoritas.
I just want to spit somewhere. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Ugh. How can you play Hold'em so bad? What are you thinking?
There's no confusion.
What are you doing? This is not your spot.
Show me one card.
I know it's.
I tried to mouth you slow roll him because I knew something that you like.
It was so obvious that I grabbed the ace first and then didn't turn it over and then grabbed the other one.
Oh, I said I'm getting kind of a headache.
Yeah,
It's all
right?
good.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
what-
It's gotta take some Advil and some water and coffee. I was like trying to order some more food, but
Nice
I ordered
idea.
pizza, and they're like, all right, 20 minutes. I was like, God damn it.
Slow roll me all you want. I don't mind. That's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, hydrate.
Fuck.
I'm
are you
getting
doing?
my hydrate on. I got 2 bottles of water, I got some coffee.
Jesus, you think I'll
So what did I
suddenly
miss?
try to bluff
Anything
you?
interesting happen?
You're the one guy would
Not really.
never try
I don't
to
see much
bluff.
stack
You're
movements, I
fucking
assume
so
not.
crazy
Yeah.
at Hold'em, like,
Wait, didn't he just
you're
try
like
to bluff you?
You're like a candy
But,
store kid.
Kaufman
You
just
look
4-bet
like
with Ace
fucking
King.
Jack of diamonds.
Oh, wow.
You think it's like a fucking
Oh, it looks like
hand.
we're just in
I
folded, so it
fold
doesn't
that
matter.
hand all day long, King
But
Jack suited,
Bagalter
you-
tried his
you're
first
gonna
flight
raise
3-bet with
it,
Jack
you
10
raise
offsuit
every
and got
game. I'm
punished
just
running into
Jeremy,
Kaufman's
are you
Ace
doing
King.
the 200?
So.
How do you have money?
Nice.
That's the only way I get
Bet
money
it.
back to the show if I play those hands like that.
Nice.
Christ almighty. I mean,
Where
I'm confident you'll be
the
dead again.
mild things are, Doug, if
So
poker
my-
didn't
my
exist,
range is this narrow, and yours
do you
is-
know what
you're
career
gonna be
you'd
dead
pursue?
again.
Yeah,
But
so
I
I
just
was
hope I
actually
can
going
play
to
like
school
a fiddle and
for
all
political
fair on the
science.
table,
And I
Really?
was-
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was before I dropped out. And I was planning on going into law. I was going
Awesome.
to do what I wanted to
He
do.
doesn't respect me.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, it could work.
respect
Could be
him.
cool. Since I was a little kid, actually, since I was like 6 years old, I was like, I'm going to be a lawyer when I grow up.
Were there
I
like
love arguing with people.
were there like books or movies that you like were into that like I used to read John Grisham books when I was growing up, and I loved those books. Did you
Not
like watch Law and Order or anything like that? No.
No, I just like the idea of like battling people in court.
Okay.
I was like 6 years old.
Using your intellect to outwit people.
Exactly.
Well, it looks like you found
Yeah, that's actually
decent
exactly.
outlet.
And then I was like, oh, I can just play poker, and yeah,
I think
rest
he's
is history.
And in a way, you're still kind of out arguing people.
Yeah, in a way. So we have a flop here. No one has shit. The question is going to be who's going to take the first stab, and Jeremy not wanting to let the 9 deuce off get him down,
What are you doing, man? I mean, if I play poker like you,
and it's just going to work.
You all suck. Especially all
And
of
then he
you.
says you all suck.
You all suck.
By the way, I actually,
That's amazing.
even though it's insane because you're repping just quads, I think bluff raising him there has to be so good.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Does Jeremy have quads? Does he have quads? No. Jeremy doesn't have quads.
against him, I'm playing ace.
Does he have a
yeah.
pair?
And his bet
No.
percentage is
I know
just
you
so
have,
insane.
You're just good with ace queen. You don't get ace queen in pre.
People just got out of the way. Queen 10 should not have folded there, by the way.
You're willing to get an ace queen for 130 blinds just back legs.
I mean, I could have.
I said it.
But to the victor go the spoils. And you have to follow up your double straddle with just a single straddle.
Good luck with getting in 130 blinds against me with ace queen.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I like to call less than we call.
No, I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna have? I'm gonna show you just like last show. Last show you sucked out too for all the money.
Phil finally talking, found his talking voice a little bit here.
Why do you get it in so bad against me?
No. And I almost called because it was an $800 raise and I talked.
Oh, so Glance did slow roll helmet. You didn't see that, right? That was pretty funny.
I didn't know.
It was 8-2-3-2 diamonds. Phil had raised pre, bet the flop. Matt had ace 3. He calls, turns a deuce, so 8-3.
I'm gonna stack you for 30
deuce, whatever.
and all of a sudden just stop.
Phil bet again.
Playing horrible against
River's the ace of diamonds.
Matt, I only 3-bet.
Phil checks, Matt bet, Phil calls. Matt turns over the 3, Phil turns over his 6s, Matt turns over the ace. And then
Amazing.
Phil goes on a little tirade. It's pretty
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I learned
And
from
that-
Matt how to play that hand, Phil.
Now he's talking and hopefully berating people.
Yeah, he's a bit annoyed.
Nice. That's
Phil, do you
good.
think Matt's a better no-limit hold'em player or a mixed game player?
I mean, that's the stuff he does.
Deeb is so jolly.
So what?
Jolly.
Oh, yeah.
Like just happy, just like having a good
Well, this is
time.
why this is a plus 50+ table. We
How's
basically
it going?
will play
Welcome back to the studio, the recording booth.
Like, why does he do it?
When you run like I do, you got to push your edges.
What's up?
Especially when
Yeah,
you're
so we have some famous people here now. So should we leave or you guys can jump in? Awesome. Okay.
We appreciate it.
Getting the tour here. Well, this is where we talk. We can see the game. We have some amount of thousands of people watching. Hello, people that are watching. Nice to have you here. And yeah, poker.
Really raising the intellectual level of the conversation.
Yeah, that's really, that's what I'm here for.
Phil's in there.
But anyway, what I was saying was
4 playable hands here. Look at that.
Wow, that's a first here. 4 playable hands, and Jeremy isn't even in there. I guess that's actually more likely to be playable.
Playing like 30.
Story checks out.
All right, so Matt's going to 3-bet here with Ace King.
32.
And
I think everyone's going to call. Unless that's another thing makes it some absurd size. Oh, he made it 800. 1800.
Deep is going to call. They're really deep.
It's 1500 to call, though.
Mike might fold.
Oh, Mike's got 12K. He's not folding.
16.
You
don't think so?
Nah. Suited ace.
All right.
Let's gamble.
I hope we have a big flop
Let's
here.
gamble.
This could be a big hand. What do you think? How about King 6-5 for the fans? 2 clubs.
Well, no, that's a...
Wait, it's not even possible. The King, the 6, and the 5 clubs are all already in play.
It's true. It's true. Ace 6-5, 2 clubs. Nope, ace of clubs.
Damn.
What happened? Deep folded?
Deep folded.
Oh, now everyone's going to fold.
fives.
So boring.
Can I get my hand back?
That's amazing.
What was happening? I called.
That's amazing. Phil just
Why would Deep
gets
fold?
something.
He's in position. They're really deep. He's got 5s. He can pop a set.
I don't know.
I'm on tilt,
I don't understand why he did
Before
that.
we continue,
I really hope this flop has 5, by the way.
really on tilt.
I'm going to be a huge fan of this flop having a 5.
I hope it's not some boring flop like ace, queen, 10 or something.
Thinking about him.
Not great.
Well, everyone's going to be a little bit unhappy. Check, check. Okay, that's fair from both.
So now do you bet some of your ace kings?
Yeah, I think betting or checking Ace King on the flop. I think they're both okay.
But I mean now on the turn.
Oh no, you have to check turn. I mean, queen
okay.
paired up, like
It doesn't matter like if you have a diamond or not. You're not
I
trying
mean,
to protect.
It does matter some, but I still think I prefer. I think I
And
prefer
Phil bet
check.
4,000 here. And Matt just snap folded. What just happened there?
Power poker happened.
Wow.
Phil,
Matt
the
just-
master
just
of
instantly
post-flop
folded
play,
ace king there.
Just beautifully weaves a yarn.
What just happened?
He bluffed and it worked. Phil has been playing great today.
You think that was a good bet?
I don't mind it. He doesn't have diamonds.
just can't
One of
believe
his
this
lower
fold.
hands.
He just outplayed
I mean,
you so
I
hard.
probably would check, but like,
Matt, you're the
it's not that
fucking
crazy.
best.
It's not that crazy to go for the bluff,
Phil,
right?
you
I
can
think
play
it
good
makes
poker.
sense.
You just fucked up.
I think it makes some sense.
Convinced me.
Phil's a wizard.
But you would
Matt, there's
never
no one
ever
in the
have
world
folded
to
ace
convince
king.
you. If Doug pulled Pat, no one can.
What did he show?
Yeah, I would never fold ace king. I mean, you would have to pry ace king away from my cold dead hands. Like the question was, should ace king bet or not? And then no. Any hand where like should we bet or not, and the answer is no, it is virtually never going in the check fold range.
Okay.
If it's a value bet. So Matt gets punished for his insolence.
And he showed. I mean, he like. It's not like the graphic could have been wrong. I mean, he flashed his hands up.
Yeah, he had ace king.
Yeah, he had ace king.
He don't just put on the show. He is the show.
People just get scared when people bet big.
But Galter raising up with 9-6 suited, definitely opening up a bit. I think you're right.
I think so. I think the 10's hand really a light bulb went off.
Yeah.
Oh shit! People realize. Maybe just think he's tight player. But people think I'm a tight player. It's time to like loosen up a little bit, and I'm okay with that. And he will probably win this hand, although he checks the flop and
Jeremy has tried to give it
Mike
his
bets.
sack with the worst hands.
Buck Alter goes for the check call, which is interesting. I would prefer a bet, but I don't hate check call. I think it's okay.
Exactly.
Will Mike fire more times here? I would be pretty impressed if
I
he
want you to
did.
repeat that for the cameras.
What do you think of this particular
Are you
hand
more tilted
from
right
Mike
now?
to bet with?
It's better to have clubs, obviously, but he probably doesn't have enough just club hands to only bluff those. So taking a couple hands like Jack 10, I think it's okay.
That's GO.
Checking is okay too, though.
Is it relevant that some of Buck Alter's
Oh,
check
man.
call hands that you
Buck
don't?
Alter better bet river.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Phil Hellmuth, you'd be my idol in poker.
If you play your hand like this, you got to go with the river bet.
Keep playing GTO all you want, so I'm going to play GO.
And he does.
By the way, I wanted to just let the record show, because there's like a
Great for
really,
Wyman.
there's a
Lance
popular
Optimal.
misconception
Wyman
about the way I
Lance.
play. First off, I never have claimed ever I play GTO because no one plays GTO. That's the first
I
thing.
think you've actually made that pretty clear. You said that a
But
bunch.
they're at the table talk right now. They're saying
What'd you
this.
say?
Second off, I do use exploitative elements in my play.
I really like that kid.
But I use them as like a secondary factor. Like I think about my strategy, and then I apply, you know, what I think is happening based on the hands, to then, or on my opponents, to then to make some adjustments. So I do both use some exploitative play and some game theoretical play.
Are there any? Which of your opponents do you think is the best at like coming closest to achieving GTO?
Hopefully,
Not surprised there. Everyone's
I mean, how do you say you don't know what GTO is? So how do we know who's closest?
I don't think Cantor's.
I'm not saying you know. I'm just saying you likely have an opinion. Is
big
it
shot.
I don't know,
something
man.
like Ike or Zoss or?
I mean, any of. I mean, Ike and Sauce aren't really in the no limit streets anymore as much. They play a little heads up no limit, particularly
Okay.
Sauce. But they don't really play that much 6-max NL online.
Okay.
So in like a ring setting, I imagine some of the best 6-max online guys like OTB.
OTB, yeah.
I think those people spring to mind. But
Hold on, aces and ace king here,
oh,
and they're pretty deep.
oh man. Although you know what, I've seen Mike play ace king pretty passively before. That
And I'm
could-
assuming he's more likely to play passively the deeper he is, because he doesn't want to get into
That's the
super
nicest thing Sean ever
annoying
said to
spots.
anyone.
Like if he's got 3K, he'll just like
Yeah.
happily get it in.
he's gonna get clobbered here. And you know Jeremy with King Jack's getting in there, and Richardson's gonna have an interesting situation.
So Richardson is the original raiser to 400. Kaufman calls deep 3-bet, so
Mike?
now it's on to Mike after deep's 3-bet.
Tough spot. What do you think here?
I mean, I think this is just a 4-bet, and then
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. But the size is awkward
the
because
size is awkward. He's got what? He's got almost 12K. So this is just like a badly selected size, right?
no, wait. What did he go to?
I don't know. It looked like there was a lot of 1K. Yeah, 5K. I
Not-
mean,
not good.
Not ideal, yeah. 3,800 or something.
The
3,900.
problem, yeah. 3,900. Or maybe a little less.
One of them is not.
Of course, I always have aces.
I said he has aces.
I mean, literally, he's got aces like.
This is the fourth time I've seen deep have aces today.
What the?
I have seen so many aces for deep.
And Dentali is just like dead almost.
Well, I mean, I'm rooting for kings. King.
I know you had something.
Hearts?
Diamonds. Oh, shit. That doesn't work.
That's going to be tough.
All right, running kings. Okay, well,
Man.
that is that. That's all she wrote here.
No, I mean
That
like,
is all
no
she
colors,
wrote.
yeah.
And kings twice.
No colors.
Lucky is Dentali because he always has ace fucking queen offsuit when he puts his money in. So ace king is the nuts against
And
him.
needling Mike after the loss.
No, Phil was saying Dentali was unlucky because
I like that he's out in seventh.
over.
Great
trying
graphic,
to not
guys.
slow by not slow-
You saw me
Congratulations
be a man of my
to
word
Micah
again.
getting 7th at the final
Put a
table.
million blinds with ace king versus Sean.
Wait, you've all
It was
come
good.
so far.
You did convince me of that. But then I saw him put in 100
Oh,
big blinds
man.
with ace queen like
Well,
at least.
wow. Deeb has had so many strong hands. It's actually nuts how many strong hands Deeb has had. It's nuts.
Berated me for it. And then
You know, I
over ace king. 300.
I didn't slow roll that hand because I don't want to tilt him more for his match.
Good question here. Does dressing like a dad at a soccer game bring you good luck?
It's kind of brutal. When you get cooler, it's
Solid, solid needle.
Mike, I'm just going to remind you, you want to call.
But anyway, what I was saying was I've always prided myself on starting with a game theory approach and then making some adjustments, but just not in the way that people seem to love to throw that word around, which is, oh, I made an adjustment so I can do whatever I want and play crazy, and it was exploitative play, and you're saying GTO is good, but I think it sucks because you're playing GTO. Like, it goes down that road, and I'm like, no, I'm just saying, like, don't just, like, take 9 deuce and just go nuts just because, like, you know, exploitation.
Right.
You know, just, like, start off with game theory and then make some steps.
But wouldn't you also say that the vast majority of the adjustments you're making are from a large enough sample size of hands that you're seeing a specific like leak or imbalance in your opponent's strategy?
Yeah, a lot of them have come from that, I would say.
How do you then
Red Bull sponsoring a party
address attempts to adjust within a live context when you just don't have that same sample size?
That's fair.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, it's obviously a lot tougher because you don't have the sample to go on. But
Everybody beats me.
I think it's kind of this is a statement people are not going to be happy about. I think it's kind of hard to be good at poker if you come from live poker.
Okay, why is that?
Because you get so few hands in, and you're going to be way more results like based on what happens. Because you play so few hands a day that your conclusions you draw will oftentimes, I think, be more absolute than be more. You play less hands. The play is softer, and there are a lot of factors at play that make the games easier. And so it's more easy to be biased based on your results.
Alan thinks I'm picking him, but I showed him ace or kings every squeeze.
And it's easier to not be disciplined. What do you? Is that fair? I think that's fair.
No, I was gonna
Yeah. I mean,
I had 2 5s. I just thought we were going heads
Look,
up.
I mean, obviously you can just play so many more hands online, and you're playing against tougher competition. So you just it's just like iron sharpens iron, right? I mean,
I like that. Sharpens iron.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But at the same time, if we're talking about playing live, I'm assuming that you'll acknowledge that there are some elements
100%
that experience can give you that nothing else can replace.
Like, for example, when it comes to tells exist.
Right.
You know, there's a way. You know, it's not a skill set that I have to exploit them, but they definitely exist, and people that can accurately exploit them can have an edge. But you know, people that think they can and don't will have a disadvantage. So it's
right. So it's a double-edged sword because it's the
is.
kind of thing that has real value, but it's also the kind of thing that people can misapply, can take too far,
For sure.
And can rely too much on.
For sure, totally
Yeah,
agree.
bring it here. I don't know where if someone can bring it here. That'd be great.
But there are lots of other good like skill sets you need for live poker. You know, finding good games.
Matt, did you win that one?
Yeah.
Finding
Just
good
playing
games.
tournaments generally.
Yeah, basically just playing tournaments generally.
That's my strategy.
Yeah, no, it's a good
Wait,
strat.
You bluffed him that hand when he had ace king?
Why do you think?
Understanding like what adjustments make versus certain players.
Yeah.
You certainly can go farther with your exploitation live than online because people are worse. But
And so the fact that people are worse means that their imbalances are more pronounced, which is why an exploitation can be more extreme.
yes, definitely. I just think when you come in from that angle of I'm trying to exploit them, it's hard to come in from that angle
if you don't have the
and then
baseline
still-
from which your exploitation derives.
It's hard to come in from that angle and then still have like a reasonable conversation.
But I can't.
You know,
Right, because it's just like it's just like the trump card in a.
Yeah, it's like, oh, on the flop, I thought it was really strong. So I just folded everything. It's like, okay, well, I mean, how do I?
Right.
And so, like, I have a lot of conversations with people in live poker. By the way, Richardson bangs off the second nut straight here, but he's going to have a hard time getting any action.
Especially from McAlter.
But everything else, I thought.
You're allowed to bluff. It's part of the game.
So talk a little bit about how you would specifically play in hands with Buckalter, because this is a type of player I think that is not that rare in kind of smaller games or even in tournaments. A guy that seems to probably have a reasonable sense for hand reading.
Yeah.
Just has a very selective kind of pre-flop approach, and even on the flop is probably not bluffing nearly as much, but has a relatively strong range because he's playing, strong starting hands.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so for starters, I think Buckalter has played. I think he's played fine.
Pretty reasonable,
I
agree.
I don't think I've. The real problem is he's played a bit too tight.
Right.
But
and he's clearly gotten unlucky in this particular session, just to be clear.
Past that, I haven't really seen anything that I'm that,
But if a player is playing a little bit too tight and a little bit too passive, what are some of the kind of rule of thumb of things you can do?
You generally play looser against them pre-flop when they're in the blinds. They usually don't defend as much. You generally don't 3 and 4 bet
So
them.
go after their blinds a bit more because
For sure.
you have added equity since they're overfolding.
For sure.
Okay.
You 3-bet them less.
Because their opening range is stronger.
Exactly.
Yep.
And post-flop, you tend to give their bets a bit more credit.
Okay, now when you say 3-bet them less, I think a lot of people would make an over-adjustment and essentially take bluffs completely out of their range.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that is not a thing that you're doing.
I just decrease the amount of bluffs.
Okay, so you're just decreasing, you're taking your overall range, and you're taking some value out, and you're taking some bluffs out, but you're leaving the stronger value and maybe the stronger bluffs.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Had the best hand.
I like how you basically tried to get me to say things so you could then translate it into chat, and then so it's like I'm saying things, you're like, all right, so what he's saying is see, I was basically talking in Spanish. You're like, all right guys, I got this, I can speak English, I can do this.
We're a good team.
Yeah, this is good, man.
We got 30 minutes. You guys want to all straddle to the end?
30 minutes and it's over?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That is not something Mike wanted to hear after getting coolered.
Oh.
He's only got 30 minutes to get his money back.
Right.
Yeah, he does
So
not
we're
want to
all
hear that.
straddling. Let's go.
It's been a rough day for
Best
Mike,
chance to get even is always
and I think we have a couple good examples. So from Deep, Deep definitely. I mean, he played some hands great. I think his overall strategy is probably the most winning in the game, but some bad river decisions, frankly, and yet it's just destroying because he's been hit in the face with the deck.
Right.
This honestly, he's just gotten smashed in the face with the deck today. Unbelievable.
But I think more so than you
boats, trips.
More so than you were.
Probably, yeah. Aces, just constantly. Just a little kings for some variety. Aces when someone has ace king.
For variety.
I mean, this guy has been. He had the nuts straight. I mean, he ended up losing that hand, I guess. But he had the nines boat when Mike had to fold trips. He's just and then the biggest hands today we remember from him, he lost. He folded the river.
Right.
So, the thing is, you have that situation, but you just feel so good because you're crushing. And Mike has not done himself any favors today. He's played too loose and too passive, so he could make some adjustments. But again, with that said, he has had some pretty brutal situations develop.
Yeah, no question about it.
So it's easy to beat yourself up when you're losing, and easy to think you're great when you're winning. But just one session, guys.
No.
Just one session.
It's something on camera.
How many hands of poker do you think are played in a single session like this?
That's
A
why I
couple
was
hundred?
surprised.
Maybe less?
It's hard to. I'd say about 300. I'd say probably they played 300.
300?
Times. 250, something like that. Cole Forbin 85. You gotta balance your aces with some kings. Very true, Cole Forbin. Very true.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Arvaz, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Oh man, the two players that do the most together in a booth talking about poker.
Oh, that's really sweet, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Nuno Arvaz he's in the streets. I see him all over the place on YouTube.
Cool.
All over the place. A lot of friendly names today. And by the way, guys, I want to say thank you to everyone who turned up today for the stream.
Yeah, thanks for the chat, man. You guys
Yeah.
make it interesting and entertaining and fun.
Yeah, and the tweets and just the general it's a lot of fun to come do these things, and you guys showing up is part of the process. So definitely appreciate that. And we're back. I'm back tomorrow.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are not going to be back tomorrow. But me and Sean Deeb are going to be here. You can currently see Sean Deeb on the left with bottom pair against Phil Hellmuth. How do you think he's going to play this? He looks like he's considering
Trying to bluff here?
trying to bluff here. And I think I like it. I think I like it. Check, check. And now Deeb has a
Pretty clear bluff?
Clear bluff, yeah. Pretty clear bluff, I think. And guys, I saw some complaining about the strategy. Like, I just think it's the most interesting aspect. And usually I talk less strategy, but today I was like, you know what? I'm going to try and just give like a more detailed analysis for what players should be doing. And you know, I like to talk about the game. So,
How much? 13?
13.
ooh, Hellmuth.
Gotta get people to the
It's really
party.
annoying against you. I don't know if I beat you many pots all day, Sean.
Phil might smell a rat here.
I know. It's so annoying. All these hands I lose with you.
I'll just talk with River Boss. I'm never doing that. I would never bet and then talk. Not happening.
It doesn't feel like
he's
you feel like it's been very fair between you and I today.
For sure you're
What are you
good.
folding?
Oh my
Maybe
God,
you
you're
bluff
good
me.
for sure.
Nice
What are you
job.
folding?
5 clubs one time, IMO.
A straight. Good bet.
Thank you.
Wow.
Good bet. Confirmed.
Come on.
Confirmed. Good bet.
You're good, but not that good.
The antiquity. I love the strat, Doug, but not giving it on the chat for free. I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, you know, we talk strat in like a hand or something. It's not like
It hasn't been very fair between you and I. Sean.
it'll help people here get better at poker
time I
and
had
learn
you
about the
picked
game.
off and they
But
found the aces.
I'm not
Sean
like
had
boxed into not being able to talk strategy in a non-upswing setting. You know, we're always going to put the best stuff on upswing. But
obviously I had
I still want to be able to talk strategy in just general games because it's interesting to me, and I think people enjoy
I
it.
like to bluff with sixes and just make random calls.
No, I had king 10 suited.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the too much strat criticism. I remember hearing it the first time I ever did
It's been crazy.
commentary on a live stream, and I think it's just I just don't think it's appropriate. I mean,
just keep betting and
people
betting
are
and you
tuning
keep
in to
folding and
learn,
folding.
and
Yeah.
I actually think most people are likely just really appreciative, especially of your willingness and generosity to share your strategy
Well, thank you.
and your content.
Yeah, thanks.
You want this, Aaron? You didn't fall.
Also, it's like one of those things where just because if I make a video on YouTube that like teaches people something, you know, I still have an obligation. You know,
Wait,
and-
hold on a second. Is this all in again? Aces versus ace queen. Deep really does love ace queen. He loves it. He loves it.
He does.
It is just not part of his like flatting range.
Solid. And Mike has a chance to double up.
It's oh my god. If he,
If he
hits a
does it,
queen.
it's going to be disgusting.
Oh my god.
It's going to be disgusting.
Slow on the river.
Squeeze it.
Very
Can we
slow.
squeeze it?
Squeeze.
Give me.
Go, go. We got only an hour.
No, we have 24 minutes.
Considerably smaller pot though.
Setup comes
Considerably.
back. Except
But anyway, I mean, like,
except Sean didn't have
I
the
really
edge, so
enjoy
he had
doing
only
stuff
ace
for
queen.
upswing, and that's always my priority. Is upswing is the first thing that I do.
Even
you
Phil, I
know?
think would get an ace queen there.
I think I would have, yeah.
But like, I still want to be able to have strategy, to talk about strategy in other settings, and I don't feel like that shorts people that are part of upswing, because what's great about upswing is that it's like a ground up way to play poker. It's not like, oh, I'm going to talk about a hand, you know, because when you talk about a hand, you can learn stuff, but it doesn't teach you how to play the game. And so upswing is about having that ground up approach to be able to play all your hands well, rather than just being able to understand a spot. We try and teach you the whole method. So I think that there's an important difference there, and I think that makes it totally fine.
Yeah, and it's not like we were doing this a ton. This is
For
kind of a
sure.
one-off.
Yeah, definitely.
Do I think you should have knowledge of GTO to beat the high-stakes heads-up sit-and-goes? I mean, yeah. I mean, at high-stakes heads-up sit-and-goes, those guys are extremely good, studying a lot, especially at the 5Ks. You got a bunch of just cash game killers. I mean, Red Baron, OTB Red Baron plays, Ike plays. I mean, those guys are super good. So.
And it's guys with good sit-and-go backgrounds like Old Time Jin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a mixture of great players in those games for sure.
Kids.
Easy.
Killer. Oh my god.
I'm not doing it.
Okay, let's get some more big pots here to close out the night.
How old is he now?
Now he's 4, 6, and 8. That was 2 years ago.
Mikey Jim 1, I'm going to Florida next week. Be at the Hard Rock. Be playing a bunch of tournaments down there.
Sean,
Should be fun.
If you don't raise on the button now, I will lose all respect for you.
Well, you have none to start.
Jeremy's
so
back.
I can keep it even.
That was witty. Quick comeback by Deeb.
What did he say?
You went all in
He
versus
said,
Green River with 9
if you
eyes.
fold the button,
Yeah.
I will lose all respect for
And then
you.
what did John say?
And Deeb said you had none to start. So something like that, yeah.
Oh, you guys did them all yesterday?
I straddle.
Okay, so Jeremy has queen 4. That's a standard defend.
What? Are you kidding?
Mike's in there with 10-7 suited.
That's funny.
And we got a whole lot of nothing here. And Mike can win the pot if he would like it. But given how he's played today, he probably doesn't want to.
Kaufman bet 1,000.
I had 10-9. It's a value bet.
That was a good bet.
Obviously.
I wouldn't even mind seeing a raise from
That
Mike.
is 10. 10 high. It's a good bet.
Come on, Mike, man. You gotta do some stuff here. You gotta fire some bullets. Also, like, it's okay to check more in your strategy versus Jeremy because he's just betting so much.
Right.
But you gotta work in some raises, man. This guy is totally full of it. He just bet queen 4 on ace jack 9. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
He's just totally full of it. He's just flatting whatever and then betting because people are just playing like this.
And then he's like checking when he has trips.
Yes, and then he's checking when he has. That's like the only c-bet spot I saw check. He had trips. Like, God, guys, he's just like he's just going after all of you. You can't play like that versus Jeremy.
All right. Is it just the two of us?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Is it just the two of us?
I would love to have Phil
Raise.
commentate seeing the whole cards of you two playing heads up right
King
now.
6. That's actually like an upper echelon hand here for Jeremy.
Yeah.
Matt's got 9-7.
Well, this is
We're
not
gonna
how
play
I
some
would
poker,
play
guys.
Either hand ever.
We are
no
gonna
matter
play
how
some
drunk
poker,
I was.
and no one got there, but Jeremy will bet
I missed
because
drunk
that's how Jeremy plays the
Phil
flop.
says back in the day,
Oh, check.
Australia was awesome.
How about that?
Check it.
Okay.
I know you did well in them.
And
but you just juiced up
check
the whole
turn.
game. So you might have won, I might have won, but you know, the game pool is always fun.
Oh my God.
They still have me play Phil.
Amazing.
Shocking.
He's not buying it.
Wow.
He's not buying it, and he's totally correct. Oh man, if he calls River.
But I've never had losing.
And Matt does what he did to help me with earlier.
I'm losing a little bit of control.
Check it.
I mean, I can't bet now that I hit that card
I mean,
again.
they won't let me
Oh, you hit
Oh,
the
you're losing
nine.
that control. You remember the pair again?
I can't bet. when I
Matt's
hit the
really
card.
good. Matt is really good at this. The rivering the pair to win versus the high card hand is, or the
I can
pair.
only bet the turn, but I can't bet the river now.
Oh,
It's
where's
just,
my check
All
rate?
right.
it's like I don't even get the
Feel a
bluff
bit
anymore.
better.
It sucks.
I really should.
Yeah, Matt, you're running real.
Some Advil out, some coffee, some water.
Lucky, Matt.
A little bit more alive.
King high.
You didn't know.
Hey guys, when is Dentali versus Kate Hall heads up? That will be tomorrow. I'll be commentating with Sean Deeb. Should be fun. I'm hoping it goes all 3 rounds and we get some great hands. There's been a lot of good hands this weekend. I actually I don't
Oh,
know.
you got poker hands is set for
Poker
a few
hands.
weeks.
Yeah, we got some great hands. I like to try and, like, when I do this though, I like to try and like mix it up, like, because if you just do 5 straight Poker Night America hands, I feel like it gets kind of monotonous. So I'll probably mix it up.
Right, yeah, of course.
But definitely, I can think of a few hands off the top of my head that I want to.
Hey guys, just so you know, a deuce and 3 is dead.
Pretty great hands.
Put it on him. Put it on him. Go to
D
Mike,
with
go
a
to Mike, go to Mike.
less than average for him today, holding.
Yeah,
Just
he-
ace
I
king
mean,
suited.
this is just sometimes you revert back to the mean, you know. And
Yeah.
Your dad's a good guy, no matter what everyone says
no
about
action.
him.
oh, devastating, devastating. Oh wait, no, he's looking at like.
You got a lot of $1,000 chips.
Oh, somebody called? Oh, there you go. Phil's got pocket 5s.
Okay, let's see some fireworks to end the night here, guys.
There are some.
Guys, Dentali
Deuce
is
3-5
not.
with 2 hearts.
Dentali is not playing in a certain way at 25.50 to then set up for tomorrow. He's not. The stakes are too similar. I mean, I know it's 3x tomorrow, but it's a freeze out, so it's a little bit different. Ooh, so Helmy's opened and Deeb 3-bet.
Oh, Helmy's open pretty big, too. because this was at least 200.
I think it was straddled to
No,
400.
it must have been to 400 because he made it 1400.
I think this was straddled to 400.
Definitely.
And now we are about to play some poker. And Helmuth could jam. He really could. Or he could call. Or he could... Folding seems kind of out of the question, but...
Helmuth is starting this hand with 17,000, and this is a 3-bet to 5,000.
I actually think he should probably jam here. 40 blinds, button open.
Yeah, so just to make clear, with a straddle of 400, Helmuth is sitting on just over 40 blinds, even though he has 17,000. And that's one of the things that makes these types of games so wild. You know, at certain, one hand ago, Helmuth might have been sitting on over 300 blinds, and then this hand he's just sitting on 40. It's just wild.
I guess I can see. Oh man, I actually think that. I actually think all of his options are kind of on the table. I don't really like fold. I think he's got to call it. It's.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
On these stacks, low pairs tend to underrealize. This is a tough spot. This is actually a legitimately tough spot for Helmuth. I would not be that surprised to see him take any option, right?
I've had a lot of fun playing with you, Sean. Not.
Oh, he folded. That's boring.
I got it in yesterday.
That was actually really good. I've had a lot of fun. Not. You didn't even wait. I've had a lot of fun playing with you. Not. Right after, just right in there. Classic. All three options are good poker. Yep, all three options had some merit.
My wife sent
I feel like Olivier plays a lot like Mike Sexton. Let's just hope it doesn't take him 20 years to win a title.
Oh,
that's amazing. First of all, Mike Sexton, I think he's made at least 2 final tables and won a World Poker Tour title this year.
Yeah.
He's doing something right.
I think he actually got a little more aggressive in the last
I
year.
didn't know that was even.
I think I played with him a little bit. He seemed like he's doing it a little bit more.
All you gotta do is ask.
Can I be in position as well when
I feel like when people that are older players, if they start getting aggressive for a little while, when their image isn't like that, they get this like period of time where they just really crush, because before you catch on, it's kind of like with what Roger Sipple did in the High Rollers.
Yeah, that I'm not as familiar with.
Okay, so he's just a guy that plays a lot of the High Rollers, and
hard stop at 10. Hard stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the 4 blind is better.
He's real aggro.
But he was like pretty tight for a while.
10 minutes.
Maybe he never was tight. He was like an older player, and like I made an assumption and I was wrong, and he.
Basically, he just like won a big hand off you.
I made like a slightly exploitative fold with like trips in like a big spot, and then he just showed me like second pair, and I was like, wow. It was in a 100K too. It was
Which one?
It was the one I ended up winning. Couple.
That's amazing.
That was good. It was a couple years ago at the Bellagio. Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe you brought that up. That's such a coincidence.
Casual. Hey, to be fair, you asked me. I wasn't even gonna say. I'm putting that firmly on you, man. I wasn't trying to brag. You made me. I had to.
Yeah, but every other pot I beat you in.
That's good.
This is also why I don't try to make the reads. I just go with the ranges and stuff.
You've had a nice run. I don't know if I've made a straight or a flush.
I'll make some slight adjustments, but nothing crazy. All right, so.
Or a set either, I don't think.
I have on that game. +5.
What do we got here? V-Snipe 1. Man, I really love Olivier commentary.
Pretty sure
you got a fan
Oliver.
here.
But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, Oliver. Yeah, Oliver got amazing.
It's really funny because Oliver
yeah.
Biscuit is a way to refer to my name that has emerged in like 4 or 5 completely unrelated contexts. You know what I mean? Like where there's that's just like a thing that people say.
When I first learned who you were, I thought I was Oliver Biscuit.
Yeah, okay. Well, like middle school, like camp. I mean, it was just like so many unrelated environments in which that nickname came up.
The pronunciation's actually like, once you know what it is, it seems obvious, but like.
Oh yeah, every time anyone sees the spelling of my name, not any time, but most of the time, they assume it's Oliver. But even the biscuit thing is like, I don't actually know. I don't really like the Oliver, but when you combine it with biscuit, I actually think it's kind of funny.
Oliver Biscuit.
Yeah, I don't mind the biscuit part.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Sean's in lockup mode right now.
Oh, because your last name sounds like Biscuit. Oh, the memes. The memes, guys.
He just looked at the answer.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
All right, so
Well,
Starting yesterday would have been me. After his rant.
I really like them both. I feel like I haven't really.
Look down and it's different.
Yeah. I feel like Sean owes me a bunch of money.
Jeremy has ace 10, so I assume he's going to be seeing a flop.
You owe me some money.
We got a raise, and I believe that they are straddling it till it's over. Could be wrong.
Oh, that's great.
But every pot's pretty big, so.
But I've been waiting. Like Matt's always.
We got a lot of clubs in here.
You.
We got a lot of clubs. Look how many clubs we got.
The way like you guys all bluff.
We've got
8.
We've got 10 cards and 8 are clubs.
And shockingly, none of the cards on the board are.
Imagine if 3 clubs came out. It would have been amazing. All right, so Jeremy flops top pair. He goes for the bet. Matt's gonna have to fold this many ways.
And so is everyone else. Maybe Helmuth will stick around. There we go.
Maybe Helmuth.
Tali folded his bottom pair.
Helmuth gets really in the zone on what other people are doing for sure. And he just thinks Kaufman is just c-betting. And that's like pretty fair. Check. Okay.
Good check, right, from Kaufman? You like that check?
I like it. Plays well on the river.
Oh, now this is a bet, right?
Or
this is also a check? What do you think?
I like a bet, but I think it is.
It's still reasonable to check here.
I like a bet, but the problem for Jeremy is going to be he does not have that many flushes.
Okay.
And, you know, ace 10, 10 of spades. I guess with a 10 of spades, yeah, you should bet. Yeah, I like a bet.
Do you ever make, like part of the, you know, something that I noticed is that, like, in a spot like that, I see sometimes people taking a hand like ace 10 and then trying to get value from it, but realizing that it's not that strong, so they just bet really low. They just bet a small
Yeah,
amount.
not a lot.
Whereas they're not, you know, making one bet size and trying to have a balance.
Right.
They're just like, I think I can get some value, but I don't want to overdo it, so I just bet a small amount. Now, obviously, that's something that players, if they know that you're doing that, can take advantage of.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's a way that does to get some extra value.
Yeah, I actually don't hate that.
Yeah.
I don't really do it that much. I usually like pick a bet I want to do with like my range and stuff, but
You can always do whatever you
I
want.
think it actually makes sense.
That doesn't have to stay in.
Oh, then I'll just take all the pots without any cards. And I'll have all your chips.
Okay. We can. I'll take.
Jeremy should also pick up on though.
You're lucky.
Helmuth has not folded much in post flop because he's been watching this, and so if Jeremy knows that, he should be value betting more thin in some of these spots.
So many.
I know you have a lot.
In them.
But if he knows that he knows, no, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna go down that road.
So Chip Avalanche is asking in that spot, why does he not have that many flushes? And I'm assuming that your point is because he would likely bet the turn?
Likely bet the turn. In general, you want to continue barreling on the turn with
high equity hands.
High equity hands. I mean, you can create a strategy with more bet checks, in which case you're fine. There could be some pair plus flush draw hands that you could bet check.
Right.
And maybe even a few stronger flush draws. So
do you ever do it with a hand like the nut flush draw, specifically because you don't want to like get smaller flush draws to fold and potentially cooler them on a river?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think with the nut flush draw, I think you've got a lot of good lines all available to you. You can go check flop, you can go bet check, you can go bet bet. I generally lean towards checking flop just because I like to keep my showdown value, but I think that there's definitely...
What does that mean, with the nut flush draw?
Yeah, because you usually have some showdown value, right?
Right.
With the nut flush draw.
Sure.
So I kind of like the idea of keeping that showdown value. By the way, Matt just got one through in the river with 9 high against Buck Alter.
A little bit free to some get the rest of the to be able to beat aces by the time it all goes in. Usually.
FX frequency. I do not play Warcraft 3 still, man. I doubt there's that big of a revival. But maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not trapping you.
Jeremy, go 6. Go 6.
Pick a number. Just pick a number between 3 or 4.
Go 6.
Jeremy, you won't go 6.
6.
All right, 6 more hands. Sean's so smart.
6 more hands. What a shame.
I did that with the answer also.
Deeb is going to emerge victorious today.
Been here before.
It's an easier than doing the random draw.
I don't think Jeremy's down that much, right? He's down like 17 or 15 or 10. I don't know.
That might affect your
Let's draw for 6 more hands.
He got stacked, right, by Deeb at some point, I think. That's how Deeb has so much, I think. That happened, right?
Step 2.
What happened?
Deeb stacked Jeremy at some point, right?
Yeah, I wasn't here, but you said I think it was a rivered straight to.
Oh, right, set versus
4 bet pot.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. You weren't even here, and you remember the hand. Yeah, that definitely happened. All right, so Jeremy's got a hand that should certainly bet the flop. He's got some equity. He raised pre, right? Or no, oh, sorry. If he called, this is totally standard. And he did. So this is fine. Check's good. Turn is a jack of diamonds, which really seals Jeremy's fate to lose some money.
And this is a clear 2-bet spot?
I think so.
Yeah.
You could argue to go check bet river, but I'm okay with it.
That wasn't a snap call.
Okay.
And Jeremy is going to get wrecked
That
here.
wasn't a snap call.
I cannot see the 9 of diamonds.
Folding.
Not, yeah.
I mean, and to be fair, it's a pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's a correct call down.
Yeah.
You only lose to 3 hands. Some of those are going to be banging the flop.
Right.
Wow.
Certainly could
Oh,
have
but
bluffs.
did he bet a lot?
9
No.
high flush. Good to it. Bet 2,200.
Healthy bet.
Jack, queen, king, and ace.
I guess Teeb really feels like Jeremy's not going to be trapping the ace of diamonds. Because if you start to bet big and they can have the ace of diamonds, or maybe, like let's just say that on the turn in the big blind, let's say you decide to check your whole range, which I think having some non-equity bluffs and some diamonds is a better strategy. Well, let's say you decide to check your whole range. He could have a bunch of strong diamonds. And if you bet too big, and over half the hands that call...
If I give you $100, can I see both of your cards?
After the hand, yes.
No, I mean now.
That wasn't going to work.
$200, I'll show you one card of my suit.
And so if over half the hands that call are going to be better than the queen of diamonds, or call or raise, then all of a sudden this bet isn't so good. So, I don't know. I mean, if he's going with the read of Jeremy isn't going to be checking strong diamonds, then it's fine. Most people in both spots here are not aggressive enough in bluff selection because you are not going to bluff the turn with equity. You either have a flush or you have nothing.
You might not be able to play 6 more hands.
If he raised, it would be insane.
He's already announced the value of his hand.
I think you got it, but I got a call.
I'm pretty sure I have the queen of diamonds. I think that I do. Yeah, I do.
That was the one.
Yeah.
That was
He's
the
right
one.
when he says, he was like, I'm pretty sure I'm beat, but I got a call. I mean, that's basically just
Yeah,
right on.
That's fine. I think that actually they both played that hand like totally standard.
I would have called him too.
That was just a well-played hand where someone had a better hand.
And it was literally like the next best hand.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe because we all sensed he didn't know if he had it.
Not much you can really do there.
I was like probably like 75% I had it. I just
I
wasn't
don't-
going to recheck.
I don't care. I was in his spot. I was. fucking
Matt's
calling.
Wasp brings up a good point. This strategy talk is messed. How can you explain calling with the worst hand? Correct. It's a good point.
Yeah, when you said the jack of diamonds, I almost corrected
That's actually a
but
pretty good point.
If I was sure I had the queen of diamonds, I would have corrected
I'm going to have to direct you to some YouTube videos. Might help clear that up.
I had you notched as well.
Might just help.
Is it too late to fold? That would be great.
You can fold this hand now to make up for it.
Jeremy loves to try and declare his action after the hand. He's done that so many times. I fold, and he's like, already called like a minute ago.
Right. But they're on to the next hand
Is
already.
it too late to fold? It is. Your ships are in deep stack. It's over.
Let me get a sweat.
All right, so Buckalter here with pocket threes. I assume we're going to see a call, or actually bumping it up. All right.
Everyone loves their hands. I feel like
Don't
I'm in a position
mind it.
anymore. I feel like I'm out of position.
Oh, no, sorry, there was a raise. I'm sorry, he's calling the raise. Okay, so we got some premium holdings here across the board. Ace-10 definitely premium for Jeremy on the scale of Jeremy hands. And
Right. We got a couple gutters.
we have a couple of gutters. Check, check. Now, Buckalter could decide.
Oh.
Ooh. And Matt did a little tick. You see that's how you,
Yeah, that's a nice
he's
looking
like,
card.
a little head nod, a little.
Oh, why would you bet this?
Ooh, Jeremy.
Why would you bet this?
Jeremy, I mean, man, I'm struggling here. So I guess he's thinking I've got cards. They're pretty close to the board, and I have chips.
Like like this hand makes sense to bet on the flop, and just no sense to bet on the turn. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, obviously you could check the flop.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna bet,
Yeah, I'm with you.
bet the flop.
It's a reasonable flop bet. You know, ace of diamonds. You block like some flush draws. You can wrap some diamonds. You can turn the nizzles. Okay, removal. Yeah, I like the flop bet. That's fine with me.
Matthew Bland.
Jeremy Kaufman.
So So Matt raised here. What do you think about the raise? I mean, I guess it's a little bit specific because you're playing against Jeremy, but
I think it's fine. There's 2 flush draws out there, a lot of action killing rivers.
Yep.
Jeremy not exactly known for the fold button.
Can I get another Macallan?
4 more hands?
Anyone else want a drink before we leave? Phil, you ready for one yet?
I don't mind it.
Almost.
Mikey?
Actually, I can't drink because my back's been sore.
That's a good way to fix it. You get drunk and you don't feel the pain.
No, I'm not supposed to drink, I'm told.
There's pants in my pants.
he's going to fold.
Uh-oh, Arizona's up 5 late.
You know, you say that, and I think you will, but he did tank for a long time before calling with 7s against me when I had queens.
There you go. So you told you.
And
he called.
Here for the reads. Queen.
Well.
Well, now
Matt's really excited about this card.
Matt
but
is hoping with every bone in his body.
he's going to bet a lot of money now. How did this putt? Oh, man. That putt got huge. Matt should just bet. Yeah, all in. See?
Classic Matt trying to stack.
Just trying to stack.
It's not, I mean, it's a fine size. It's probably the best size.
Sure.
But
The queen, it would have called quicker.
Jeremy, what the fuck are you doing?
Did you bluff him?
No, I wanted him to have a queen.
Oh, yeah, ace queen?
Mike Dentale. Brilliant.
Amazing.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Pokerverse?
Amazing.
That was a bad play.
Wait, at least you didn't compound it by making a bad river call.
Yeah,
You played
I mean,
one suit correctly.
I didn't raise.
so that's one of the reasons you don't bet ace 10. There's a good list of reasons, but getting raised is on the list. I'm feeling way better. I was going to headache there halfway through. Some Advil, some coffee, some water.
Queen.
Feeling like a new man.
Queen on the river. You would have been unhappy.
I'm hungry. We're going to eat?
We're going to eat. I ordered a pizza that's just been there for 30 minutes.
No, you didn't. Did you?
Yeah, I did. I was starving, man. And I was like, oh, 20 minutes? All right, well, I'm not going to eat this.
1,200.
Oh, God. I gotta start allocating myself some time to like go reasonable places to eat before like I get to the casino or whatever. But it's so hard, like so little time.
Yeah.
What? We folded the Phil Hellmuth? Oh my God.
So Hellmuth has ace king. Steve has 9-5 suited.
He folded best hand.
Let it go and take a stand. Is there one more hand or is this?
Oh boy.
Jacks. Sounds like you were behind.
No, Jack, I don't want to flip against you. Are you kidding?
Why?
Yeah, Matt up 17,000, so that's nice.
What? I don't want to flip.
Helps himself to the seat.
Should have called then. I was live.
Oh boy.
That old 9-5 a dime.
I wish we knew the actual results. Like we know chips,
You're 9-5 diamonds. I had that exact hand
but it would be nice to know what people ended at.
because I watched intently the board. Right.
We'll have to wait till the edited show.
We will.
Well, that card flashed.
Okay, so I believe this is going to be. There are 2 cards that are currently revealed. We don't know what they are, so there's a dynamic that we will not be part of.
Would have lost anyway.
King 5-4. We don't know cards or the missing cards, so commentary is going to be at a pretty epic level here. Helmuth bets with.
He likely has a hand.
Very likely, actually, I can see the cards. And then we have a call here from Richardson.
Looks like
who
Sean's interested
also
too.
has 2 cards. Sean.
And another one of these guys with 2 cards in his hand.
There are a lot of them in this hand. Let's go. Good fold with those cards.
3 hours. Those are hours that I
All right, we're going to take a turn. All right, there we go. Thank you very much, guys. All right, so Helmuth just took a stab.
These are not the hands I would have guessed.
Richardson, you got to go for the bluff here, buddy. Richardson, if he wants to win this pot, he should have bet the turn. If Helmuth checks, this could be one of the most LOL showdowns The 9 high wins. Oh no, Helmy is gonna take a stab.
What kind of hands are you value betting on that turn, on that ace turn?
You got lucky I didn't make a bad call, Phil.
Obviously 4s and 5s, king queen.
I almost check raised, but I'd say that you
Oh,
want
it's
to
tough,
king.
man. I don't
You
know.
said that you like having ace queen in the spot, so you probably would have floated with ace queen, even though it was multi-way. No.
Probably. Well, that
All the
many
ace
ways.
queen
Yeah,
backdoor
not
flush
that
draws?
many ways. It's tough. Like I don't exactly know how many people there were in the sites and stuff. So there's like factors that I would need to like be able to make a good decision. So I
But
don't know.
like in general, if you have a hand like king queen or king jack, are you checking back there?
I could be bluffing there. You saw me bluff a few hands.
Yeah, I'm checking back.
All right. So I mean that makes your value range pretty narrow. If you're betting all the gutters.
Yeah, it's narrow. It's narrow, but I just don't think.
But I mean, you if it's a raised pot, I mean you just don't have 8-6 off anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about there, but I mean, I like Helmy's bet check bet. I think it was a good play with that hand. No equity in the turn, gave it up, and then goes for the bet check bet, one of his weakest holdings. I like it. And Buck Alter on what I believe is the last hand of the night flops the nizzles
Richardson
on a
has the ace of
board
clubs.
that could get pretty nuts, especially with Kaufman helping Buck Alter out along the way.
Totally.
The thing is,
but Buchalter could price Richardson
Buck
out
Alter
here
and
now.
Richardson plays so passive that I think this is just going to go bet, call, call. Oh, raise.
Oh, he's just committing his stack. That's not going to work.
You would have to raise to put him all in, yes.
That is not going to work.
Yeah, it's not going to work. And we're going to have a casualty here.
And
to end the
Buchalter is
evening.
going to likely win a huge pot at the end here. Why hasn't he? Oh, okay.
Turn them up, guys. Turn them up. Ace of clubs.
Wow.
Flush.
I got the blockers.
I mean, he's live. He is live. So he could scoop this.
No.
No.
And he won't. Flush will hold.
Just like that, Buchalter might be winning on the session now.
Yeah. And you know I would describe Buchalter's play today as tag-ish.
Tap? Is that a
tap?
Is that
Maybe a little bit tap. Yeah.
Little tappy?
Yeah, tappy. Tappy. It's like not trappy, but tappy. We got a new term today, guys. Tappy. Yeah, but I actually like how he played that hand. He tried to trap Jeremy, which is definitely a good play.
And instead he trapped
Yeah, I think he played that hand totally fine.
And what about Richardson? I mean, obviously, I don't think you have to jam, but like playing it aggressively.
I actually think
getting it in
taking
there.
some ace clubs hands and going for the jam is fine.
Do you prefer if you have a pair to go with your ace of clubs?
No, I think those should be calling on the flop. I like it. I like how they played that. The only person who I don't like how that went down was Jeremy. Betting middle pair there.
Seems like a pretty clear check.
Yeah. What is he trying to accomplish?
Dentali in there.
Protection, I guess.
I like Dentali.
Yeah.
But it just hands too weak, right?
I think he's got a nice checking hand. All right, so Deeb, this is the last hand, I believe. I could
We're just
be
gonna
wrong.
say that each
I'm
hand.
going to say that every hand. Like, I don't know, time goes so slow. But Deeb appears to limp in, gets raised by Mike with 9-7 suited. Deeb limp calls as well as Jeremy with Jack 5 off.
Let me give you some of these chips.
Okay, so action flop. I don't know, guys. Action flop. Deeb gets the best of it with second pair. Mike is firing the flop. I like this with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And now
Do you check 9-7
is
of hearts here?
Jeremy going to make a move? And I believe Mike, who hasn't bet all day, takes a stab at the flop. And Jeremy,
and you know Jeremy's going to show
with
this to him.
stone nothing, goes for the raise. And now Deeb with the only person.
Oh, Deeb
with
does have a pair here.
Anything. With anything. And Deeb knows.
I know what you have.
Are you guys high? No, I don't smoke, actually.
So now you're not looking at my money and you're calling me a winner. That's what you're saying?
Wow. This is a hand. I mean, I don't think Mike's going to win this hand.
It's okay.
But
You'll always remind me of the 9-5 of diamonds.
Somebody writing down how many chips are cashed in?
we got ourselves a hand, Matt. We got ourselves a hand here.
Is it?
So Deeb is going to incalculate down, and Jeremy is just going
now.
to bully the table here.
But do you, by the way, if you're Dentali with 9-7 of hearts, do you see bet?
They're both okay. Probably not, but they're both
I'll
okay.
tell you what I have, and then you can decide what you want to do. top pair, jack catcher.
It's good right now.
What?
It's good right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna love when he shows this to Mike.
Yeah, this is confirmed not. This is not, guys. This is not in a GTO raise range, and I don't like using that phrase very often because usually raise ranges just have a nice mix of strategies. This is confirmed not in it.
Jack 5.
Wrecked. I believe the answer is wrecked there.
I thought you had some. I folded a 4.
Looks like that's.
I was gonna call him
Looks like that's it.
100%, and then I really thought you had
Wow,
some.
Jeremy
I
just
had the king
bossed
4
it
off,
up.
and I wanted to make a
Keith,
speed.
I'm sorry I had to lie to you.
Is it? Is there one more, or is I don't even?
You had
is
the
there
best
one more?
hand. He had 9 high.
Yeah, but he was hitting it on the turn.
Yeah.
I know he's walking too, but it's
Don't try.
I know.
Okay. All right, gotcha. I have to do something over here too first, and then we'll go for it.
Yeah, I'll be ready very quickly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I gotcha. Okay.
Yes, please.
Sesh. Should we wind this down over here? Should we wind this down? All right, guys. So
Before you
Hey,
you know,
Sean,
talk
there's
us out, I just want to
I think
thank
that's,
you.
I think this is right.
I think
but I don't know. I'm a little tired. So.
people just are not. I'm not sure people fully appreciate the value
That's 3, right?
of
That's
the
3?
strategy
35,
content that you provide.
45,
I know that I learned a lot from this session. I'm sure a lot of other people
and
did. So
another 5 is 10.
thank you for doing what you do.
thanks, man.
You got
I
it.
appreciate that, and thank you for joining me here today.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
I think it was great. I'm glad you decided to do this today, and it was good. I think we had good banter. It was a fun time. And you know, like, honestly, I like the strategy. I like the strategy of poker. I like the game. I think that it's cool. Like, one thing that I've always not liked, and I'm sure you know people like this, but there's a lot of people in poker where they're like, oh, thank you, J-Rod. We are such a cute couple. Wow, I think we're both taken. But
That's sweet.
Anyway, the point is, I think a lot of times in poker, it's easy for people to be like, oh, that was just bad, you know, and like they say that, and a lot of people like they'll laugh at like a line, and I'll be like, what was so bad about that?
Right.
And they're like, well, I mean, he should check, and like, yeah, but why? Just because you think he should check, and like your strategy's check? Like, let's think about what betting means. And so like a lot of times, like when I look at something, I will try to pretend like if I was gonna take that action, how would I kind of put it together?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you're gonna learn stuff. Like, and heads up, like, when I was coming up in the game, a lot of what I do today, I didn't make up. Like, some of it I did, but a lot of it I just was like, oh, that's really cool. I'm going to take that at the end of my game and try and give it a fair view. Now, there are some things that are just bad, sure, you know, and I think, like, being able to...
Jeremy demonstrated.
Jeremy demonstrated several of them today, as did other people. But the thing is, like, when I say something is bad, like, I know a lot of people think, like, Doug, you're so critical of people, but, like, you know, when something is close, I say it's close. If something is clear, I say it's clear. If something is bad or good, I say it's bad or good. I just say exactly what I think, because at the end of the day, like, I'm not here to try and hold people's hand and, like, make them think that it's good or bad just because, like, you know, it is what you would do normally or isn't or whatever. I'm trying to give you an honest assessment of, like, what I think about that play if I was trying to employ a similar strategy. So, and I like that. So let me just talk about a few things really quick here before we close down the stream. First off, if you liked the strategy aspects of today's stream, I know we had a few complainers, but I know a lot of you guys enjoyed it. I would strongly recommend checking out Upswing Poker. We've got a lot of great stuff over there. Even if you don't want to spend any money, we have a lot of like blog articles. We have an Upswing Poker YouTube channel as well. We put free videos on, and just a lot of stuff that you can learn. So head over to Upswing Poker if you're interested in learning. And then, of course, we also do have some premium training courses for all skill levels, really, kind of, you know, from new players all the way up. So recommend checking that out. Also, if you guys have not checked the YouTube channel out, I'm sure a decent chunk of you have, but I do YouTube videos, and I put a lot of work into them. I really enjoy making them. I try and add some humor into them to make them funny as much as I can, but also have some news or strategy or whatever elements to them. So recommend checking that over on YouTube, Doug Polk Poker. And yeah, I guess other than that, I want to thank everyone here for joining us. I had a lot of fun. Also, I'm going to be streaming on Twitch again soon. I'm going to be doing the Bankroll Challenge again, and also going to be doing Scoop in Vancouver. So make sure to head over to Doug Polk Poker, hit that follow button, and make sure to keep notifications on. that's it as far as like what I wanted to promote here at the end. I want to again say thank you to Olivier for joining me today, as well as the chat. Let's give a few shout-outs here in the chat before we call it a sesh. Zed Factory, I see you there, even though you're getting muted by the mods. Who else we got? Bulls 41 Boy, definitely seen you around. John Blaze, shout out to John Blaze, the Blaze in the mix here. Klein Princess 92 as well, joining us. Finance Prodigy. What about Olivier's promo? His Twitter, of course.
I'm not even in that promo game. That's all you.
Not even in the promo game.
I'm trying to be low profile, do my thing.
So if you don't want to follow Olivier, you know where not to follow him. Anyway, guys, Jaws 7Z7Z, Bazam, obviously, I gotta give Bazam a shout out. Clearly drops by. Sensi, what's up, man? We got my wee is green, of course, in here too. First time I saw that name, I was like, LOL. Still am. Jeff Gim, I cannot leave you out. A lot of the crews here, guys. I appreciate showing up. I miss a lot of the Twitch guys, because I've been doing more YouTube lately. We're gonna do some streams. It's not gonna be like a full-time commitment thing. I'm gonna try and do a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, see how I feel, and go from there. I am putting more of a focus on YouTube. It's just a better time investment, frankly, than Twitch. Twitch is fun. I love the interaction with you guys, but Twitch is a volume-heavy platform. You gotta stream a lot, and you gotta stream long hours to make it worthwhile. So I'm always gonna have that as part of my overall strat, but leaning more towards the YouTube. So Mao Jr., thanks for stopping by. My name ain't Earl. Gotta give Earl a shout out to Nuno Arvaz. We are the Empire. Exactly, man. Thank you for stopping by. And that's it for me. Olivia, anything you want to say here before we call it sesh?
No, I'm good.
All right, we're good, guys.
Peace out.
Thank you for joining us today for Poker Night in America.